Subscribed for 4 months. 4 months, baby.
Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Safety first. Jesus Christ. What a week, everybody. Before we talk about that, some shout-outs. Bob Carmody, Man of the Pivot, and Hermit Horologist 123 in the YouTube chat. Slow Life, a close fourth. Series also here. Chuck L, Styx Dragon, Sasha G, N.R. Gray. Benny Hanna over in the Twitch chat with a resub. Mozart, Joe47771 as well over in the YouTube vertical. Oh my god. What an insane week. It might be easier to go over what hasn't happened this week. We haven't had a return to democracy. Chaos still on U.S. city streets being caused by federal agents still going on. Journalists still don't have the right to do their jobs, including Don Lemon, who was arrested earlier today. We still don't have leadership in the Democratic Party. Chuck Schumer capitulating to Republicans and funding ICE to keep the government open. Why? I don't know. We'll get to that as well. Another storm coming. Bomb cyclone, according to the latest. And a whole lot of other stuff going on, too. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot. The Epstein files.
Talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
That's true. This guy has been talked about for years.
Jeffrey Epstein?
And we're going to talk about him again today. Because a bombshell release from the DOJ earlier today, 3 million documents, 2,000 videos coming out. What that all means, we'll get into it in just a second. Sooner. But first, let's go here. This is from a couple of days ago, before the release. The I've Had It podcast. To talk about, perhaps, Jeffrey Epstein's most notorious collaborator, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine Maxwell has filed what I think is a shot across the bow to Trump and his allies. In federal court, Ghislaine Maxwell has filed
wait, pumps. Sorry, I almost forgot. We are still, just so everybody knows, just so we're all on the same page here. And I appreciate the resub from Benny Hanna over on Twitch, but some of you may have forgotten the day is not yet over. We are doing a economic blackout until midnight Eastern Standard Time. We got 48 minutes. No donos. No donos, please, until the day is over. Then go crazy. We'll start a goal. We'll do all that normal stuff. Partly why I let myself start so late today, because I was like, I would rather us just stick to the plan.
Ghislaine Maxwell has filed what I think is a shot across the bow to Trump and his allies. In federal court, Ghislaine Maxwell has filed saying there are 4 unindicted co-conspirators and at least 25 people that were not indicted but paid settlements. Pop this up. Ghislaine Maxwell dropped a bombshell alleging that nearly 30 friends of Jeffrey Epstein reached secret settlements and were never indicted. And why I think that this is super important is remember the birthday book. There was speculation, and then it was confirmed that the birthday book with Trump saying we're such good friends and we have secrets in the woman caricature, that was alleged to have been from Ghislaine Maxwell to tell Trump, I've got shit on you. And then Todd Blanche ran down there. Now she's been transferred, all of those things. To me, this is a power play from her to say, I want my conviction overturned. That's what she's asking in federal court. Or I want a pardon. What are your thoughts?
You know, I don't follow this stuff as much as you do, the minutia of it. But I have always just known that she has a lot of leverage over him because he uses the phrase, she's a very nice person. I wish her well. And when Elon Musk, before he dropped the bomb about Trump's in the Epstein files, before he dropped that on Twitter when they first broke up, he said, I wish him well. So for me, when Trump says, I wish him well, I'm sure he's probably said that about Putin before too. It's a tell because he can't, his go-to is just Rip City. Like his go-to is, you know, screw Ghislaine.
Crooked Hillary Clinton, I wish her well. Hey, lady, that Hillary, crooked, lock her up, Hillary.
She sucks. Nobody liked her anyway. Jeffrey cheated on her all the time. You know, he can't help himself. So when you hear this malignant narcissist that is an insult thrower say he wishes somebody well who is a convicted sex trafficker, I know that she has so much tea on him. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so let's get into the article of what she says in this filing. And I think this is not a surprise, but the fact that she's putting it on paper tells me there's all kinds of leverage. You're exactly right. Pop this up, Kyle's. Okay, buried in the habeas corpus petition that Maxwell recently filed in court, blah, blah, the convicted associate, 4 potential co-conspirators, and 25 men who reached secret settlements but were never indicted. And then you find out what kind of settlements are we talking? You see that Leon Black, who is a Trump ally, former Apollo CEO, paid $62.5 million in U.S. Virgin Islands to settle claims tied to his financial dealings with Epstein.
$62 million. Think about that. Think about that. $62.5 million paid to the Virgin Islands for a settlement? I mean, that's a settlement. That's a settlement. Like, this is something happening outside of a court. He wasn't even like legally bound to do it. Well, technically, a settlement is legally binding. Technically, if you have an arbitrator and all these things. But the point is like, this wasn't even a court proceeding. The guy was like, "Fuck it, yeah, here, take it. Here, take the $62.5 million. It's fine. Forget. Let's just avoid any. Let's avoid any." Anything it's insane. 62.5 million just gonna fork it over. Oh my god, that's a huge sum of money for something like this. I mean, he must have been deep in there, in the swamp, if you will. Oh my god.
So here's the thing, there's no charges. It was this.
Everybody in chat is talking about Hassan being banned from Twitch. Yeah, I think we're going to talk about that over the weekend. I didn't want to talk about it today. Today's weekending report shit. But yeah, Hassan was banned from Twitch. I think it's like a week ban. I think he is appealing it, but he's for now off Twitch. He did a live stream on YouTube earlier today. I didn't catch any of it. I was sleeping. I couldn't fall asleep until like literally the afternoon. Woke up like 2 hours ago. Oh. So I missed all of the Hassan stream, but maybe he'll be streaming on YouTube now. I did post on his little post saying that he'd be posting to YouTube now, or streaming to YouTube now. Maybe he'll do it like us over here, the multi-stream, YouTube, Twitch, same time. Same time. One guy, one time.
One guy, one time.
quid pro quo with authorities? I don't know. And Leon Black, who is big buddies with Trump, also testified in 2018 before Congress that he vaguely remembers being in Russia and he could have been in a strip bar with Trump. So this goes back years and years and years ago.
That's bananas. Kylie, will you put that up? There was something underlined that I wanted to see. It said, gave evidence about being with Trump during a trip with Russia. This is what you just said, in the naughty 90s, where they attend a concert, a discotheque, and according to Black's sworn testimony, might have been in a strip club together. Black paid Epstein roughly $170 million nominally for tax and estate planning, but denied knowledge anything about his industrial scale sex trafficking.
Yeah. Good one. Good one. I'm just gonna look this up, just because for posterity. I was right. This is what I was saying before. $170 million for estate planning is insane. I don't care how big of an estate you have. This number makes no fucking sense at all. Okay? Not even slightly. Estate planning costs generally from $1,000 to $5,000 an hour for a comprehensive package with an attorney. So just by that math, let's just do this math real quick. $170 million. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Divided by, we'll go top of the line. Top of the line, $5,000 an hour. Dirty. Oh my God. It's like he's getting paid top of the line. Top of the line compensation for this estate planning at a rate of $5,000 an hour for 34,000 hours. 34. How many days? That's over 1,000. That's like 1,500 days or something. 1,416 days worth of work. Yeah, right. I'm sure Jeffrey Epstein spent 6 years on Leon Black's estate planning, and that's why he got $170 million. He didn't eat or sleep for 3 years. All he did was that. Yeah, right. And he knew nothing about, Leon knew nothing about the sex trafficking. He's just really generous. He wants his estate handled with real aplomb. Good God. Good God. This is totally this is just bullshit. This is just full bullshit. I call bullshit. I call bluff.
I'm calling bluff. I'm calling bluff.
It's the all-in comprehensive universal ultra package. Yeah. With sex trafficking included. Oh, good God. All right, let's go to the DOJ. To Donald Trump's personal attorney, Todd Blanche. Sorry, Deputy AG Todd Blanche, formerly Donald Trump's personal attorney. Really not formerly. He's working in dual roles right now, as he said earlier in the Senate. Let's not forget that during the Senate testimony of Todd Blanche, he was directly asked whether he still was Donald Trump's personal attorney. And he said, well, I still have, what was the dude? It's still what is it called? I still have an attorney-client relationship with like it was, I can't remember exactly how he phrased it, but basically he said, "Yeah, I'm basically still Trump's lawyer, but I do both things? Can I be the personal lawyer of the president and also be the deputy attorney general of the United States? Is there something untoward or unethical about that?"
Good morning. President
Good morning.
Trump signed the Epstein Files Transparency Act into law on November 19th, 2025, directing the Department of Justice to produce all documents, files, records, videos, and images related to the investigations and prosecutions of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm here today to talk about the department's compliance.
For weeks, months. He only did that after weeks and months of not doing that and insisting that the DOJ had released all the stuff that they needed to release and a bunch of other stuff like that. And then a lot of pressure coming from, of course, you know, America. There was that. It's not like he did it willingly. He was basically forced to sign this thing.
With its production obligations under the Act, around, I think right now, and continuing throughout the day-to-day, as the indexing and uploading completes, we are producing responsive materials under the Act. We are also releasing today a letter we are transmitting to Congress and various internal protocols associated with our review. I want to take a moment to thank the professionals at the Department of Justice who met.
I'd like to point out that review that Todd Blanche just referenced has been taking much longer than it should have legally, lawfully. It's taking longer than it should.
Illegal.
Essentially, you know. And of course, let's not forget that the DOJ had all of 2025. Literally, from January 20th to December 31st. Nearly a full year. Had literally almost a full year. And I mean, at this point, it's been more than a full year, but I'm only talking about 2025 right now. They had all of 2025, you know, to do all the investigations they needed to get into the files. I mean, Donald Trump had explicitly said that they were going to release the files during the campaign over and over again. And somehow the DOJ still hasn't gotten this done. It's real weird. It's almost like they're not interested in actually releasing the files.
Twice daily, sometimes more, for the last 75 days to get to where we are today. The leadership teams from the Office of the Attorney General, from the Deputy Attorney General's office, the Associate Attorney General's office, the Criminal Division, the National Security Division, the FBI, the Southern District of Florida, the Southern District of New York, and the Northern District of New York all gave up many hours every single day on top of their other, of course, full-time obligations to fulfill the President Trump's promise of transparency to the American people.
Are you still talking
I also
about
want to
Jeffrey
thank
Epstein?
the more than 500 lawyers and professionals across all those divisions that I just mentioned and others who worked long days, nights, weekends, Christmas, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, nights, weekends, and holidays.
Oh my God. Great job, everybody, not getting those files out, says Todd Blanche. Were people really working nights and weekends and holidays and they still can't get this done? What in the fuck is going on here? It's weird. It's weird.
Weird.
To complete this production, these highly trained reviewers spend their careers putting bad guys in jail and effectuating the mission of the department. And to a person, they work tirelessly to protect victims and comply with the act since its passage. So thank you to all of them.
Blatant lie. Blatant lie from Todd Blanche. They have not been working tirelessly to protect victims. Multiple victims have been named in these files unredacted, while alleged co-conspirators went redacted. They've been protecting the perpetrators, not the victims. Todd Blanche is just out here, like, just bold-faced lying. We're just protecting the victims, nobody else. I swear to God. I swear to God, nobody. Please stop asking questions.
Today we are producing more than 3 million pages, including more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images. In total, that means that the department produced approximately 3.5 million pages in compliance with the Act. Just a quick note about the videos and images. The 2,000 videos and 180,000 images are not all videos and images taken by Mr. Epstein or someone around him.
So what you're saying is you haven't released all of the files. It's January 30th. We're 3 months out from the passage of the Epstein files bill in Congress, or however long it's been. Is it 2 or 3 months? I can't remember when it was passed. He said it. I think he just said it. I can't remember still. But we're so far out from this time. It's very confusing to my little pea brain. Can't understand it. It's like the DOJ has the entire force of the U.S. government. You know, they have everything. They have all the money. You know, they have all the investigative resources you would think that they need to get this done. They still can't release all the files. Shocking. Shocking, Todd.
Large quantities of commercial pornography and images that were seized from Epstein's devices, but which he did not take or that someone around him did not take. Some of the videos, though, and some of the images do appear to be taken by Mr. Epstein or by others around him. Now, I want to talk for a few minutes about the department's document identification and review protocols. It consisted of multiple layers of review and quality control designed to ensure compliance under the Act and protect victims. On top of the review protocols that
we're taking so long. You see, you don't understand. The reason we're not complying with the Act is that we're complying with the Act, says Todd Blanche. She's like, yeah, I know it's taking us months to get this out. We still haven't gotten everything out, but that's because of how hard we're trying to comply. That's the reason we're not complying is because we're complying so good right now. You don't get it. You guys don't get it, okay? You're all stupid. You're a bunch of stupid heads, okay? We're complying so good right now. That's why we're not complying. Don't you see?
Department had in place. The United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York employed an additional review protocol to ensure compliance with a court order requiring United States Attorney Jay Clayton to certify that with respect to certain materials, a large quantity of the materials, a rigorous process was undertaken to protect victims against any clearly unwarranted
it was rigorous
personal privacy.
It was not rigorous. You know, I know it wasn't rigorous because of what I just said moments ago. Because multiple victims have actually gone with their names unredacted in these files. So, not that rigorous, you would think. And this is the level of rigor we're to expect out of this lawless federal government right now. By rigor, they mean, maybe we'll get to it. I don't know. Is it important protecting the victims? It's more important we protect the perpetrators. We wouldn't want people to, you know, have any allegations floating around out there that might be linked to Donald Trump or perhaps Trump himself.
The department's collection effort resulted in more than 6 million pages being identified as potentially responsive, including department and FBI emails, interview summaries, images, videos, and various other materials collected and generated during the various investigations and prosecutions that the Act covered. We erred on the side of over-collection of materials from various sources to best ensure maximum transparency.
Oh, they erred on the side of over-collecting. Perhaps that's why they can't do it. They're just collecting so much information. That's why they can't release it. There's just too much. Too much for the federal government to handle.
Necessarily means that the number of responsive pages is significantly smaller than the total number of pages initially collected. That's why I mentioned a moment ago we're releasing more than 3 million pages today and not the 6 million pages that we collected. I want to address what we didn't produce. The categories of
Yes,
documents
please.
withheld include those permitted under the Act to be withheld. Files that contain personally identifiable information of victims or victims' personal and medical files, and similar files, the disclosure of which would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. Any depiction of CSAM or child pornography was obviously excluded. Anything that would jeopardize an active federal investigation. And finally, anything that depicts or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury, also not produced. Although the Act allows for withholding for items necessary to...
I'm sorry, are we to understand that there were images of murders in these files and they're not releasing them? Why would Todd Blanche need to bring that up? Can anybody explain that to me? Why would Todd Blanche have to bring... What is he talking about? What in the shit is this man talking about? We all should want to know what the fuck that's about. What did Todd Blanche just mean by that? Images of death? Images of death? You're telling me that the illicit elite sex cabal also was involved in a bunch of serial murder? Is that essentially what Todd Blanche is? I'm trying to understand it. He's being very vague right now, and it's his fault that I'm being forced to what's the word? Not prepare, but like I am being forced to speculate here. Yeah, it sounds bad. I mean, it sounds incredibly bad. And we all deserve to know what the fuck Todd meant by that. Jesus Christ. What are they covering up? We've already seen Voidzilla and Dropsite and these guys. I think Zateo was part of it. I can't remember all the hands that were involved in like uncovering. Like, but like, if you haven't seen it, like, you should watch the CoffeeZilla, Voidzilla video about this, because they've been covering this up like crazy. We already watched it earlier, and like they're literally redacting the names of perpetrators and information relating to the actions of those perpetrators in the documents already that they've released up to this point, not including the newly released documents from today, which also had a shitload of redactions on them, I would point out, and people are just getting through, just starting to go through it right now. It's not, doesn't seem above board in the slightest. Not only is it all late, so far they've been incredibly cagey, as well as, what's the legal term for this? And what's the word for being like intentionally obfuscatory? There's a word for it, I can't think of it. These fuckers are doing a cover-up. And they're taking their sweet, sweet time with it. Making it so obvious what they're doing right now. How anybody can continue to support these criminals, I don't understand. You have to be completely deluded. Like, your mind has to be like, you have to be so far gone at this point. Think these guys care about the law? Or you? Or the Epstein files? Or anything? Really? Aside from themselves and their political power? That is all they care about. Saving their own asses. Obstruction. Yes, obstruction is a good word. Yeah. They're obstructing justice. That's probably the legal term I was searching for. Alright, let's keep diving into these fucking files. I'm done with Todd. I'm done with Todd's stupid speech. It's like 35 minutes of Todd being like, you know. Basically, Todd just out there being Trump's personal lawyer. Like, look, we're doing a great job. The president is a great man. Glitch Greens, using some space credits over on Twitch to give me some sunglasses. Thank you. It's very bright in here. There we go. Ah, that's much better. Ooh, and a hat. I'll take it. All right, enough from Todd Blanche lying out of the DOJ press office to CNN from 2 hours ago. Epstein files key findings. Elon Musk discussed visiting the island in 2013. 2013, that's an interesting year. It's an interesting year because at that point, Jeffrey Epstein had already faced charges for his crimes in Florida. Back when Alex Acosta and Pam Bondi, as acting Florida Justice Department officials, helped cover up his first batch of crimes.
Well, the files also show that Epstein repeatedly took the fifth during a 2016 deposition when asked more than a dozen questions about former President Clinton. Among them, several about whether Mr. Clinton visited Epstein's private island and flew in his private plane. The former president has denied ever having visited the island. So has Elon Musk, yet the files contain at least 2 emails discussing just that. In one from the 24th of November 2012, Epstein writes, "How many people will you be for the heli to island?" Musk responded the next day that it would probably just be him and his then wife, adding, quote, "What day/night will be the wildest party on our island?" A year later, Musk wrote Epstein saying, quote, "We'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays," BVI's British Virgin Islands. "Is there a good time to visit?"
His then wife, was it Grimes? Who did he marry? Who was Elon Musk married to in 2013? Wait, were they ever married? I'm trying to remember. Oh, Tallulah Riley. Tallulah. I actually have no idea who the fuck this woman is. Tallulah Riley. An English actress and writer who's appeared in many films and TV shows. Best known for her roles in Bride and Prejudice and Westworld. Cool.
Which Epstein replied, "Always space for you." It's unclear if that or the other visit took place. Representatives for Musk did not immediately respond to a request for comment about the new emails. And Musk in 2019
well, first of all,
told Vanity
some
Fair,
of the things
quote,
that I
"He
say
tried
will be
repeatedly
incorrect."
to get me to visit his island. I declined. Now, Musk, you'll recall, famously posted this during his beef with the president this year, quote, "Time to drop the really big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files." Minutes later, he followed up with, quote, "Mark this post for the future. The truth will come out." Now, keeping him honest, that's kind of hard to do. He seems to have taken the post down along with the first one. Also in the files, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who famously said he'd broken ties with Epstein in 2005, vowing to, quote, "never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again." The files, though, reveal Lutnick or his wife, Allison, were in touch with Epstein as recently as 2012. In an email from Allison Lutnick in November of that year, she writes, quote, "We are looking forward to visiting you," adding, "We are traveling on a yacht called Excellence, and I am CCing the captain." A spokesperson for
Weird! All these guys hanging out with Epstein, even though they say they don't hang out with Epstein. That's super weird. Howard Lutnick, Elon Musk, hanging out with old Jeffrey just in the last decade. Fascinating. Fascinating. It's crazy. Who could have expected that? Trump acolytes? Donors? Federal officials? In his cabinet? In the Epstein files? I'm sure that has nothing to do with the incredible delay tactics that have been coming out of the Trump administration. Whether it was the multiple fake releases this year or whatever else. I'm sure that has nothing to do with their lengthy attempts at stonewalling the Epstein files. You know, these revelations, I'm sure they're completely, I'm sure people probably didn't even know about it, right? Like, I bet nobody even knew about it. You know, like they were only reportedly earlier last year, around June, going through the files with a fine-tooth comb for Trump and Trump acolytes. I'm sure they had no idea that like Elon and Steve Witkoff showed up in there hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein in the last 10 years.
Immediately respond to a request for comment. So a lot to talk about tonight. Starting us off, CNN Chief Legal Affairs Correspondent Paula Reed. She's been going through the documents all day. So what stands out to you from the documents you've reviewed so far?
So the document that really stands out at this point is this list of accusations against President Trump, because the FBI compiled this list last summer, and this is a lot of the kind of information that investigators gather when they're looking at whether charges should potentially be pursued. For example, they're looking at unverified tips. Some include secondhand information that came through a tip line. It appears the FBI followed up on some tips. At least one was found to be unverified. But this is the kind of information they collect but do not usually make public if there are no charges brought in a case. Now, of course, President Trump has always denied any wrongdoing connected to Epstein, but there are a lot of questions.
Yeah, and I mean, none of us should care about that right now. It doesn't matter that they don't normally release this sort of information, because they are legally bound to in this particular case because of the legislation that was passed by Congress, which usurps the existing what do you call them? I guess laws around this sort of information, right? It usurps it for the public good because people think it's more important to have this information than to protect the people in the fucking files, right? Protect the alleged co-conspirators, right? Just because they haven't faced justice, you know, it doesn't matter, right? Just because they haven't faced charges, been able to, it doesn't matter, because the law is the law. It was written into law by Congress, signed by Donald Trump, and so that none of that matters. So I don't know why CNN's bringing it up.
First of all, why did the FBI make this list of accusations specifically relevant to President Trump, though President Bill Clinton was also mentioned in there? The document was also taken down at least twice today. Last time I checked, Anderson, it was back up. But this list of allegations will likely prompt more questions.
Dude, they have had so much time for this. They've had so much time to prepare for this, and they're still doing it. They're still doing it. They've been doing it since the very beginning of the releases. They put something out, and they make a mistake, and they have to pull it back off of the internet. Like, it's insane. It's insane. There's zero competence over at the DOJ and the FBI right now. It is run by a bunch of idiots and morons. And literal co-conspirators, it would seem, in all of this. In this fucking cover-up. It is insane. How many times now have they pulled back information that was potentially harmful to Donald Trump after the fact, after everybody sees it? They're like, oh, whoopsies. Tiny mistake.
For the Justice Department and the White House, even though this release is, of course, part of an effort to try to tamp all this down.
Trump in the Epstein files. The Justice Department releasing millions of new pages of documents from the Epstein files, and among them is a list that Trump's own Justice Department compiled, his own Justice Department. This list details a list of sexual assault allegations related to the president.
Illegal.
Now, this list was released this morning as part of this document dump, but then suddenly disappeared from the Justice Department's website. That was noticed, called out, that got posted again. The administration claims that snafu is because the site got overloaded. Now, many of the allegations appear.
The site got overloaded.
Zuckerbuck. Give me a joke.
Oh, God. Oh, man. The site got overloaded. That's why this one particular document containing Donald Trump and a bunch of, I mean, it's so laughable. It is so laughable. Oh, it's just overloaded. It was just this site. It's too much. It's a bunch of PDF documents and Word documents. They're tiny. They're tiny. You personally, with very little equipment, a couple of hard drives, you could probably host the entire Epstein files. It's not that much, right? It sounds like a lot the way they're talking about it, but these are Word documents and PDFs. They are not, there's not like rich, like images and stuff like that. It's like a bunch of old photos, like scanned photos from like the 90s and like the early aughts or whatever. Like, these are not like extremely dense files, right? I'll bet you it's less than a terabyte of actual information. Like, you could host it, and it's laughable that the government would suggest that it was too much. This one document, it just overloaded everything. Oh God, we had to take it down. It's funny.
And upsetting, frankly. The files also today released included a complaint from a woman who accused Trump of raping her in 1994 when she was 13 years old. According to the complaint, the woman, identified as Jane Doe, claims, quote, Epstein was angry that Trump was the one to take Doe's virginity and then went on to rape Doe. That's just disgusting and depraved. It goes on in graphic detail. These descriptions do mirror the allegations of Jane Doe made in her 2016 lawsuit against Trump, a lawsuit that was eventually dropped. Now, at the time, Trump denied the allegations, his attorney telling Politico it is categorically untrue, it is completely frivolous, it is baseless, it is irresponsible. I won't even discuss the merits because it gives it credibility it doesn't deserve. And Trump's DOJ, again, stressing, quote, this production may include fake or falsely submitted images, documents, or videos, as everything that was sent to the FBI by the public was included in the production that is responsive to the act, referring to the act of Congress forcing them to release these files, of which this chunk they're releasing, of course, is a month after the deadline.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
While Trump is not accused of any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein at this time, he has fought vehemently and obsessively against the release of the files, lashing out at reporters who have pressed him for a long, long time on why his Justice Department has been so slow to release anything.
I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. You just keep going on the Epstein files. And what the Epstein is a Democrat hoax. We have nothing to do with Epstein. The Democrats do. All of his friends were Democrats.
Are Elon Musk and Jeff and Steve Bannon and Steve Witkoff, those guys, Democrats? Is Donald Trump a Democrat?
I did everything right.
Are you still
It's
talking
weird.
about Jeffrey Epstein?
Very weird.
When you talk about the Epstein hoax, it's just a hoax. The whole Epstein thing is a Democrat hoax.
Joining us now is Virginia Democratic Congressman James Walkinshaw, who sits on the House Oversight Committee. So, Congressman, the ranking Democrat on the Oversight Committee, Congressman Robert Garcia, released this blistering statement after the files were released, saying, quote, in part, we are demanding the names of Epstein's co-conspirators and the men and pedophiles who abused women and girls. Do you accept the government's explanation for the redactions they've made?
No, I don't. I mean, look, the Trump administration and the Department of Justice has slow-rolled this release at every turn. Today, they released 3 million of the 6 million documents we know they have. We know they have 6 million because they said it. They released 50% of the documents, and the 50% we have today are heavily, heavily redacted. So they continue to cover up the full truth that's in the files. So we're going to continue to push the Oversight Committee's investigation. Will continue throughout this Congress and into the next Congress, I suspect. We're not going to stop until we get the transparency that the survivors are demanding.
I mean, some of the claims in some of these files are I mean, pretty bizarre and don't sound very credible. In your view, should the general public, I mean, what should the general public take away from these files? How are people supposed to know what's credible and what isn't?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. And, you know, there are a number of uncorroborated or perhaps unverified allegations against President Trump there. And I think what I would say is all of that deserves additional scrutiny. Some of them have been revealed publicly in the past and perhaps have limited credibility, but all of them should be explored. You know, the Oversight Committee in the coming weeks, we're going to be deposing Jeffrey Epstein's accountant, his attorneys, the attorneys for his estate. So we're going to continue to ask questions. And I think this release, although limited, not what the law requires, this release will provide information to guide our questioning as we move forward.
Among the materials that the Deputy Attorney General Blanche said were withheld from this release were files that would jeopardize an active federal investigation. Is it clear to you what investigative avenues remain at this point, or if there are any active federal investigations ongoing into this?
I have no insight into the active investigations that the Department of Justice might be engaged in. Obviously, we know President Trump has.
Yeah, and what's interesting is of course, they announce practically every single investigation that they do over at the DOJ. Every single one is like a press opportunity for them. So if there is active investigation, they keep bringing up these supposed active investigations. If there is one, where's the press release? Where's the press briefing? Why aren't we being told about this? You know, Epstein files, a lot of people care about them. It's weird, especially Trump voters, that they would just, I don't know, not mention it, that they were launching an investigation into something or somebody. You'd think they'd want to. It's all Democrats, right? It's a Democrat hoax. And so if they're doing an active investigation, why don't we know? Why don't we know about it? It's weird.
Done what he has done repeatedly and directed the Department of Justice to investigate his political opponents or Democrats with respect to Epstein. I hope that's not the path they're doing. If there are real, legitimate investigations based on what they've learned in the files, those should proceed without any interference or involvement from President Trump.
And as we mentioned, the Deputy Attorney General Blanche said that unredacted files would be made available to lawmakers who coordinate with the Department of Justice. Is there a plan to do that? I mean, obviously, it's a lot of files. Is that even possible?
I know that Congressman
just look at the full page redaction. Look at all the full page redactions. How long can a victim's name be exactly? It's weird.
Weird.
All right, let's keep going through the files.
Let's get the files and figure it out.
Oh, God. Oh. Oh. Suddenly my stomach feels like shit all of a sudden. Oh, my God. What is that about? Are you in a timeline where Anderson Cooper is straight now? I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm fairly certain he's still gay. I mean, I don't know. I'm not keeping up with Hassan's. I mean, not Hassan. Why did I call him Hassan? With Anderson Cooper's personal life. In no way am I dialed into that right now. Probably couldn't give less fucks about Anderson right now. Oh, God. Anderson Abbey. All right, let's keep talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes, we are.
The Department of Justice released its latest and likely last major batch of files related to investigations into the late convicted.
Sean L. Kearns makes a good point.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
Yeah.
Every single person on this planet is gay. That includes Anderson Cooper.
sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. This comes more than a month after the DOJ missed a deadline set by Congress and signed into law by President Trump. It includes more than 3 million pages, 2,000 videos, and 180,000 images. The DOJ says there are redactions, including the personally identifiable information of victims, but the department has not provided a full explanation of what's excluded. The Deputy Attorney General said the White House did not have oversight over the review or redactions.
We complied with the statute, we complied with the act, and there is no we did not protect President Trump. We didn't protect or not protect anybody. There's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents. And there's nothing I can do about that.
Our team has been going through that document dump
There's
today,
nothing I can do about that. The guy who's actively redacting information contrary to the law can't do anything about that, says Todd Blanche. It's fascinating. I think actually he's one of the only people that can do something about that. It sort of is flipping logic on his head, even though he is the only person who can really do something about that. I guess technically Pam Bondi as well. She's got a hand in this, of course. But everybody hates Pam, so they've been trying to keep her out of the spotlight lately. But yeah, actually, Todd Blanche is one of the only people who could solve that situation for America.
Allie Rogan joins me now with what we know. So, Allie, what did we learn today?
Anna, this was a massive document dump. As you said, 3 million pages. As you can imagine, our team is still sifting through them. Before today, for comparison, the DOJ had released about 500,000 pages, so this is orders of magnitude bigger. And the person making this announcement today is also notable. Todd Blanche, now Deputy Attorney General. He was President Trump's former personal attorney. He was emphatic, though, that the White House had no involvement in any of the preparation of the documents. He also said that between this release and a forthcoming report to Congress, once that's out, the DOJ's obligations under this law that Congress passed, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, will come to an end.
So I know you're still going through the files, but what do we know about what is inside the files themselves so far?
I think most notably what people are looking for is mentions of President Trump, and there are thousands of them in these documents. Many of them, we should note, are news clippings, but there are some lists and summaries of unsubstantiated claims made against him from individuals alleging wrongdoing, including graphic depictions of alleged sexual abuse, including of underage girls. Some of those complaints date back to the 90s. Others from more recently, around when he was campaigning.
Wow, allegations of sexual abuse against minors by Donald Trump himself. Just littered throughout these Epstein Files releases. Shock. Shock of shocks.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Shock of shocks, the criminal president, the 34-time felon, Donald Trump, may have committed some other felonies here against underage girls. Going back to the 90s, decades. Apparently decades of potential illegal sexual abuse.
What we don't know, though, is whether any of these claims have been substantially investigated. But the Department of Justice says that they were required by law to release everything, including those documents that were fake or falsely submitted. There's also a new diagram we saw today that shows basically an organization chart of Epstein's inner circle. Some employees were blacked out, but we see the connections between him and co-conspirators like Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as several attorneys and an accountant. There's also what appears to be a new picture of a desk or a table filled with photos of Epstein, Maxwell, and public figures, including Trump, as well as one with Pope John Paul II. We've also seen in past releases some.
It's interesting. A photo of Donald Trump appears on his desk here. This clear glass picture frame right at the front. It would seem Jeffrey was very proud of his best friend and their relationship. Look at that. He gets a place of prominence next to Jeffrey's first dollar. Wow. I mean, I assume that's what that is. Place of prominence Donald Trump gets on Jeffrey's desk.
Entirely redacted, and others are completely mundane things like schedule updates. Anna, I also want to note that we've reached out to the White House for comment, and they have provided none.
We should also note, I understand there are other members of the administration mentioned in some of these documents. What do we know?
Yes, we already knew that Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick had a relationship with Epstein, which he claims had ended in the early aughts, but new documents indicate that they made plans to meet for lunch in 2012 on Epstein's private island in the Caribbean, while Lutnick was also vacationing in the Caribbean elsewhere with his family, and it does seem...
Oh, it was just circumstantial. It just happened to hang out. Totally normal.
In those documents, like they followed up.
Take a stop at Jeffries.
We should underscore here, just being mentioned in the documents is no indication of any kind of wrongdoing, but we should also double down on this.
It could be. It's not clear. It's not clear. It could be an indication of wrongdoing. Maybe not legally speaking. But for those of us with an imagination, I'm fairly certain we can all pretty clearly see the indications here of wrongdoing. All these people hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein after decades of allegations against him, a court case in Florida. I mean, like, it was known that this guy, like, everybody hanging out with him in the 20 teens knew that this man was a sex trafficker. Okay? So, there's your indication. They were hanging out with a fucking criminal. They knew he was a criminal. They could not have not known. Would have been really tough not to know.
All right, y'all, we got some huge news that just came out today. We have new Epstein files. So as of right now, we know that there were heavy redactions that were protecting perpetrators in complete contravention of the law. These are illegal redactions under the law. So illegal. When I first started looking at them, immediately was hit with like 4 pages of nothing but pure redactions. So even though they're trying to make it look like they're complying, they're already months too late, and they're redacting stuff they're not legally allowed to redact. So that's point number one. Point number two is they did it again. They doxed Epstein victims again. So let me get this straight. A lot of the perpetrators are incorrectly having their identities protected.
Wait, hold on. They're doxing victims again? Didn't Todd Blanche just tell us moments ago that the reason why it's taking so long to get the files out is because they're being so rigorous in their attention to detail in order to protect the victims? This seems to run contrary to that claim. Very strange. Very, very strange.
Nothing but pure redactions. So even though they're trying to make it look like they're complying, they're already months too late, and they're redacting stuff they're not legally allowed to redact. So that's point number one. Point number two is they did it again. They doxed Epstein victims again. So let me get this straight. A lot of the perpetrators are incorrectly having their identities protected, but the victims are wrongly having their information leak. So yet again, you could say it's amateur hour, or you can say that stuff like this is completely on purpose. But there was also yet again another instance of they posted some stuff, they realized it incriminated Trump, then they pulled it down, and then seemingly put it back up after they realized the cat was already out of the bag.
Immediately,
so,
if not
this
sooner.
is now the second or third time that this has happened exactly this.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Ooh, okay, hey, all right, we did it. We did it. We made it a whole day without doing donos. Thank you all for your attention to this matter. We've done it, a full day of economic blackout here at the Galactic News Network. Donations back on. We are now accepting galactic donations at all of our normal places. I'm going to start a goal over on YouTube while I say these things. We got YouTube super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch with the bits and the power-ups and the subscriptions, the gifted subscriptions. Twitch Prime subscriptions. Did you know that you're free Twitch Prime every month with your Amazon Prime membership? Well, now you do. We got Cash App, we got PayPal, and of course, Throne now too. But the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Anyway, thank you all for your attention to this matter, to for your following by this. I know, it's tough to not spend money for a whole day. Hopefully, we've all managed to do that to our best ability. I know I did. Although I did sleep for a good portion of the day. Still, I felt it was important that we recognize the general strike going on today. That's why I've been telling everybody not to donate for all of Friday. All right, people, it's back on. Galactic Content Goal has started on YouTube. I'm starting one on Twitch as well. Here, I'll let I'll let Kyle keep talking while I go through.
There was
this
also yet again
here.
another instance of they posted some stuff, they realized it incriminated Trump, then they pulled it down, and then seemingly put it back up after they realized the cat was already out of the bag. So this is now the second or third time that this has happened exactly this way, where they post some stuff and they're like, oh shit, this makes Trump look really bad, and then they pull it down. So absolutely incredible stuff. And then you also have, to get to some of the specifics here, Epstein discussed Trump raping an underage girl at his house in an email, and they were like strategizing around how to prepare for that, assuming Trump is going to get questioned about it on the campaign trail in 2016. So that was incredibly disturbing. You have a number of examples of Elon basically emailing back and forth with Jeffrey Epstein and visiting Epstein Island. And what we learned from this email exchange is that it was Elon who sort of initiated and was trying to go to Epstein Island. And Epstein was like accommodating Elon. But Elon was the one who asked. And meanwhile, Elon himself had come out previously, when there were previous leaks, and said, no, I never went, and it was Epstein that asked me to go. I didn't ask him to go. We now know that is factually wrong. We also have Bill Gates apparently got STDs from Russian girls, and there was this very bizarre, almost like a breakup letter between Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Gates when Bill Gates was trying to distance himself from Jeffrey Epstein. We have allegations of sex trafficking and auctioning of underage kids at Mar-a-Lago. And you have Melania's close relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell was exposed here. We didn't know how close they were. Apparently, they were very, very close.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Ghislaine was the head madam, and you had Melania, checking in with her. And then you also have Trump's pick for the Fed chair was also in the Epstein files. His new pick for the Fed chair. So, horrible stuff. You also have yet another example of a 13-year-old who Trump made go down on him, and when she accidentally bit him, Trump ended up hitting her as a result of that. So, and that story lines up with the Katie Johnson story. It's possible it's the same one being reported to the FBI. It's possible that he just has a track record of getting underage girls to do that, coercing them into doing that. And
it's all very, very disturbing. The more that comes out about these files, the more Donald Trump seems to be not only in them, but in them doing horrific things. Not only Donald Trump, but we got Trump acolytes, Elon Musk, Steve Bannon, reportedly hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein well into the 20-teens. Well after Jeffrey Epstein's alleged crimes became public knowledge. Also, Frizzla, thank you for the super chat. Immediately after ending the boycott, Frizzla getting in there. The sweet, sweet super chat. Bonk. Just because. I feel that. I feel that, Frizzla. Much appreciated, pal.
And if they don't do it right, he ends up physically assaulting them. So really, really disturbing stuff here. There was some stuff that appears to be not true. There's one allegation against Robin Leach that he choked a woman to death. That one appears to not be true because none of the details in the allegation add up. Like, for example, it says that Trump had an orgy with underage girls at his golf club in California in 1995 or 1996, and Trump did not buy that property until 2002. So the allegation that involves Robin Leach, and in that same allegation, you also had Trump Jr. and Ivanka involved in it. That particular allegation in the FBI intake form is not accurate. But having said that, in all these FBI intake forms, with all these disturbing allegations, you do realize that if even just one of these allegations in the FBI intake forms is correct, that Trump is a world historic, infamous pedophile and abuser. And my guess is, if I'm being honest with you, my assumption is that at least about half of those FBI intake forms have some truth in them. So just absolutely incredible stuff coming out.
Yeah. And if half of the things that were just said are true about just about Donald Trump, he has at the very least raped an underage girl. At the bare minimum. If you just take half of that information, you get rid of half of it. It doesn't matter. Anywhere you wind up with that, you wind up with at least that. And that is something truly disturbing to think about. But we've been suggesting that it was entirely possible that was the case for months now. It's been clear that there's some very, very damaging information in the files. They don't want it, that they don't want out. If they cared about releasing the files more than they cared about their self-preservation, it would have already been out. There would be no redactions. There would be no improper redactions in the files. But here we are.
People are still combing through the files now and posting different parts of it. And obviously, I'll give you guys more updates when I have more updates. But yet again, completely devastating. And the final point I want to make is, I think Trump is going to do something drastic. We've all seen those posts where during Barack Obama's presidency, he said, watch, Barack Obama is going to attack Iran to distract from this thing or to make his poll numbers go up because his poll numbers are low. Well, he's accused Obama of that because that's how he thinks. He thinks in those terms. So I truly believe that he's going to attack Iran very soon. I would say within a week, I think Donald Trump is going to attack Iran. He already...
We'll talk about that, Kyle. We'll get into that later. I've got Iran stuff for way later tonight on our list. Kyle's getting way ahead of me on this one. But, I mean, it would seem, day in, day out, we keep getting more and more information and more things happening in front of us that would lead me to believe, and perhaps others to believe, that we are, the United States, being run by a cabal of sex criminal Nazis. Bunch of Nazi sex criminals, as well as financial criminals, although honestly the financial crimes sort of pale in comparison to the other crimes, even though they are vast. Just a bunch of Nazi sex criminals running the United States. An elite cabal of billionaire pedophiles running around, running our government.
Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your Attorney General told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the Attorney General. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy?
It's great, the Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this freak,
It's all a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And I like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy?
This great the Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case should give interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. I don't understand why it keeps going. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is.
It's all a big hoax. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. And no different than Russia. And I like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy?
This great the Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
There you go. The Remix Bros. With the Epstein hoax banger.
Everybody. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming. I haven't had anybody saying anything bad about me.
Everybody's coming. Jeff Bezos came, Mark Zuckerberg came, Elon Musk came numerous times. All right, let's go from one crime to another. The Epstein files to the Luigi files. Luigi Mangione due back in court. CBS New York 17 hours ago.
Luigi Mangione due back in federal court today. The judge has to decide if prosecutors can seek the death penalty against the accused United Healthcare CEO killer. Christina Fan is live outside federal court in Lower Manhattan with more details of today's hearing. Christina?
Well, Chris, this hearing is a follow-up to one that happened 3 weeks ago that lasted for several hours, during which a federal judge heard arguments on both sides about whether or not this case is death penalty eligible. Luigi Mangione's attorneys have been arguing that it is not a capital case because murder by firearm, the charge that enables the federal government to seek the death penalty, should be thrown out because it is legally flawed. Federal prosecutors, of course, disagree. Jury selection is currently set for September 8th. The judge's ruling today will determine when the rest of his trial will start. If this remains a death penalty case, the second phase, including opening statements and testimony, would begin next January. If it is not, it will start this year on October 13th. The judge is also expected to decide if prosecutors can show jurors certain pieces of evidence, including a 9mm handgun and a notebook that was found in Mangione's backpack, in which they say he described his intent to whack a health insurance executive. The hearing this morning begins at 11 a.m. Reporting live from Lower Manhattan, Christina Fan, CBS News, New York.
Christina, thank you.
That's too much, man.
There you go. Oh,
subscriptions to the community.
Oh my God. Glitch screens. Jesus Christ. Glitch screens just went rogue over on Twitch just now. 15 galactic subs. Gifted. Hype train started. And now we're at a level 4 hype train already.
Immediately,
that happened
if
fast.
not sooner.
Incredible generosity over on Twitch from Glitch Greens, completing our galactic content goal immediately, if not sooner. 22 minutes into open donation season over here. We've already done it. Great job, everybody. We must take a break from Luigi to do one of these. Great job, everybody. Thank you for all of your donations. You can rest assured that we are going to get the whole show tonight. Thanks to generous space fams like you. Let's see who got all those subscriptions here. By God, we're 86% through a level 4 hype train. That's wild. All right, who got them? Impossible gifted sub. CD Unk sub. CD Unk. I'm glad CD Unk got that sub. CD Unk has been doing tons of clips for us over on Twitch. I really appreciate that, pal. You deserve that. You deserve that subscription. Dull surprise. Yes, of course. Trash Pando. M420, M420. Rothanosk. Venus of Lore. Freddy Mama. No, wait. Freddy Uranus. What am I looking at? Digital Punk X. The Glorious Madam Grimm. Daft Duck. Lordly Canthrope. Arkaminin. And Toast Patrol. Much appreciated, everybody. Frizzla with a super chat over on YouTube as well. Here's for the hype train. I don't think it counts towards the Twitch. I get what you're doing, but I don't think they don't transfer. But thank you. It helps me with my personal feelings of hype. I'm feeling very hype thanks to all of you. Okay. Well, everybody bask in the glory. This confetti party is going to end shortly because we got to get back to the show. But rest assured that we have, in fact, done it. I'm going to turn off the galactic content goal now. We had 3 hours left to complete it. Done. Over. Ending the bits goal on Twitch. All done. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. All right, everybody. Last chance. Confetti. It's going away. All right, back to Luigi. And Luigi Mangione had a real victory in court earlier today. A judge deciding that Luigi Mangione will not be facing the death penalty. A ruling by a federal court judge on Friday, making that determination. Here's ABC 6.
We have breaking news just into our newsroom. A judge in New York City just making a major ruling in the Luigi Mangione case, taking the death penalty off the table. The very same judge also declined to remove the evidence seized during his arrest in Altoona, which includes the alleged murder weapon, a notebook, and some writings. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to the murder of a healthcare CEO last year. As things stand right now, the judge says that Mangione's federal trial is set to begin with opening statements on October 13th. You know that the nation's and probably the world's eyes will be on this case.
Certainly, galactic eyes will be on this case. We've been following it since the very beginning. God, this guy's been sitting in a jail for over a year. Just remember that. Luigi has been sitting in a jail for over a year now. And he still hasn't even, there's been basically, nothing has happened in his case. So much has been going on pre-trial right now. It's pretty crazy. Oh, okay. Hype train completed on Twitch. Level 4. 88% completed. Emotes. New emotes for everybody who contributed to that hype train. All right, moving on from Luigi. Let's quickly talk about the midterms. Elections should be a big topic of discussion this year. 2026 here. Unfortunately, we've been inundated by so much news. I feel like we've barely mentioned them. And we're already a full month into 2026. I thought we would be doing breakdowns, like deep dives on this at this point. Nope. That's unfortunately that has not happened. We're going to do our best here, though, to do at least some quick cursory discussions around all this. Here's somebody that you shouldn't vote for if you're in California. Matt Mahan, who's apparently running against Gavin Newsom for governor. Somehow, he's worse than Gavin.
And as you well know, there is more political news. This one could impact all of California. A new candidate running for governor here, San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan. What do we know about him?
Well, he's an interesting guy. He's a Democrat, but clearly he's looking for the centrist lane in this campaign. As an example, he's a Democrat who strongly criticizes Governor Gavin Newsom, a fellow Democrat. He says the governor hasn't done enough on homelessness, on housing. They faced off on the issue of crime. This mayor, led the campaign to pass Proposition 36 in the last election, which stiffened penalties. The governor was opposed to it. So that's interesting. He's not a really Gavin Newsom fan.
Yeah, when this guy loses this election, he should go get a job at fucking TYT. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy right here.
He's a member of the same party. At the same time, he comes from Silicon Valley, so he gets some support from the industry there. He's an interesting candidate. Clearly, he's looking at following a centrist path, trying to get support from both Republicans and Democrats.
Well, go run it as an independent, you piece of shit. Fuck off. Fuck off. This guy, I looked into him. He is actually somehow worse than Gavin Newsom. And you know how much heat I have for Gavin Newsom. But this year, I'm just going to be real with you on the candidates. No matter how much I hate one candidate, I have to be objective. And this guy is actually somehow worse than Gavin Newsom. I don't know how you could manage to do that and also be simultaneously running as a Democrat. I thought Gavin was basically as far to the right as you could get. I was wrong. This guy is a psychopath. Fuck him. Fuck you, Matt Mahan, if you're hearing this right now. You suck. Go run as a Republican. I don't know why you're trying to play it off as a Democrat. There's plenty of better candidates in this race, like Katie Porter. Fuck this guy. Go to hell. Patriarchy, the battle of the dickheads. Yeah. Yeah. These guys suck. All right. Let's go to Illinois. Talk about the U.S. Senate primary.
Congresswoman Robin Kelly, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, and Illinois Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton all taking the stage here at ABC 7 tonight. An opportunity to make their case to voters. And in tonight's format, the candidates focused more on their individual stances and policies rather than taking aim at their primary opponents.
Top of mind for millions of Americans, and particularly Illinoisans, is the immigration crackdown by the Trump administration.
And as I say, dismantle, impeach, and rebuild, because Homeland Security is too big, it's too unwieldy, and there is no accountability, and we have to change that.
Noem has to be fired. If she's not fired, then we have to impeach her. Masks have to come off. ID has to go on. Body cameras have to go on. No more warrantless arrests.
We need to abolish ICE. This system cannot be reformed. And we right now have Senate Democrats with a real opportunity over these next 2 weeks to hold firm and fight.
Another fight in the minds of the working class and in the court of public opinion between Democrats and Republicans is the affordability of everyday life. Right now, the federal minimum wage is just $7.25 an hour.
I co-sponsored the original legislation to raise it to $15 an hour. I think $17 sounds reasonable given inflation.
I support a $25 an hour minimum wage. Because I don't think we should think about just minimum wage. I think we should think about a livable wage.
I would support raising it to $17 an hour. And also, we have to be realistic.
After the forum, the candidates taking questions from reporters. Congresswoman Kelly honing in on the reality of working in Washington rather than historically blue Illinois.
I've been in Congress almost 13 years and only been in the majority 4. It teaches you have to work across the aisle. If you
Go fuck yourself. Anybody who says that they are here to work across the aisle, who's running as a Democrat, is an enemy of the state. Okay? Fuck these people. Anybody who works with Republicans in this moment is a collaborator. Go fuck yourself. Honestly, I'm not sure who I'm not sure who I support right now. It's between Schaumburg and Krishnamurti right now. I'm not, but I know for a fact I don't support this. Fuck you. You go fuck yourself. Sorry, I haven't had a ton of time. I've been like, you might be shocked to hear this, but I've been sort of like overwhelmed by all the news I'm dealing with, and I'm doing my best here uncovering the elections, but like I have not done as much research on it as I would like. Very frustrating. Very, very frustrating to me. All right, we will come back to talking about elections in the second half, but we are an hour and a half into the show right now. Still got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight, people. Honestly, I'm moving wildly slow tonight. Wildly slow. I've gotten through like 10 clips. It's bad. It's a bad start for me. I'm moving slow, but it's a lot. There's a lot going on right now. All right, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there, of course, for you to show your support. Help keep the Galactic News Network alive. That's right, without your donations, we would cease to exist. But thankfully, we have tons of ways for you to support us. Things like YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, rubies over on the vertical streams. You got Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs, the gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs. We got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. We have Throne if you'd like to go shopping for me. A place where you can buy physical gifts. For me, I add stuff that I need in life over there. And rather than, going by the other normal methods, we now have a way for you to just give me physical gifts. But of course, the very best way still remains Patreon, where for $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar, shout out at the end of every stream, secret Discord channel inside the Discord server, and much, much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. All right, everybody. We are back. Break over. Second half about to begin. So hopefully you've gotten your snacks, your drinks, and are prepared for the show. All right, we're done talking Epstein, we're done talking Luigi, we're almost done talking the elections, but I'm afraid we still have more to get into with all of that. Few more videos where we can stop talking about the elections for today. It should be something we're talking about on a daily basis at this point, because the primaries are incredibly important. We can't be electing people like this into office, okay? This is what we have to avoid. Bunch of collaborators. We can't have them. We're watching it happen right now. We're watching it happen right now with Capo Chuck. Okay? Like, we can't have these fucking collaborators in here anymore, and the only way to get them out is through primaries. It's the only way. All right, let's go here to one woman who refuses to collaborate. Woman who's running for Congress in Illinois. Kat Abou-Ghazaleh.
Right now, the Chicago Tribune editorial board is interviewing candidates for their endorsement, which I will not be seeking. My name is Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois, and while I care deeply about local endorsements and coalition building, I also want to make sure that coalition reflects my values. And while I could give a long-winded explanation about why I'm not seeking the Tribune editorial board's endorsement, I think it's more helpful if I just read some of their headlines from the past year. From the Free Press to CBS, Barry Weiss's principles are stellar journalistic ideals. Greg Bovino should heed the advice of Susie Wiles if he won't listen to ordinary Chicagoans. Somalis should be welcome in America, but not those who commit crimes en masse. Is centrism in the Democratic Party dead? We hope not. And Democrats are doubling down on vulgar language. To what end? That one was about me because I said Democrats should grow a fucking spine. I know, I am evil. I also want to note that I am an avid reader of the Chicago Tribune, and that both as a citizen and a journalist, I really appreciate the hard work the reporters there do. Some of the best journalism in the country is done by Tribune writers. But an editorial board is not journalism. In fact, editorial boards like the Tribune's often diminish the actual journalism that goes on at these publications. More often than not, ed boards are used to mainstream right-wing talking points under the guise of radical centrism. This is literally how we got Bari Weiss. I am very proud of the coalition we've built on this campaign, including the Sunrise Movement, If Not Now Chicago, the Justice Coalition, State Representative Abdul Nasser Rashid, and the Nurses Union. And we are working hard to broaden that coalition. But I think it's important that when it comes to these traditions, like editorial board endorsements, that we reevaluate whether they're necessary and also be realistic. They were not going to endorse me, and that's fine. That's democracy. They have plenty of candidates to choose from. And on our side, we want to make sure that the support we are building is in line with our campaign's message, which is why right now I am knocking doors in a -1 degree wind chill. So on that note, I wish all of my fellow candidates the best of luck in their endorsement process, and I can't wait to see what the ed board writes next.
There we go, Kat Abou-Ghazaleh saying thanks but no thanks, not interested in the endorsement of the Chicago Tribune's editorial board because they're a bunch of hacks. Kat, if you're in Illinois, vote for Kat. You're in the district, Illinois' 9th district. I don't know exactly where that is. Evanston? I can't remember. I'm sorry, I'm not perfect. I'm doing my best over here. But if you can, vote for Kat. She is the sort of leadership that we need now in the 21st century. Now, unfortunately, maybe we're not going to have midterms this year, or they're going to be completely rigged and stolen by the Trump administration, who are seemingly doing everything they can to prevent a fair election from happening this year for fear of losing power. And now that they are historically unpopular, only 1 year into Trump's term, they're scared shitless of losing power. So why not do some crimes instead? The FBI raided the Fulton County Election Board office and illegally seized voter rolls from the state, something which the federal government is not allowed to do. They did it anyway, though.
Illegal.
But this is, of course, not the only way that they've been trying to steal the elections. They did a unprecedented mid-decade redistricting effort in multiple states. However, that effort seemingly may not be going in the way which they had planned.
At the beginning of the year, the Republicans decided that they were going to do redistricting. Now, generally, there's no redistricting until the census numbers come out at every decade. This is called for in the Constitution. And then you get a sense of how many people are going to be represented. Has one state or one district lost numbers in such a way that we need to sort of balance it out. Also the Electoral College as well. And but Republicans want desperately to maintain control of the House. And so they launched this plan promoted by the White House, starting in Texas, to redistrict in Texas and pick up more seats by gerrymander. And really aggressive gerrymandering.
Which they've already engaged in. We should also be clear that the Democrats have in many ways for years unilaterally disarmed on this issue and allowed for Republican states to gerrymander in ways that give them an outsized advantage.
It really started in the 2010 census. There was a guy, the godfather of gerrymander, a Republican, who had developed plans to gerrymander, and they were able to do so with a lot more precision because all the data had become computerized and digitized. And so you were able to, down to the person, create new lines. And in fact, when this guy died, his estranged daughter released these files about this Republican strategist. And it showed that what took place, particularly also during the, in addition to all his files about the gerrymander, it also showed that he had suggested to the Department of Justice to lie as a way of justifying redistricting during that took place in 2020. And so we're still seeing sort of like the fallout from this. However, it seems that the Keystone cops in charge of this miscalculated, and we have entered an era where, at the very least, Democrats responded. And part of like the Republican strategy has always been Democrats are always not going to respond in kind. But it turns out it didn't work out that way.
Which I mean, to be fair, up to this point, that has been a safe bet to make. You know, like it's worked out so far. Why not try
Trump
again?
and the Republicans started this redistricting fight, but it looks like that the Democrats are going to finish them off. Because what are we talking about? What's the most likely outcome? Most likely House seat gain from mid-decade redistricting. You mentioned back in the summer of 2025, it started in Texas. It looked like Republicans, the most likely that they were going to get nationwide was 5 seats. But today, at this point, the most likely outcome is Democrats actually gaining from the mid-decade redistricting battle. Now, this isn't about right. It's an approximation. I wouldn't be surprised if it's tied. I wouldn't be surprised if Democrats actually gain 2 or 3 seats from the mid-decade redistricting battle. But the bottom line is this. It started out as a plus for Republicans, and now it looks like the Democrats have fought back in a major way. It looks like it's going to be a plus for them now.
Maybe it's numbers like this that are causing Republicans to look for completely illegal ways. Now, of course, the redistricting effort, the mid-decade redistricting effort that had basically up to this point had never happened in history. Like, you're supposed to do it like constitutionally, you're supposed to redistrict after the census, which happens once a decade. Instead, Republicans are like, fuck it, let's try it now. Let's get crazy with it. Does the Constitution explicitly prohibit us from doing this? Oh, okay, let's go for it. And it seems to have gone awry quickly, very quickly, within 6 months. And now they're looking for completely illegal ways of scuttling the elections in their favor by seizing voting records from states. I mean, Pam Bondi was demanding the voting records of Minnesota from people like Tim Walz last week as a way to coerce, like basically offering a reduction in ICE efforts in Minnesota for those voting records, which really, I mean, puts them like shows their hand on both sides. You know, like the actual reasoning for what they're doing with ICE, completely political, simultaneously showing that they're trying to rig and steal an election, just blatantly so, out in the open.
Which states are you thinking are going to present more advantage for one party over another?
Yeah, okay, so right, you know, it's basic mathematics, right? You know, likely redistricting gains for 2026. California, of course, Gavin Newsom, 5 seats for the Democrats. Utah, court ruling there, 1 seat. And then it basically evens out on the Republican side, right? Maybe a 4-seat gain from Texas. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if that was, in fact, 3, only 3, not the 5 we thought.
Side note about the Texas election fraud: Abbott stole that election from Beto. They threw out the 200,000 ballots in Austin on some kind of technicality. Just happened to be a Beto O'Rourke heavy area. Honestly, I was not dialed in on that election when it was going down, so that's actually news to me. Not shocked to hear that Greg Abbott would do something undemocratic.
And then it basically evens out on the Republican side, right? Maybe a 4-seat gain from Texas. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if that was, in fact, 3, only 3, not the 5 we thought it was going to start out with. Again, taking away seats from the Republicans nationwide. 1 in North Carolina, 1 in Ohio. Basically even, but even in terms of the likely, I think it's more likely than not that Democrats are going to be on the plus side of this equation when you add up the different states.
What other states are you watching, though, for a possible, to impact this outcome?
Yeah, okay. What about the potential gains? The potential gains. You know, there was a big ruling in New York court yesterday. It could be Democrats gain a seat there. This is potential. Maryland may be a seat there. It may redistrict and put an 8-0 map instead of the 7-1 currently. How about 3 seats in the Commonwealth of Virginia? Virginia, you're looking at 5 on this side, then maybe 3 in Florida for Republicans, 1 in Missouri. But again, here, what are we talking about? We're talking about 5 versus 4. 4 on the GOP side, 5 on the Democrat side. You just start adding the states up over and over and over again. And what you see is what you see at the top here, which is the most likely outcome at this point is Democrats, not Republicans, gaining from redistricting. What a change. If you said to me last summer, Democrats more likely to gain than Republicans, I wouldn't buy it. But again, as I said at the start, Donald Trump and the Republicans started this mid-decade redistricting war, but it looks like Democrats.
God damn. Harry is struggling over here with the numbers. I would like to point this out. This is not all of the potential seats Democrats can take. This is all just as a result of the redistricting effort, right? Like that +1, that just represents the efforts that have gone into it in the last year over this last 7 months. Really, the fight didn't really start until like the summer last year, like the graphic here says, and there's a lot of seats for Democrats to technically pick up this year, for Republicans to lose this year, and that's just as a result of bad governance.
I'm going to finish them off.
Honestly, this is the like one of the first times I can remember in 20 years where Democrats have addressed like what Republicans have done on a structural or process level and beat them at their own game.
Well, I mean, the advantage was always on the Democrat side if they chose to take it, because the Republicans are a minoritarian party. I mean, their ideas aren't popular. The areas of the country that they represent are less populous than the areas of the country that Democrats represent. They just have chosen, for the most part, to unilaterally disarm. And those numbers could be even better than what Enton, now I can never remember what it actually is because of Trump, Enton is saying, because...
Say it right, Emma. Say it right. The great Harry Emden. Spelled E-M-D-E-N, Emden. The very best numbers over there at CNN.
Given what the polling is about Trump with, like, the coalition. There was a piece in the New York Times yesterday, actually, basically just showing how, in terms of polling, the coalition that he won in 2024 has completely collapsed already.
So, in other words, this is just sort of assuming that it's not a dummy mander.
Right.
But if it's a dummy mander, in other words, in Texas, the way that you're going to pick up those seats is by taking surefire, slam dunk Republican congressional districts and diluting them by
spreading those
Republicans out. But it is contingent, like you say, on these massive demographic swings that took place in the 2024 election that now appear to have been just boomeranged back to where they were.
Oh, it's funny that, sorry, I can take a screenshot of it since, all right, yeah.
We're going to see that boomerang. But so this is assuming that the people who have...
I think Sam is right, though. I think the dummy mander is in. They made a big move on this mid-decade redistricting, and they did not calculate it correctly. Republicans did not at all. Like they counted their minority chickens before they hatched. You know what I mean? Like they basically looked at it and they said, we will never lose another voter ever again. All of the groups of people who decided to vote for us in that last, there's no way that we do anything to alienate them between now and 2026. Here we are. And here we are. And those numbers have reversed so drastically that they're doing worse than they were before, well before the election.
Gerrymandered, like they could be confident about what their numbers showed. Democrats still just structurally get one more. In an election like this, generically speaking, when the one party is the party that is out of power usually picks up. So that's also a tailwind. And then there's this dummy mander element, which is so much of the Republicans' redistricting was based upon the idea that we're going to get, we made all these gains.
Oh my God. Oh man. Let's not forget, going into 2020, Donald Trump and Republicans were so far underwater that Joe Biden, of all people, won an election. And now they're doing worse with non-white 18 to 29 and non-midterm voters, although this group is the least important, right? The non-midterm voters are the least important group. But all registered voters now back behind it. I mean, every single one of them is a complete and total reversal, aside from people over the age of 65. Old white people are the only people who haven't full reversed yet, even though actually, technically, I think, honestly, this is a bad graph for Republicans.
Awful. Weak.
In non-white voters, to the point where we had only a minus 15 level of support amongst non-white voters, and that has boomeranged back further than it was in 20.
Yep.
to now close to minus 45.
The 18 to 29 one, holy smokes.
Yeah. Now, 18 to 29 people don't vote necessarily in the same numbers, so that's not going to have the same impact as those non-white numbers. All registered voters, though, you can see it is I don't know, 7, 8, or I should
Negative
say
10.
5, 6 points. Not midterm voters.
I think what Sam is trying to say is that it's 5 or 6 points past where it was in 2020. Ultimate math nerd.
It just keeps going on and on. In every level, they seem to have essentially lost ground.
And it's really the economy in many ways that the pollster says is they're citing.
18 to 29-year-olds are absolutely screwed by the economy in a way that I thought our generation was. I graduated right after the financial crisis. And
Seriously.
It was completely anemic. It's apparently worse now. It's horrible.
I think me and Matt are the same age. Because that was basically where I was at. My father died around the same time. It was a tough time for me, I remember it. And honestly, these kids do seem to be somehow more screwed than we were back then. God, it's a terrible time. It's a terrible timeline to be on. We find ourselves traveling along right now. Although I never finished. I honestly, I never finished my, what do you call it? Your my bachelor's. I got a bunch of, undergrad, associates type stuff that I did. I don't know what I'm talking about. This is not important. All right, let's go here. Mike Figueredo at the Humanist Report. He's got more to tell us about this election.
This should have people across the country absolutely shook. This is a huge deal. This is an FBI raid on the Fulton County Elections Office.
We don't know where they're being taken. We don't know what's going to happen to them. So we can no longer, and I can no longer, as chair of this board, satisfy not only the citizens of Atlanta, but the citizens of the world, that those ballots are still secure. So that is a major concern that I have right now.
Fulton County is right now the target, the only county right now fighting over an election that already happened. but it is coming to a place near you. This is the beginning of the chaos of 2026 that is about to ensue.
Wednesday's FBI raid on an election center in Fulton County, Georgia, is a chilling reminder that the Trump regime is serious about stealing the upcoming election. And even though it feels hyperbolic and downright conspiratorial to say that, it's not. As hard as it may be to digest the fact that it's come to this, it's come to this. We need to believe our lying eyes. Everything that he's doing in Fulton County, which has long been at the center of his lies about the 2020 election, is all a not so subtle attempt to create the pretext to completely subvert November's election. Nobody knows what the rationale will be, but now that they've seized ballots from local officials, all they have to do is lie and say that they finally have definitive evidence of fraud and use that as a justification to either take over local elections in other counties that are supposedly at risk of fraud or disenfranchise voters concentrated in precincts where they claim they found fraud. They could even say that they found evidence that a foreign entity helped steal the election for Democrats in 2020. I think that's also a possibility due to the bizarre presence of Tulsi Gabbard at the raid.
Guess who showed up at this FBI raid? Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard has nothing to do with election security. Tulsi Gabbard...
Look at her being all fucking creepy over here. What in the fuck? Look at this creepy ass woman over here. What is this shit? Look at her, like, the hat on. Since when does Tulsi Gabbard start? Since when does Tulsi wear a hat? Why is this bitch like hiding behind this door with a hat, leering out, just leering out at everybody? What's wrong with her? What happened to Tulsi? Seriously. The Manchurian Tulsi. What the fuck? What's wrong with this woman?
Tulsi Gabbard has nothing to do with election security. Tulsi Gabbard has even been in charge of dismantling what was called...
Do you remember this? I'm sorry, I gotta pull this up. Do you remember this? We gotta do this real quick. While we're talking fucking Tulsi frickin' Gabbard over here. Sorry, hold on. I have the clip. The clip is posted to my channel. Does everybody remember what I posted like earlier? This is from like, I think this is like from 5-6 years ago now. Tulsi Gabbard went on the Hill Rising with Crystal Ball and I think it was Sagar at the time. Can't remember. Oh no, don't go. No, that's not what I meant to do. No, don't do that. That's not what I want. I did not ask for that. That is very rude. But it is incredible how far gone Tulsi Gabbard really is. I just want to remind you folks of this. Where is it? Ah, there it is. One of the last shorts that I uploaded to the channel. Tulsi fucking Gabbard.
There is no question
let's see what
in
she
my
had to
mind
say.
that Donald Trump is unfit to serve as president and commander-in-chief. I've said this over and over again. He has made many decisions that are counter to the best interests of the American people, our country, and our national security. There is no question in my mind that Donald Trump is unfit to serve as president and commander-in-chief.
It's weird. So weird.
Foreign malign influence center to try to make sure foreign countries don't interfere in our elections. This complete Trump loyalist somehow popping up on an FBI raid? What the heck was she doing?
Great question. I wouldn't put it past them to coerce Maduro into signing some confession about Venezuelan interference in the 2020 election as part of a plea deal between him and the feds, because Sidney Powell, one of his attorneys, who pled guilty, by the way, to election interference herself in Georgia and defended herself by saying no reasonable person would take her claims about the 2020 election.
She really looks like Gia from Captain Planet. J-Rock, don't ruin Captain Planet for everybody, okay? Come on. Come on. That's very rude. Gia is much better than Tulsi Gabbard, and I won't have you slander a great American cartoon with the name of a terrible person like
fact
Tulsi
said
Gabbard.
that Dominion voting machines were part of an international election rigging conspiracy involving communist money from countries including Venezuela and Cuba. And when you also take into account the fact that Trump is planning a legal regime change in Cuba as well by the end of the year, at least according to a report by the Wall Street Journal, he can now boldly say that his intelligence director has concluded that foreign actors did indeed steal the 2020 election.
Illegal.
And leaders of said culpable countries that he's kidnapped are willing to testify on his behalf. And in order to...
What's incredible is already multiple juries have gone over the evidence and found everyone else guilty, including Donald Trump. Including Donald Trump, I would point out. Everyone's already been found guilty in a court of law, essentially, and they're trying to, like, undo that. They're like, but are they guilty, though, even though a jury of their peers said that they were? That's basically what they're doing. They're trying to undo history. They're like, I know that we've already been convicted for this stuff, but can we pretend we weren't? Can we rewrite history books, perhaps? I hear people say, everyone's telling me that actually the victors write the history books, and maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we'll just pretend like actual history is meaningless, and we'll just write a fiction. I don't want reality, I want the thing that sounds good. Much better than reality. These guys are dangerous to democracy, and if you support it, you too are
safeguard
a
elections,
danger.
the federal government will now be taking control of all elections going forward, seeing as how it's now a matter of national security. This is obviously conjecture. I don't actually know what the lie is going to be that they go with, but we do know that they will most definitely lie. As law professor Rick Hasen put it in a comment to ProPublica, the idea that federal officials would seize ballots in an attempt to prove fraud is especially dangerous in this context when we know there is no fraud because the Georgia's 2020 election has been extensively counted, recounted, and investigated. And we can say with certainty that this is the case because all 60 of Trump's election fraud cases.
Do you remember those fucking, like, election ninja fucking idiots who descended on, like, Arizona or whatever? Like, do you remember these fucking guys? Like, all these psychopaths, like, descended on all these election facilities, and they found fuck all. And these are people who were incredibly partisan and set out with a goal in mind. I would point out, if you are involved in elections, your only goal should be an election integrity, right? But these people wanted Trump in office, right? They had a political objective, and even they couldn't fake it back when this was all going down. It's insane. Anybody, like, literally anybody who thinks that this is like a reasonable thing to do with your tax dollars is fully deluded.
Were dismissed,
morons.
including by judges that he appointed. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure that they would have loved to help him rat fuck that election, but you have to at least give them some evidence so that way they have a defense in the event they're prosecuted for breaking the law for you. But they had nothing. Zip, zilch, nada. They've privately admitted that their fake electors were fraudulent, so Trump was lying and he knew he was lying. And even though Trump's fixation on the 2020 election might seem pathetic and petulant at face value, because it is, obviously, we shouldn't just naively assume that he's only whining or sympathy farming, because it's so much more nefarious than that. He is deliberately invoking that election to raise doubts about future elections in order to give the regime legitimacy that they need to steal the next one.
Yeah, and it's also the authoritarian fucking playbook. You cast doubt on the elections once you're in power, and then you just stop having elections at some point, or they're just completely rigged. This is what we accuse Russia and Iran and all these other sorts of places of doing, like, constantly. You know, it's like, oh, it's a fake democracy, right? The regime runs the elections. They pick who wins and who doesn't, who gets to run and who doesn't. This is what we're talking about right now. These are election deniers that are now in charge. And let's, you know, like, if you're already in charge, yeah, elections are inconvenient. Elections are inconvenient. because they put you in the hot seat. You might lose your job. You might lose your position of power. You might have to face consequences for all the crimes you've done in office. That's why dictators tend to not like elections. All right. Gonna move on from that to talking about the brutality that we are witnessing on the streets of America. And before we get to talking about ICE, I'd like to go to LA really quickly. Santa Ana. You know, I don't cover these usually. This happens every week. This happens every fucking week. Not in LA specifically, but like every fucking week I see a story, multiple stories like this. And I'm going to start covering these now because I am fed up with the police. Fully fed up, done. They're not upholding the law in places like Minnesota. They're collaborating with ICE in municipalities across the country. I'm done with them. We're paying our tax dollars, state and local tax dollars to these fuckers, our federal tax dollars to ICE, and I'm done. Defund. They're murdering people in the streets. I'm done. KTLA 5. 21 hours ago, man fatally shot by police officers in Santa Ana. On a traffic stop. Good old traffic stop.
More breaking news here this morning. A man is dead following an officer-involved shooting in Santa Ana last night. Police say the man refused to comply with commands during a traffic stop. KTLA's Carlos Herrera live on the scene with the details for us. Carlos, good morning.
Hi, Frank, and good morning. A 19-year-old man is dead, according to investigators here, after being shot by a Santa Ana police officer. It all happened here in the area of 3rd Street, this apartment building you see here, the garage. According to an investigator, this is where the suspect apparently lived. Let's get you straight to some video, because just moments ago, we did see crews towing that black Chrysler that the man was driving last night when he was pulled over by a Santa Ana police officer. You see it there in the area of 4th and French Streets. Investigators saying that the suspect failed to yield and instead drove off, and that triggered a brief 3-minute pursuit just around the block. He eventually pulled in to this parking garage. Now,
he failed to yield at a traffic sign, and that led to his murder. Oh, you failed to yield to a traffic sign. What a waste of tax dollars. What a waste of fucking money. It's not just ICE murdering people. This guy got, by the way, there's video of this guy getting out of his car and like putting his hands up, and unfortunately the moments are not seen in this footage. You can only hear it. This is unacceptable.
Into our newsroom, you can see that suspect exiting the vehicle with his hands raised, walking towards the officer. We then lose visual contact of that man, and shortly after, you hear yelling commands followed by gunshots.
Defund. I'm done. I am fucking done. Speaking of dead bodies, that guy did not survive. Let's talk about ICE, immigration enforcement, and the pile of dead bodies, the mass grave that exists at the southern border. This is a disturbing one, folks. Trigger warning, here's Democracy Now! From 2 days ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The Trump administration is removing Border Patrol Commander-at-Large Gregory Bovino from Minnesota after federal agents fatally shot Alex Pretti, the 37-year-old VA ICU nurse, Saturday morning. Bovino has been the face of Trump's roving paramilitary-style immigration crackdown in Minneapolis and other Democratic-led cities. Shortly after Pretti was killed, Bovino had claimed Pretti intended to massacre law enforcement, a statement unsubstantiated by video and witness testimony from the scene. According to The Atlantic magazine, Bovino will return to his previous post in El Centro, California, is expected to retire soon. This is President Trump speaking on Fox News.
You know, Bovino's very good, but he's a pretty out there kind of a guy, and in some cases that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here. But you have to understand, when I watch some of the people that I've been watching over the last few weeks, these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid agitators. These people aren't normal, like, OG, that, you know, they're incensed about anything.
The Border Patrol has taken on an outsized role in Trump's crackdown in the interior of the country, operations historically handled by ICE alone. Border Patrol has a history of aggressive tactics and little transparency or scrutiny in the remote areas and border towns where they normally operate. The agency also has more authority to operate far from the border than is commonly understood. To talk more about the role and history of the agency, we're joined now by two guests. Jen Buds, a former Border Patrol agent turned immigrant rights activist. She was a senior patrol agent in San Diego and an intelligence agent at San Diego sector headquarters from 1995 to 2001 when she resigned. Her work is featured in the recently released film Critical Incident: Death at the Border on HBO Max. And Todd Miller is with us, an award-winning independent journalist who's reported on border security and immigration for over a decade. His most recent book is Empire of Borders, the expansion of the U.S. border around the world and Border Patrol Nation, dispatches from the front lines of Homeland Security. He's the editor of the independent journalist project, The Border Chronicle. And as we speak to you, Todd, as we booked you yesterday, yet another shooting by Border Police, this one on the border in your town in Tucson. If you can talk about what's happening and the country's awareness, especially in the interior, hundreds of miles away from the border, of what Border Patrol is doing, something you've been looking at for years, especially right on the border.
No shit. My guy is muted.
Thank you, Amy. Yes. In fact, yesterday when we were when I was talking to the producers yesterday, that's when I found out the news too that another shooting had happened by U.S. Border Patrol of a person in Arivaca, Arizona, and this is right as we're contemplating the Alex Pretti, you know, in Minneapolis, and how he was basically executed by a U.S. Border Patrol agent, and I can't help to think, you know, that what we're seeing and with these different operations across the country, like the Operation Metro Surge, the operation in Minneapolis, or Midway Blitz in Chicago, is this extension of what we've been seeing, the sort of policies and practices that we've been seeing in the U.S.-Mexico borderlands now for decades. And these policies and practices where we have to say that impunity is very much entrenched, that abuse is very much rampant, that where different things are actually experimented on, like surveillance techniques and tactics and different surveillance technologies, and then is transported, extended into different parts of the interior. It's almost as if the border itself is imposed in these operations in places like Minneapolis, and it becomes a place where you have these counter.
Yeah, they're just using language in like the DHS charter, like in a vague, like fucking way, like for Border Patrol, and just like interpreting the border to be, I believe they're just saying it's like anywhere within 100 miles of the border. That's the border, right? And basically that puts like every single city, every large city in the country, practically within some sort of border, right? Like applies to most places at this point. Like maybe there's a couple of places, I don't know, like Colorado it might be excluded. I'd have to whip out like a ruler or something and like figure it out. But I mean, it basically makes it's nonsensical. It's a nonsensical application of the law that they're just doing so that they can apply the law in wherever they want, regardless of whether or not it makes any sense. Bay of Pigs 2, the really stupid version, says Bizzle. Yeah, no, that's it. That's it. It's like a bad cash grab rerun, but with war crimes and regime change. It's like Gremlins. It's like Gremlins 2.
Because you have to think of the DHS forces when they as a counter-terror, because it came right out of 9/11, right? A counter-terror kind of domestic army, as one person has put it, that is now in putting a sort of border landscape in our cities. And that's the kind of connection I'm making myself from decades of reporting on this and looking at what's going on with these operations.
What has surprised you most and in what's happening now? And Greg Bovino being the one who is focused on, who is now being forced out with Tom Homans coming in, who was there under Obama, well known for addressing white supremacist groups, who was one of the...
Hey, I'll be right back, chat.
Architects of the family separation policy in Trump's first term in office, what this will mean.
Yeah, with the switch from Bovino to Thomas Homan is really not much of a switch. I mean, looking at the difference may be that Homan comes from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and Bovino is definitely from Border Patrol. But in this sense, they're both from the DHS apparatus, and it's just like almost changing one image for another image with the same exact. I can only imagine that there will be similar tactics. And one thing that's really sort of surprised me, like looking at these different operations across the country, I think back to the 1990s, when there was different Border Patrol operations like Operation Gatekeeper or Operation Hold the Line or Operation Safeguard, and how that transposed the border policy to this massive undertaking of building up walls and surveillance and hiring tons of agents to be on the border to implement a prevention through deterrence strategy that really has been a killing strategy. If you think about it, like deadly encounters, besides deadly encounters like fatal shootings, there's been at least 10,000 people who have died crossing the border due to these strategies. So I've looked at these different strategies across the country and the leaders of these strategies like Bovino and now Homan. And I wonder, right, is this another massive shift in these sort of policies that we've seen that was a massive shift in the 90s, because we still have those now? Is this going to be the gateway into a new sort of border policy where the border is the entire country?
I want to bring Jen Budd into the conversation. There have been 12 DHS shootings since September. Amazingly, since Renee Good was killed on January 7th, there were 2 more in between her being killed and 3 more between her being killed and Alex Pretti being killed. If you can talk about your Border Patrol experience, albeit years ago, and particularly talk about what happened in 2010 with the death of Anastasio Hernandez Rojas, and your observation of what's happening right now.
Well, my time in the Border Patrol from 1995 to shortly before 2011 is exactly what I'm seeing right now. You just didn't see it. The rest of America didn't see it because it was happening down here on the southern border. And I would like to say that when people say that this isn't the training or that they're untrained, no, this is the training. This is what we've been doing for decades upon decades. The ramming of the vehicles, the injuring people, the shooting people, and then lying about it is what happened prior to 9/11, and then really got a lot of juice after 9/11. So you have to understand that the management of the Border Patrol has been corrupt for many generations. And then after 9/11, we just gave them money with little accountability and let them design their own accountability systems, which we then filled with our own agents. So we make sure that when things are investigated, our own agents are actually the ones doing the investigations.
I did
To fast
everything
forward
right
to
and they indicted
2010, when
me.
Anastasio Hernandez Rojas was beaten and tased and killed by Border Patrol, CBP, and ICE agents. The Border Patrol does not have the legal authority given to them by Congress to investigate their own use of force incidents. But the critical incident teams were designed in the Border Patrol in 1987 to start being the ones that report at least first to the scene. And when you're the first to report to the scene, then you can control the evidence. They literally will manipulate the evidence. They will get rid of witnesses, as we see what's going on in the Good case and in the Pretti case. So when I look at these cases happening today, it's the exact same thing as what we see in the HBO movie about Anastasio's murder. And the sad thing about all this too is that in 2010, the chief of the Border Patrol who ran the cover-up of Anastasio's killing was Rodney Scott, and now he is the head of CBP. And he, once again, controls these cover-up teams, which...
I need to find a way to watch that movie. And unfortunately, there's probably no way for us to be able to watch it because HBO is like a hound about their content. You know, like I'll get like a full-on like there's like different levels of copyright claims before you get copyright struck, but like they do the most severe copyright claims for all of their shit. Anytime I accidentally play something from HBO's like repositories, I am reminded of it immediately by them. I gotta watch this documentary. I get the sense that it's deeply disturbing.
Rolled from Border Patrol into CBP's Office of Professional Responsibility. So these teams are the same ones now doing the cover-ups for all of CBP.
And I want to end by asking you about this culture of death within Border Patrol. Over 10,000 people have died crossing the U.S.-Mexico border. Talk about this high mortality rate as we wrap up.
Well, I will say, Amy, that statistic is from the federal government, and that is not true. It is not my experience. That number is way too low. The experience of people who find the bodies down here and people in Mexico with missing loved ones is we think it's about 80.
Did you hear her just now? 10,000 too low. That's too low. It's too conservative. The government's underestimating.
Here and people in Mexico with missing loved ones is we think it's about 80,000 since October of 1994.
Jesus Christ.
If deterrence worked, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about all of this. And so we essentially, our immigration policies have created a mass grave down here on the southern border, which unfortunately most of the media has ignored. And most of our Congress members don't seem to care. That is what our immigration system is. It is an obstacle of death for most people. And we do not allow people to.
That is deeply disturbing to me. She's a former Border Patrol agent. One of the few with a conscience who decided to leave and start fighting back against this shit. That is fucking... This is the first time I've ever heard that number. Not just now, but the first time I listened to this earlier today. And when I heard that number, I was so fucking disturbed. 80,000 dead people lying in a mass grave on the U.S. southern border. That sounds like the sort of thing you need like an ICJ investigation into. It sounds like a crime against humanity to me. I don't know what else to call it. I really don't. I do not have other words aside from just human atrocity.
Present themselves legally. When people say do it the right way, there is no right way to do it, and there hasn't been for quite some time.
And Todd Miller, your final thoughts with this massive influx of tens of millions of dollars into the recruitment campaigns and overall the immigration agencies, ICE and CBP?
Yeah, this year, the combined budgets of ICE and CBP are $33.5 billion, and that's the largest it's ever been. It just barely ascended $30 billion. And when Trump, to give context, when Donald Trump's, during his first administration, he started at $20 billion. So you can see how much it's grown over the first Trump administration, the Biden administration, till now. And it's $33.5 billion. It's supposed to be this year, it's going to be another, I think, about $34.5 billion. Now there's this $170 billion influx into the budgets from the big, beautiful Bill Act. I always get that wrong. The $170 billion. So that all this money is going to go into more of what we've been seeing. I'm afraid that the money itself is like going to the crystal ball to see what we have before us. So with those sorts of those are the challenges we have in front of us.
And so we're going to talk to a Congress member who's making a decision about whether the funding should continue for ICE and CBP.
There should be no debate about that. No more funding for this. No more funding for mass graves. No more funding for the murder of American citizens. No more funding for the constitutional... the lawlessness that is being waged upon these goddamn streets. It's too much. These sorts of descriptions...
disgusting and probably illegal. Disgusting and probably illegal.
Hi, did you need the 4 journal files in the new release? We already went over Epstein earlier. Honestly, we're probably going to be talking about Epstein all weekend. Because, I mean, I was sleeping for much of the day because I streamed until early in the morning last night. We went for like 8 hours or however long it was. And so I barely got time to go through it today. But it still took us like an hour and a half to go through it. But you made a Reddit post compiling them earlier. Interesting. Just tell me what to search. People can't. The links are turned off. Links are turned off on Twitch. So just tell me what to search. Just send a search term, and I'll try and find it that way. At some point when I get a chance. But we got a whole fucking show planned for today. Staying focused on that. Let's talk about journalism under the Trump administration, the regime. Before we do that, though, I want to hit this one up again as well. Let's talk whistles.
It's a sound echoing across the city of Minneapolis. High-pitched whistles piercing through the wind and falling snow to signal the presence of immigration agents. Using a 3D printer, Minneapolis resident Caleb Lutterman is producing dozens of these tiny whistles. He says it's his way of encouraging more people to participate in nonviolent protests against the ongoing immigration crackdown.
I mean, if you've seen any videos of...
Just search your name. Okay, yeah, I will do that, Lawrence. Thank you for that. You said Reddit, right? I can't get into it now. I'll have to look at it tomorrow. I know you just followed like a couple of minutes ago, but we do a 8-hour stream 5 nights a week, pre-planned, generally speaking. I try not to like divert from the plan. Although people around here will tell you that I'm lying right now because I have diverted from the plan in the past, but I try. I'm gonna continue with that right now. All right, whistles. Whistles. Time to make whistles hot again.
It's his way of encouraging more people to participate in nonviolent protest against the ongoing immigration crackdown.
I mean, if you've seen any videos of ICE in Minneapolis, you'll probably hear the whistles. I don't think people can get enough of them. Seems like they're pretty important.
Caleb's latest batch of whistles won't stay quiet for long. Fresh off the 3D printer, they're sent here to Mischief, a local toy store giving them away for free.
Thank you so much.
Mischief's co-owner, Abigail Abdelheim Marshall, says no sooner do whistles arrive than customers flood the store to grab them.
People are just mailing them to us from across the country. They'll do it in envelopes, in boxes, little amounts, big amounts, and we help distribute them.
Hello, Mischief Toys. Mischief Toys has become a popular stop for anti-ICE activists, but Abigail says the attention has also brought scrutiny.
Approximately 2 hours after we were on ABC National News, ICE agents came and delivered an I-9 audit notice. We consider this I-9 audit to be retaliation because we have been outspoken in our beliefs against ICE, and we have been giving away whistles to help our neighbors fight ICE.
Activists here in Minnesota say the sound these whistles make travels faster than a text message, alerting neighbors of when immigration agents are nearby.
That is so petty. These fucking guys. Just targeting a local toy store? A local toy store, which one would assume brings joy to children all across the city. For giving out free whistles. Wow.
Right to jail, right away.
How dare you give away free whistles? Very rude of you. Right to jail,
Voters say
right away.
They buy people time. Critics say it crosses a line. Either way, these whistles have become one of the loudest elements of America's immigration debate.
Oh, the whistles. Oh, God, they crossed the line. I have to hear them with my ears. It's repressive, don't you see? By the whistles. They're repressing me. Yeah, exactly. Donald Trump is protecting children from toys and ICE agents from whistles. Talk about snowflakes. These are the meltiest snowflakes on the planet running the country, getting triggered at every turn by protesters, whistles, the existence of immigrants and brown people, journalists, the law. Just start crying every single time they see something. Is that a trans person in a bathroom? I can't live like this. We're banning schools. No more schools. Trans people exist. We can't have schools anymore. I'm sorry, everyone. That's it. Brown people exist. We can't have the Constitution anymore. I'm sorry. Oh, God.
People outside of here need to pay attention because it's coming to a city near you. I'd heard that there would be a veteran-led protest across the street from the Whipple Federal Building. At some point, a bunch of agents lined up in sort of like a military formation. I was across the street into an entranceway of a parking lot taking photos, and I was tackled by 2 or 3 agents in green to the ground, face down. They started screaming at me, "We got you because we saw you bear spraying your people." And I said, "No, you didn't." They're screaming at me to put my hands behind my back. They set up a tear gas canister very close to me. I could literally barely breathe. Honestly, I didn't know what was going to happen to me. If I pass out and they bring me into that building, how long would I be in there for? Would I ever see my cameras again? And so I decided to throw them. And then I yelled my name out.
I know some of you are thinking, we've seen this story before. Yeah, because journalism is under attack. And as a space journalist, I feel under attack. We're living in a time where, literally, if it's not being bought up, it's being like literally attacked in the streets. We've been watching journalists being physically assaulted by federal and local agents across the country, from Los Angeles to Minneapolis to, you know, like every single locality these fuckbags show up. Journalists are getting repressed, and it's unacceptable. This is supposed to be a democracy. Without journalism, we are a dictatorship. We're a fascist state. Okay, we're being run by Nazis. And if you can't accept that, then you either don't know history or you don't like reality. It's one of the two. But there's no other options on that at this point. Seeing what we've seen, you cannot accept anything less than that. Or you're deluding yourself. And we got to stay focused on this. We have to be aware of these things. And so I can't shut up about it. It's not just this guy who's getting brutalized. Status Quo News on the ground, who's been covering these protests in Minneapolis from like day one.
Okay, going back. Yep.
All right, so what this guy's doing here from the jump, the second that he approaches these protesters, he is committing a crime. This is not his jurisdiction. This guy is, I believe, a Border Patrol agent, which means that he has no jurisdiction to uphold local laws and ordinances. If he needed some help, he should have called an officer of the law. Should have called a, state police, or maybe local PD, the sheriff, somebody like that. Second, he pops up in here all geared up and ready to go against these protesters. He's essentially acting as a terrorist. He is a rogue individual who, on his downtime, took his taxpayer-funded gear and went and attacked a bunch of journalists and others documenting what's happening here or actually participating in the protest. This is a crime. In fact, this is multiple crimes. Also, I'd like to point out that this guy is bleeding all over the place, creating a fucking... Like, it looks like he just got in a fight before he came out here. Like, he's covered in blood. This guy is covered in blood. I don't know why. He came out of the hotel. I don't know what he was doing in the hotel. Getting in fight with random patrons or whatever. I have no idea. I have no fucking clue what this moron was doing in there, but he is just bleeding all over the place, creating a health hazard on the street. This guy could have some sort of communicable disease. Probably a dirty, filthy man filled with diseases. Like, and I'm not just attributing it to this one guy. I mean, they're pigs. Pigs roll around in slop and slime and filth and muck, right? I mean, he's probably just filled with diseases. Ugh. You wouldn't even want to touch him, let alone his blood. Good God.
Tito! Oh, I got it. Come on, get up. I'm getting him. Come on, just go.
Assaulting a woman. Just assaulting a woman journalist minding her own business, trying to comply with the chaotic orders of these fucking lawless thugs.
Don't get out. Not now. I got you. Come on. What? Come on, go this way. This way.
Demilitarize the tyranny, please. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. At this point, since, like we have been saying, since the police refuse to uphold the law in places like Minneapolis, watching murders happen right next to them and not arresting anybody, everybody is losing all their toys. When we take power, we are getting rid of all of these military toys. We're going to turn the local police into, like British, British police officers, like community, what are they called? There's like a word for this. We're going to turn them into British, like the UK's like community policing people. They'll have like a club, and that's it. That's it. No guns for them. No flashbangs. No gas. No grenade launchers. No tanks. They can have like little mopeds. They can have little mopeds and like a billy club. That's it.
Okay, go. Come on.
I can't breathe.
I got you. Go on. Cover yourself.
Oh, and whistles. And whistles. And whistles. We will give them whistles. We'll give ICE and local police whistles as well. Actually, no, ICE won't get up because we're going to completely dismantle ICE and DHS. The Department of Homeland Security is a threat to freedom. But yeah, we'll let the police continue to exist. Like, we want them to uphold the law. And you're right, they do need whistles too. That'll be effective.
Okay, cover your face. Cover your face. Come on. This way. Come on, I got you. You have to get out. Okay. Come on. We have to get out of here. Come here, we have to keep going. Come on, we have to keep going. I know. Come here, we're almost safe.
We're almost safe, he says. These are the sort of scenes that if we saw in a different country like Russia, we'd be accusing them of repression of the media, declaring authoritarian, despotic. Scenes, but that's America now, actually. The People's Republic of the Repressed States of America. That's where we live.
Get out of here. Harvey said, get in your vehicle. Get in your vehicle. I'm in Minneapolis, where the federal immigration enforcement surge is continuing. This morning, my colleague and I saw reports of agents parked on a block in the north side of the city. We arrived and saw a vehicle idling with a few observers standing at the ends of the block. Eventually, that vehicle left and was followed by a handful of observer vehicles. We followed that, staying a couple hundred feet back, and after a few blocks noticed a white minivan aggressively driving up behind us with armed agents inside. We pulled over and turned on our hazards to let them pass. They didn't. We eventually continued driving down the street. In front of us, we realized that that lead vehicle with agents had stopped with a couple cars parked behind it. We pulled over to the side and were immediately boxed in by that white minivan. We jumped out with our cameras and walked to the sidewalk.
Get back in your vehicle now. I don't care who you are, get back in your vehicle.
These guys are targeting journalists and preventing them from doing their jobs of informing the United States citizenry of what's happening in their own country with their tax dollars.
And agents came out of that vehicle, Federal Bureau of Prisons agents, and told us that we would be under arrest if we did not immediately get back in our vehicle.
Sir, we can stay on the sidewalk. I don't know who you think you are. Get in your vehicle.
We identified ourselves as Associated Press journalists, said we would remain on the sidewalk, wanted to film what was happening in front of us. We heard the sound of breaking glass as agents shattered the windows of one of the vehicles in front of us.
Get in your vehicle. Don't get out.
We were eventually pushed back into our vehicle and told that if we left, we'd be arrested. We could kind of see what was happening up the block in front of us. At least one person was detained.
You guys have been warned.
Another person was pepper sprayed, and a vehicle was left with a broken window. At least one vehicle was left parked with a broken window.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
They're still leaving empty cars in the middle of the fucking street. These guys are lawless thugs. How can anybody not see that at this point? I don't understand. They're violating your local and state laws. They're violating federal law and the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. It's fascinating. You have to be a real un-American fuckbag to think any of this is okay. Truly. Really have to hate America and freedom. All right, we are 3 hours into the show. It's weird that we're only 3 hours in. I started very, very late tonight. That's because I was trying to go as long as I could on the strike that we were doing yesterday. Thank you, everybody who participated in the general strike yesterday. I know it's tough. The fact is, it's probably not going to be the last time we're going to have to do things like that. I mean, for me personally, to be like, hey, don't donate for a day. It's actually, you know, I'm like, can I afford this? I have to ask myself that question. But honestly, it's more important. We can solve this another day. All right, yeah, 3 hours in. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back after these brief messages. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon too so you don't miss a single episode of this show. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Got bits and power-ups and subs on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal, Throne, and of course the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. We are back. Second break over, third half about to begin. So get back in those seats, otherwise you are going to miss it.
Global.
Greg will
All
tell
right, people.
you.
Time to start the show once again. Back in Minnesota. Just a reminder, everybody, it's the weekend report. So some clips we've seen already here in the stream today. Part of my way of trying to recap the whole week. It's been a very busy week, though. An incredibly busy week and an incredibly busy 24 hours. So this is a very heavily weighted week-ending report. But we got a couple of things from earlier this week. Great Patriot. One bookstore owner fighting back against fascism.
I'm fine. I didn't even breathe anything. I'm just angry. I'm 7 years old. Get angry.
The raw emotion of that man from Minnesota touched a nerve with many.
Photojournalist Nick Luneman and Aaron Hassanzadeh found him today at his bookstore.
Hello, Dreamhaven Books. Can I help you?
Most days at Dreamhaven Books and Comics sound like this.
Ha! No peanuts still.
Boxes to fill, orders to sort, and a phone that hardly rings.
Careful, peanuts.
Oh, you're welcome.
But today,
I'm afraid our website's down at the moment because there's been so much activity.
69-year-old Greg Ketter and his staff are being flooded with orders on a scale he has never seen.
We got Patton Oswald and Canadians here. It's been insane. I never pictured anything like this. It's gone truly global.
Greg will tell you he didn't do anything special.
People have been amazingly kind and they just want to help.
Others disagree.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye now. Take care. Wow. Oh, just a woman from Memphis.
This all started when he heard about the killing of Alex Pretti, just minutes away from his store.
Stop!
This is personal, being right here in Minneapolis. I mean, this is the U.S. government attacking its own people, and that's what just got to me.
With temperatures in the negatives, air filled with tear gas, Greg says he stood up for his community.
I was just doing what I felt was necessary, was right. There are other people who have done a lot more.
Like the covers of his comics,
I'll say I wasn't even running, I just walked.
Greg was caught with his own superhero moment.
When I saw the photo of Greg running through the tear gas and looked into who he was in the community, I told Rachel we have to come and support him.
Maybe drawing a little inspiration.
He's a hero to me. He's so brave.
From these pages.
Oh, they'd absolutely be on my side. Truth, justice, and the American way. And he'd be absolutely appalled at this sort of...
In Minneapolis, with photojournalist Nick Luneman, Aaron Hassanzadeh, WCCO News.
There we go. Great Patriot fighting against fascism here in the United States in Minnesota. We need more guys like that. Yes, indeed. All right, now... Just gonna try and go through the next ones pretty quickly here. This is from 2 days ago. If you missed it, one of the witnesses, actually multiple witnesses at this point now. We'll get to the second one a little bit later. Multiple witnesses to the murder of Alex Pretti have gone on for interviews with CNN. This is the first one from 2 days ago.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like, what? What? And I knew he was gone because I watched it. And then they come over to try to perform some type of medical aid by ripping his clothes open with scissors and then maneuvering his body around like a rag doll, only to discover that it could be because they wanted to count the bullet wounds to see how many they got, like he's a deer. I watched that, and that is what it felt like they were doing, and that is part of why I was like, what are you guys doing? Why would you jostle his body around like that? You're not even doing anything to help him. But I knew he was gone.
Well, for days she's been called the woman in the pink coat, and she captured the crucial video showing exactly what happened when Alex Pretti was shot and killed by DHS officers. She had not come forward until today, and her name, which is being revealed for the first time, is Stella Carlson. She's a children's entertainer. She runs a children's entertainment company. She's a face and body painter and an airbrush artist. All of it a world away from anything she or anyone could possibly imagine. You knew he was gone then?
I knew he was gone. There was no way with the way his body was moving, and I only knew that because of the way they were manipulating his dead body, just playing with it. Like they're in a video game. They were looking at us and laughing.
After the shooting?
Yes. I mean, the reason of escalation was due to the mockery. We understand why the MPD is unable to intervene on a level we would like. But you would like to think that their kindness, compassion, looking us in the eyes would occur in these moments when we're being attacked in the streets. And the MPD just felt like they were part of that team.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate, and it's a missed opportunity for the police. And we've been trying to give them the benefit of the doubt throughout all this up until recently. I've lost my patience. I've been hearing people from on the ground who have switched from being incredibly like laudatory and what's the word, complimentary about what the police were doing at one point in Minneapolis specifically. I'm talking about. I've been in contact with some people on the ground and been. Honestly, I have some new videos as well for us to look at. But the fact is that I feel like people have gone from one end of the spectrum to the other. Like the police themselves are the ones, though, who have caused that to happen by the lack of the inaction, by the seemingly like lack of concern, the fact that they've been, helping ICE essentially in shutting down protests, and is causing people to lose faith in them. And when we lose faith in the federal government, we lose faith in the state government and local governments, that's when we get chaos.
At that moment, and maybe that I'm not talking about the whole
Were
department,
Minneapolis
but
Police Department people on the scene?
once the yellow tape was up, there were MPD officers who were standing in line, 5 of them, I think, and they wouldn't look at us. Everyone just kept saying, just look at us. You're our representatives. You work for us. Why won't you look at us? Like a part of our community just was murdered in the street. Like, you're our Minneapolis Police Department. Why won't you even just look at us to give us solidarity?
It's a great question. They're supposed to be there to protect and serve. They're not doing that anymore. And that's why they need to get defunded. They were crying so much, oh, we're so important to the community. We uphold the law. We can't defund us. We'll have lawlessness in the streets. Remember that back during Black Lives Matter? When defund became a talking point? Oh my God, they were all crying. We'll have lawlessness without the police. Well, guess what? We have lawless right now. We got police budgets bigger than they were back in 2020. So, how did that work out for us? Got lawlessness right now. Now, rather than an investigation into the officers who murdered Alex Pretti, there's been investigations that have been going on into the victims themselves and the perpetrators either being put on witness protection or administrative leave.
Breaking news on the killing of 37-year-old ICU nurse Alex Pretti. Just minutes ago, we learned from DHS that the Border Patrol agents involved in that shooting have been placed on administrative leave.
A preliminary DHS report into the incident obtained by NBC News confirmed that 2 federal officers fired their guns during this encounter. The report did not make any mention of Pretti attacking the officers or brandishing a gun, as DHS Secretary Kristi Noem has claimed.
Meanwhile, Noem is facing growing pressure to step down because of these deaths at the hands of agents operating under her leadership. 2 Republican senators, Tom Tillis, Lisa Murkowski, they've joined.
Yeah, I don't care if Kristi Noem steps down. We needed to dismantle DHS. Oops, sorry, nobody could see that over on... whoopsies, I didn't click it for horizontal. Yeah, I honestly don't care. I really don't. Like, Kristi Noem, whoever's going to be at the head of DHS, I don't care. I want that agency dismantled. It's a lawless rogue agency that was created out of the Patriot Act, an unconstitutional fucking piece of legislation, I would point out, one which stripped the rights and freedoms of Americans in favor of the police surveillance state apparatus that we are now witnessing in full force being weaponized against Americans. That agency does not belong in a democracy. We can manage emergencies without FEMA. Doesn't need to be a part of that fucking crew of bandits and war criminals. GSL for president of space. Yeah, we'll look into that. All right, let's go here. Protests outside of Tim Walz's office, governor of Minnesota, demanding accountability and ICE out of the state. There you go. Protesters making their voices heard outside of the governor's office there in Minnesota. Tim Walz, ICE out. Justice. Now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately. If not sooner. Now, one woman who's fighting for justice day in, day out in the state of Minnesota. Ilhan Omar. Might be familiar with her. She was attacked by a deranged lunatic earlier this week. Thankfully, she is okay, as far as we know.
I understand that people, have taken to sort of like simply blocking out what Donald Trump is saying on any type of regular basis as a way of maintaining their sanity. And I think that is actually not necessarily a bad strategy. What is, in many respects, more relevant than what he says is what his administration does. Who knows if this guy, and we'll talk about this story about the Slovakian prime minister, who apparently is like a Trump fan, met with him when Trump was over there with the EU meetings and came away just sort of terrified at his mental state. But what's far more relevant is what those around him are empowered to do and do, as it were. But his words do mean stuff. I mean, obviously he lies all the time. He says, we're going to do a 10% tariff. We're going to do a 50% tariff. We're going to, whatever it is. But his words do have meanings to the extent that there are Trump followers who hear them and then act upon them. This is what Donald Trump said just yesterday afternoon in Iowa.
That's right. Nobody is able to come into our country except for those that come in legally. We want to have people come in legally. We need people to come in legally, but they have to show that they can love our country, not hate our country. They have to show that they're not going to blow up our shopping centers, blow up our farms, kill people. They're coming in legally, but they cannot.
Look at this grinning idiot back here. I can't. We watched this clip earlier, not the Majority Report clip. But we watched this literal clip earlier. What is up with this guy? What is going on with this dude? Why is he grinning like that? Something's going on with this simpleton over here. I don't know what it is. But he looks too pleased. Like too pleased. Like he doesn't know where he is type of too pleased. Like he could be in the middle of a field right now and he wouldn't know. Like he does not know where he is right now. He's just smiling. Someone told him to go out there and smile and he's doing it. He has no idea. I'm not even sure he speaks English. Not clear. You know, I can't remember who said this. Somebody, I think I heard this comment earlier. Someone was saying at some point someone's going to make a book. They're going to compile all of the lies that have been told by Donald Trump. And it's going to be, in my opinion, it's going to be longer than like the Dune series combined with the Harry Potter series.
Our farms, kill people. They're coming in legally, but they cannot come in unless they come in legally into our country, and we're letting some great.
Pause it for a second.
They have
what farms, shopping malls have we heard about being blown up by immigrants?
I know J.D. Vance and Scott Besson have done some damage to American farms. I don't know about.
Well, he's a farmer. Besson is a farmer, so he would
farmer on farmer.
But I mean, honestly, what?
Illegal.
Immigrants are 26% less likely to commit a crime, I think it is, than U.S. citizens or natural-born U.S. citizens.
It's science.
I mean, like he's living in a world, and I would suggest that the vast majority of the people in that stadium, I mean, I don't know how many people were there. Probably not as much as he used to draw. I'm sure they all believe these same things.
And they also, like, the way they nod along, we're like, we want legal immigration. No, you don't.
I mean, this is
yeah, right.
the number of people that have been arrested who are legally in the process is off the charts. Go ahead.
In legally, but they cannot come in unless they come in legally into our country, and we're letting some great people come in. They have to show that they can love our country. They have to be proud. Not like Ilhan Omar. Did you see that wise guy? You know, she's always talking about the Constitution provides me with the following. You know.
I love how this child with the 80s porn mustache over here yawned yawned through the boo, and he tried to boo. Like, did you see him? Like, he tried to boo. He was yawning, and boo, boo.
They have to
Like-
show that they can love our country. They have to be proud. Not like Ilhan
He's bored as
Omar.
fuck.
Did you see what? Did you see that wise guy? You know, she's always talking about the Constitution provides me with the following. You know, the Constitution, she comes from a country that's a disaster. Probably it's considered, I think, it's not even a country, okay? It barely has a government. I don't think it does. They go to one thing, pirates. But they don't do that anymore. You know why? Because they get the same treatment from us as the drug dealers get. Boom, boom, boom.
Somalia.
Pause it for 1 second
Somalia.
while we're there. Again, I'll remind you yesterday, there were there were lawsuits levied by Trinidadians whose husbands were murdered by the United States on a fishing boat. And now it's possible these drug cartels are just taking a flyer, and we're going to try and sue the United States and see if we can win in civil court for a wrongful death for our drug-running friends. Or it's much more likely that we as a country just have randomly murdered fishermen in boats. As he talked.
Illegal.
Yep. Yep.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
I'm gonna go ahead a little bit on this video to this moment from, I think it was like Wednesday or something.
Here's Ilhan Omar at a town hall in Minneapolis as she's addressing the ICE invasion that's taking place there.
And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
No, we will you need to go get checked. No,
We will continue. These fucking assholes are not going to get away with it.
You need to go get checked. No, I don't know what. That's whatever it is smells so bad. She needs to go get checked. I don't know
That's what that That's was. what they want. Please don't let them
It's not about him, Ilhan. Ilhan, it's not about him. It's about your safety. No, he sprayed something on you. You need to go get checked. Yeah, and it smells terrible.
We're going to keep talking. Just give me 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes. I beg you. Please don't let them have the show. 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 Here is the reality that people like this ugly man don't understand. We are Minnesota strong, and we will stay resilient in the face of whatever they might throw at us. Everybody settle down. I'm going to finish my remarks. It is important for me to continue to lead my Democratic colleagues in demanding her resignation.
That's pretty impressive stuff on her part. I don't know that there's many members of Congress, frankly, who would get sprayed, and who knows what they sprayed it with her. I mean,
I would have been out.
Certainly in that moment, nobody knew. And
she cocks back for a punch.
She also looked like she was going to like clock him.
Trump responded last night to ABC News about this, and the quote is, "I don't know about her. I think she's a fraud. She probably had herself sprayed, knowing her."
I am still old enough to remember when the comms director, Donald Trump's in his first term. What was her name? She had the eyeshadow and was Arkansas Governor Huckabee.
Haley McEnany? Oh, Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Yelled at
Yes.
at a restaurant.
Yes.
And the New York Times,
Yes.
I think, wrote maybe 35 exposés on it. And it was
this administration when Stephen Miller was yelled at last year at a sushi restaurant.
I mean,
and there was a million articles.
It is stunning. I mean, we barely heard about the Maxwell Frost thing. I mean, it was like, page 19, half a line. Almost like a gossip spotted at Park City. I mean, this is the reality that we're living in at the moment. And we're going to need leaders like Ilhan Omar who are really unafraid or afraid, but work through it.
Unflinching.
Yeah, I think that's more relevant. I don't know that there's anybody, and we're going to talk to Eric Blanc in just a moment about what's been going on, where people have put their bodies and their wits in trying to gum up the gears for ICE there. And I can't imagine any of these people, whether it was Renee Good or Alex Pretti or any of them, or the people who were recording at that time, aren't afraid. It's just a matter of, working through that fear.
And
Yeah, and in that way, she is
this
courageous.
woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
She's a threat to the establishment and the swamp. These lawless thugs want to run roughshod over our Constitution. All right, let's go here. Now, this is Wednesday. Vigil held for Alex Pretti in Minneapolis.
Different, but just as somebody that.
That's why I'm here. I was here Saturday when
we're
they
live.
asked me.
Okay.
Your backpack is like...
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
You got it?
Do you need a hand warmer? You need a hand warmer.
Good evening, Status Coup. This is Tina Desiree Berg, and we are reporting live from Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is the vigil for Alex Pretti that is being organized by the nurses. A lot of grieving folks here tonight.
Medians prevent that way, so over by Chief was okay.
We have some New Orleans style music coming in to celebrate Alex. Yeah.
We talked to her the other day.
Do you want to come with us down here?
Everybody, please stay out of traffic. Oh, thank God. I'm glad you spoke.
Yeah, people were here in Minnesota, Minneapolis, protesting, holding a vigil simultaneously for Alex Pretti, playing music, celebrating life together in the freezing cold.
Doesn't die.
Go to one interview here.
Is that okay? Okay. Yeah. Hello. Hi. I had to come find you. I have a deep interest in the Safe Haven program, and you're volunteering with them a little bit.
I'm not volunteering with them, but I've been stationed or set up at the Whipple building.
I just want to say thank you to everybody here who watches this stream on the regular. Like, so many of you at this point. And, you know, like this time last month or slightly before it, you know, in the middle of December, I was in a dark, dark place. The YouTube channel was still down. We were still streaming only to Twitch. And now we're back. And honestly, things have grown so much in the last few months since losing the YouTube and now being back on YouTube. It feels, honestly, it's so good. I mean, the YouTube's grown by like 25% in a month since being back. And the Twitch grew by over like 100% in that like 3-4 month period. Now over 1,000 over on Twitch. 1,028 followers. It's just crazy. This time in September, we had less than 500, I think. It was something like that.
For the last 5 days or so, and gotten to know them and trying to help coordinate with them and get them set up and get whatever they need.
What is your name?
I'm Megan Voiles.
Megan Voiles? Okay, so the reason I wanted to talk with you, let me explain to the audience what Safe Haven is a little bit, because they're like, what's Safe Haven? I will tell you. So there's a
Haven Watch now.
Oh, Haven Watch now. Okay, so Haven Watch. So this is a group of volunteers that are basically getting blankets, burner phones, clothing, jackets, things for detainees that are released from the Whipple building, because my understanding is that they have been releasing these detainees into this insanely cold weather with not enough clothing on them, no phone, no money, and in some cases, I've been told they have dropped some of these folks in the woods area, which is a death sentence in this cold. Like, that's just shocking to me. So tell me a little bit about
You're fine.
Okay, tell me a little bit about what you know.
So it's not just Haven Watch now. There's a few other organizations who are coordinating to pick up the people who are dropped on trails in the middle of the woods at parks to make sure that they also can get home safely. Haven Watch is generally looking for cash donations or gas cards or burner phones to be donated to them so that they can get people home safely. They pretty much just sit at the Whipple building 24/7 on shifts to make sure that everyone gets home safely, because people get released 24/7. It ticks up at night generally.
Really?
Yeah, it does. So there's more people who are getting released at night than during the day. There's also just families showing up and waiting and praying that their families is going to get released too.
That policy is intentionally cruel and unnecessary. Releasing people in the middle of the night in the brutal cold with nothing. Thankfully, great patriots like this and people from, I can't remember the name of their organization now. I know somebody else heard it. But doing everything they can to ensure the safety of human beings on U.S. soil. Great example of a true American patriot. There at the Alex Pretti vigil earlier this week. Now let's go on. Here, Kyle Kalinske from yesterday. Actually, this might have been, was this Wednesday as well? I can't remember.
What's up, y'all? So, video
This might have
just
been
came out of Alex Pretti, and it was, I guess, a few days before he was murdered. And he is protesting on the sidewalk with a bunch of other protesters. And I gotta be honest with you, He's being based as shit. He is screaming at them. He's saying, fuck you, screaming at the ICE criminals. Fuck you, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. You guys are fucking criminals. Every decision you've made in your life is fucking shit.
Illegal.
Like, he was going in. But, like, all of it perfectly legal, perfectly acceptable. Just being a douchebag to the criminals. That's, you know, that's good. That's a good thing in my book. And they get in their car to leave. And so he runs up and, like, kicks the bumper of the car. And you can hear it. The video is from, like, I want to say, like, 40, 50 yards away. Somebody else is recording. But you could hear him clearly. And you see him run up and, like, kick the back of their Tahoe or their Suburban. So they stop. They get out. And then they just fucking beat his ass. Like, and it was like he got jumped. So this is like, he got jumped multiple times. And this time, it was pretty severe. Like, 4 of them, 5 of them get out, walk up to him, start beating his ass. And then they just casually get back in their car and leave. And that's where he wound up breaking the rib, which people were talking about the other day, that he had a broken rib. So, look, the thing that everybody's talking about now, which I think is perfectly fair, was this a targeted assassination? Because what ICE has been doing, as everybody's seen, they go around recording everybody. They go around recording all the observers, all the protesters. And, you know, some of them slipped up and literally said, like, yeah, the reason I'm recording you is because now you're going in a nice little database where you're going to be considered a domestic terrorist.
Illegal.
And the person was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why? Because I'm like,
Would you jump up?
Using my constitutional rights? You guys are insane. But that's what they're doing. And we know that from Ken Klippenstein and NSPM 7, and, like, they're actually doing it. Anybody who, like, opposes the regime is a domestic terrorist. So stop and think about it. You got a guy who's protesting, yelling at and demeaning these ICE thugs. He gets jumped by them, gets his rib broken. He's out there a couple days later. They have his name, they know he's in a database. And then they roll up on him and basically assault him with pepper spray when he's trying to protect a woman who they shove. And they murder him. Like, 8 of them are on top of him, jumping him like they're in a gang. And then they murder him.
Illegal.
I think Occam's razor at this point is that this was a targeted assassination, right? Like, is it just a coincidence that they beat his ass and broke his ribs a few days before? But then, by the way, so this gets even darker. So
That's a good question, though. You know, Kyle Kalinske is asking.
The man asked me a hard question.
It's a good question.
You guys know how Trump was trying to, like, soften his rhetoric compared to J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem. And, you know, Trump didn't like don't call him an assassin, don't call him a domestic terrorist.
Kyle doing a boomer ass FaceTime video. All of Kyle's videos are like boomer ass. Think about it. Think about it for 1 second. It's either this, it's him in his car from the front seat, Kyle in front of his giant bookcase, and or on his patio out in his backyard. These are all boomer ass places. Do you not see it? He's a boomer ass 35, however old.
An unfortunate event that happened, but I didn't like that he had a gun. Well, now that video came out, yet again, right-wingers are telling on themselves, and now they're all going like, huh, see, some peaceful protester here. And Trump reposted a tweet that called him a domestic terrorist. So now Trump has done a 180, and he's going, yeah, fuck it, like he's a domestic terrorist. Guys, this is who they are. Like, they think they're vindicated now. So they think if you protest and you yell at the ICE Gestapo thugs and you kick a fucking bumper of a Suburban, that the appropriate punishment for that is murder in the streets. Vigilante murder. Believe them when they tell you.
It is possible that these guys recognized him. Perhaps having had run-ins with him in the past, or perhaps he's in a database. Maybe everybody is in a database. I mean, they've been saying it over and over again. Is it really? I mean, should we really not believe it? They're putting people in a database and calling them domestic terrorists? Peaceful protesters, people with whistles and phones. I mean, they've been saying some pretty wild stuff out there.
Let's go through just a couple of like ICE's greatest hits just over the past one day.
Like Sports Center for fascism.
I mean, understand, again, the idea that after the killing of Renee Good, ICE leadership, DHS leadership, the White House leadership, whatever, there's one of two ways you could have gone. One of the ways is like, guys, we are, things are out of control. We need to back off a little bit. We need to give space. We're going to do our job and blah, blah, blah. And just back off. Or the other one is double down. We got your backs. Don't worry. Nobody's going to get hurt. Jonathan Ross, he's now, just a paid administrative leave. Maybe not even that. He's just, hanging out, chilling. These two guys who just got shot, who just killed Pretti, they're on paid vacation. They're not going to lose a dime. All they're doing now is just like, going out and shopping for new buff gear.
Drinking.
And how do we know this is like, there's been no attempt by any of these entities' leadership to say, hey, guys, check yourself. That is not what the game is. They are not playing that game.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be proof.
Everything that's happening is happening exactly as they want it to. The only thing that's not happening that they want to have happen is they want the protests to be more out of control so they can justify more repression. That's the only thing. Is like the people who are thwarting ICE are dancing too slowly and in too much of a controlled way for them to be able to sort of like pick up the pace as to where they want to go. But if you think for a moment that this is, there is any type of sea change as to the way they're going to behave. Here's just all the stuff that happened just yesterday. Let's start with the number 11. This is the Ecuadorian consulate in Minneapolis. That means that they have diplomatic immunity. And here they are. Here's just it's very brief. Apparently it just cycles through. But Ecuador's Minister of Foreign Affairs filed a formal note of protest with the U.S. after ICE agents attempted to enter the Ecuadorian consulate in Minneapolis yesterday morning.
And these guys are acting completely lawlessly. They don't even understand how the law works. They're just getting thrown out there in the streets with 47 arbitrary days of training because, Donald Trump, president number 47. And it's ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
They don't even know that when they attempt to enter a foreign consulate, they're essentially doing a very small invasion, a literal invasion of another country. It could absolutely be interpreted that way, potentially causing an international incident. These fucking incompetent morons are just riding around with guns and badges, doing whatever the fuck they want. Damn the Constitution and the law. These guys don't know
this
it.
ICE agent showing his face. I hope there are people who recognize him, and when they see him in Minnesota, tell him, oh, I saw you on TV. Everybody knows you.
I will tell you this, brother.
What?
I will tell you this. You raise your voice, I raise your voice.
If I raise my voice, you'll erase my...
Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Are you serious? You said if I raise my voice, you'll erase my voice?
I will tell you.
That
This
does
is the
not
very
seem
definition
like a guy who's been instructed by his superiors to, hey, we need to develop better relationships with the community.
I mean,
any Trumpers in chat, you know, who are crying about not being able to post on social media? Oh, God. You know,
That's on YouTube.
Where are you at on this? Where are you at on this? Is that fine? Is that fine for a federal agent to threaten to erase someone's voice? Is that cool? You good with that? Is that cool with you? You like that? What if Biden's DOJ or, you know, some other law enforcement entity under the Biden government did this? I was just wondering, would that be cool with you? Weird.
Excited to take that line out too.
I've been practicing this one. I watched all the Arnold Schwarzenegger, movies I could last night.
Erase your voice, erase. I mean,
do you remember, Smitty, where I told you would be the last to die? I lied.
Yeah.
Here are ICE agents. There was a protest in Phoenix, Arizona. Protesting on the sidewalk, on the side of a road.
What happened to all these Ashley Babbitt Stan Don't Tread on Me freedom lovers that stormed the Capitol on Jan 6th? What happened to all those guys? Why aren't they speaking out against this clear authoritarian repression coming from the federal government? Is it because it's the people that you like that are doing it? Does that make it okay? Because there is another side to that coin, I would point out. It's a dangerous and slippery slope that you're talking about right now. It's a world where you could live under the reverse of this, where you're the one that's getting gunned down in the street. You're the one who's having your constitutional rights taken away from you, being put into internment camps. Just saying.
They're just This is like the most banal sort of non-confrontational type of protest you can have, right?
If I drove up on this, I would think maybe they're doing a car wash.
I mean, honestly, it's just, and ICE agents are pulling away.
Car wash.
And they decide to essentially attack these protesters.
Drive by.
Yep. Just for absolutely no reason.
Law and order.
Other than to randomly fire at.
Just harassing the civilians.
Dangerous morons.
These people are
dangerous
perverts.
Morons. Did we do a goal tonight? Yes, we did, Mono. We completed it in 22 minutes. We waited until midnight, until the economic blackout was over, and then we completed it in 22 minutes. Somebody donated 15 subs over on Twitch. There were a couple of super chats on YouTube as well. It was Glitch Greens. And Frizzla today, I believe, who donated. All right. Let's go to this. Now, this is a follow-up on a story that happened last year. In New Jersey, representatives attempted to do their constitutional and congressional duties representing the people of the state ensuring that the things happening in that state are lawful. They were attacked and detained by ICE agents. And one is facing 17 years in prison. Something that has not happened for centuries in this country.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We go now from New Jersey's most famous musician to New Jersey Democratic Congresswoman LaMonica McIver. She's facing up to 17 years in prison stemming from an incident last May when she and two other Democratic Congress members went to inspect Delaney Hall, the private immigration prison run by Geo Corporation under contract with ICE. The federal government claims McIver assaulted an immigration officer as federal agents were arresting Newark Mayor Ross Baraka, who'd accompanied the congressional delegation to Delaney Hall. Congressmember McIver has vehemently denied the charges. This is a brief clip of the scene outside the ICE jail that day.
Now, circle the mayor. Circle the mayor. What the hell? Circle the mayor. Circle the mayor. Circle the mayor. What the heck? Absolutely not. Back up. Do not cause this problem.
Congresswoman, she's right in front of you.
Don't touch us. Don't touch us. Get off the bus. Get off the bus.
10 days later, then...
Honestly, it was at this moment that I truly knew that we were headed towards a constitutional crisis. And I believe we're living under a constitutional crisis right now, currently. And that's not good. And this is where we're at. As the federal government is literally waging lawfare against each state on a political witch hunt. Donald Trump decried political witch hunt over and over again for years, even though he did an actual fucking crime in front of everybody's eyes. And now he's doing more crimes. And he is destroying America. It's basically over. It is basically over right now. Like, this shit has been going on now. Like, this happened so long ago now. It's insane. There were still leaves on the trees. Green leaves on... This was 9 months ago or something. And it's just been thing after thing after thing after thing after thing after thing after thing. For the last 13 months. 12 months and 1 week. Whatever long it's been. 12 and a half months of this. Lawlessness. Institutional lawlessness.
Acting U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, Alina Habba, dropped the charges against Newark Mayor Ross Baraka, but at the same time, she announced 3 felony charges against Congressmember McIver, including assaulting, resisting, impeding, and interfering with federal officers. Not since 1799 have such charges been brought against a House member. Alina Habba is the former personal attorney for Donald Trump.
1799.
In December, she resigned after a panel of federal...
225 years. Sorry, 227. 227 years. This has not happened. Does anybody still asleep? This is everything that's happening right now goes to the foundation of this supposed democracy that we're all living in right now. There's no way around it. This shit is going back centuries. They're invoking shit and doing shit that has not been seen in this country
This is the very
for
definition
hundreds of years. It is.
Judges
the
ruled
You're right.
she's serving in her position unlawfully. Members of Congress have the oversight authority to visit DHS facilities without prior notice. But the Trump administration has repeatedly attempted to restrict or thwart that access. We go now to Newark, where we're joined by the Democratic Congresswoman LaMonica McIver. Welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. We have spoken with Mayor Ross Baraka several times.
And yeah, exactly, Sasha. And today is well, not today, but this year is the 250th year of the supposed democracy. And I think things are going to pop off. It's cold right now. We're seeing mass protests across the nation in the literal coldest week of the year right now. You don't think that when it gets warm, you're not going to see that number increase 2, 3, 4, 10 times? People are pissed. Have you seen the numbers? Have you seen the numbers in the state of our democracy? Somebody just got murdered in the fucking streets. People are pissed. And honestly, I think there's a lot of people that aren't out there right now who are out there in spirit. That otherwise would be if it were not deathly cold outside. There's a few brave patriots out there, and by few, I mean thousands.
First time talking to you. Explain the state of the case against you. I mean, the judges already ruled that the U.S. attorney, Alina Habba, the former private attorney of President Trump, was serving illegally. But you still have these charges against you that she brought?
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me, Amy. It's great to be on with you. Yes, you're absolutely correct. These charges are still pushing forward. I'm still fighting it. I'm in the second stretch of that fight as we filed an appeal to the Third Circuit Court to basically have these charges dismissed based off legislative immunity. As you so clearly laid out, I was there to do my job, to conduct oversight along with two of my other colleagues when ICE and DHS created that whole fiasco that happened out there. And so we're looking forward to taking the case, to getting these charges thrown out, and looking forward to being in front of a judge at the Third Circuit in a couple of months. And so we're just waiting on that process right now.
So, but explain what you were doing. It relates certainly today, as some judges have ruled that the Trump administration can delay Congress members or legislators from inspecting these facilities. In May, talk exactly about what happened, about why you were at Delaney Hall, what it is for a global audience, you and two other Congress members, and then what happened to Ross Baraka and what happened to you.
So, of course, we went there for an oversight visit, which is something that Congress, statutorily have the right to do. We can show up to any ICE facility and have an inspection unannounced, announced. That's, in statute for us to do that. And so two of my colleagues from New Jersey, which we have done in the past before, we've showed up to ICE facility in New Jersey other than Delaney Hall and conducted an oversight visit. And just that day we were going to Delaney Hall, we had gotten a lot of calls about Delaney Hall. We had no idea that this facility had opened up. The mayor of the city had said that this place was not cooperating with city guidelines. And so we're like, hey, we need to go here and check this place out. Mayor Baraka did not accompany us to the facility for the oversight visit. It was literally just members of Congress. Mayor Baraka showed up later because he was coming there for the press conference that we were having after our tour, but he was not there to come with us on the visit. I mean, he had been showing up there at this facility every day prior to us coming because, once again, this facility has basically, just refused to adhere to city guidelines as it relates to inspections and fire code inspections. They claim they're a federal facility, but they're not. It's a private prison that has a contract with the federal government. They're not a federal facility. And so,
honestly, I need Congress people to start standing their ground. Refuse to be arrested. In every sense of the word. Refuse the lawlessness of these fucking fascists. These brown shirt Nazi Gestapo thugs. We've been watching it for too long. Honestly, this is enough. We've seen enough. That day when the brown shirts took over the Department of Education, and those Congress people looked on helplessly and didn't push through that one piece of shit who was illegally preventing them from going inside, they failed. They failed. They should have restrained him and arrested him for illegally preventing Congress people from entering in a federal building. That was honestly, really, truly the beginning of the constitutional crisis. All of this has just been day one shit. But they should have seized that man, physically seized him and arrested him with their constitutional authority for a clearly unconstitutional action. That fucking brown shirt should be in jail right now facing charges. He's not. I don't even know his name, but we should. And there needs to be investigations into every single one of these motherfuckers. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, every single one of these motherfuckers, this guy. Every single one of these pieces of shit. I don't care how long it takes.
We showed up there to have our oversight visit, and we were met with an army of ICE agents, folks from DHS. I mean, I had never experienced anything like that, nor had we when we went to another facility to inspect that facility. And so they created a whole fiasco, unlawfully arrested the mayor for trespassing after they let him into the gate. I mean, it was just a whole complete nightmare there that day, with them basically trying to restrict us from having oversight of this facility. Just days later, I mean, they put out this whole new protocol from DHS that said Congress members had to give 7 days notice.
You know who should have been here upholding the law with these Congress people? There's another group of people who are being paid U.S. tax dollars. A whole fuckload of them. New Jersey's, let's see. $431 million the state police of New Jersey received in full year 2025. That's just the state police. That's not local. That's just state police. State police received $500 million. They should be here next to that woman. They are not. They should be protecting Congress from lawless force, upholding the law, protecting and serving.
For them to show up to have oversight, just constantly trying to stop Congress from having oversight and holding the administration accountable. And we continue to see that this from last May and now continuing on each and every day with the different scenarios from this administration. And so I continue to show up to do oversight, continue to hold this agency, but also these facilities accountable. I've been back to Delaney Hall.
And with whose army are we going to do that? Every single state has a National Guard, a state police force, and local law enforcement. That's a beginning. Places like New Jersey, that probably adds up to over $1 billion in resources and manpower.
I had a detainee who died there, a 42-year-old Haitian immigrant who was completely healthy before going to this facility, died within 24 hours of being at this facility. And so I went back there to have an inspection. A couple of weeks after we went last May, there was an entire riot at this same detention center because detainees were not getting food. They were starving. And
like, this strikes at the heart of our democracy, right? There's a reason we have states. Like, can anybody explain to me the reason we have states right now? Because there's a reason why we don't have just one government, right? We have state governments and local governments, rather than just one overarching federal government that encompasses absolutely everything and is unchecked by any other government. There's a reason for that. And it goes to the heart of our democracy and the way it currently stands. And, if before this you thought our country was okay, as it was, well, it's not like it was before. You're now living under a state of pure authoritarian federal government repression. These same people who cry about China. Oh, China, state repression. This is exactly that. And you're just too stupid to see it.
Were upset about that, and they had a whole riot, and they had about 4 detainees who escaped through a makeshift wall there. So that just goes to show you why.
I'm not trying to accuse people of being like, but I mean, really, like we have these separations of powers. We have states and state taxes and federal taxes, right? Like, all these systems exist for a fucking reason. It's supposed to be about checking power, about getting as close as you can to supposed representative democracy type stuff. You know, like, I agree, the system is not perfect. It wasn't perfect before we got here at all. But the fact is like, we've gone so far at this time. This is genuinely calling into question the whole system by doing what they're doing, right? With they're attempting, and what's fascinating about this is because Republicans have been so adamant about states' rights for so long, and suggest that anytime the federal government usurps state rights, it's authoritarianism. And now in this moment, they are all, it's just crickets. But, like, to some degree, the states should have autonomy, right? Like, to some degree, states should have autonomy from the federal government. And we've set up laws and rules and regulations to check that federal government, and they're now running roughshod over those checks and balances, basically usurping all the power of the states and the local municipalities and doing whatever the hell they want with our tax dollars. And that is literally foundational to the democracy of the United States, is that people felt they're being taxed unfairly, and they started a fucking revolution over it.
Oversight is so important, and why we have to continue to apply pressure and do our jobs as members of Congress and, you know, go to these facilities. You know, the government has said, hey, I went there, we were there to protest, we were there to do all of these things, but we didn't go there for anything. I go there for protest. We went there for one reason, and that one reason was to go there to protect the people who were there, to find out what was going on, to make sure that things were running okay inside this facility, which we had the right to, and that is our job to do so. And so, you know, I'm not going to stop doing what I'm supposed to be doing and what the people of the 10th Congressional District here in New Jersey have elected me to do. And that is to protect them and hold this administration accountable.
You were there with New Jersey Congress members Rob Menendez and Bonnie Watson-Coleman. Now, what is your legal situation? So often in these cases of political persecution, the process is the punishment. The New Yorker notes in December, you'd already racked up close to $1 million in legal fees. What do you think this message sends to Congress members, legislators all over the country if they stand up for their constituents, as they say, as you say you were doing? You'll be personally bankrupted.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. The process is the punishment. This is what they're doing. They're doing this with your taxpayer dollars, prosecuting a member of Congress for doing their job. It doesn't cost them anything because they're...
It's not a prosecution, it's a persecution. It's a fucking government persecution. This woman did nothing wrong. In fact, she did everything right.
I did everything
Literally
right,
did everything
and they
right.
indicted me.
And they indicted her. And now $1 million legal bill so far. And this thing isn't even over. And she's still under threat of being put in prison for upholding the Constitution and doing her congressional duty of inspecting a facility, a privately owned and run facility in the state which she presides over. And this federal government wants to punish her for it because it runs contrary to what they want, even if it's absolutely her right and honestly, some would say obligation to do so. Meanwhile, ICE is continuing to act lawlessly on the streets of Minneapolis, smashing into cars, causing more chaos.
I know you're better than that. Come on, guy. Come on.
Hey, man, back up. Before I fucking spray you, back the fuck up.
Ray Berg reporting for Status Coup News. We are currently on the corner of 35th and 4th Avenue, where an attempted ICE raid just happened. We had officers running down the street, a vehicle involved that got into a car crash, and in front of a school. So you have a child at the school?
I have two.
You have two children at the school. All right, so walk us through a little bit about what you saw.
So a group of us are posted up here every day. Yeah. This is a very high traffic ICE area. Heard on the radio that ICE was right here, and I heard a crash and ran down here to the corner, and the crash literally, if you can see, there's debris right there in the road. That's where the crash happened, right there.
Wow. Great job.
I know you.
These guys are so well trained, they're just dropping equipment all over the ground, causing chaos everywhere.
Come on.
Hey, man, back up. Before I fucking spray you, back the fuck up.
Honestly, there's been a huge drop in civilian crime since ICE started doing what they were doing, and a massive uptick in federal crimes being committed on our streets. Just constant crime being caused by the federal government now. Just out in the open, too. It's like, it's so disturbing.
I saw an ICE vehicle, a sedan, with the lights on, the sirens were going, and it had smashed into the person they were trying to abduct's car. And apparently it was only one guy. I did see him take off, and according to neighbors right over here, the ICE agents had their guns drawn, and the person they were trying to take jumped a bunch of fences and was running down the alley parallel to the street.
Do you want us to roll up Yes. We're fucking exercising our First Amendment rights. Neighborhood is watching you. We got eyes on you. You're not welcome here. People feel about safe. It's still a situation. We need to de-escalate. You're in front of a school.
What you did, man? Middle of the traffic.
Say, dude, watching this shit. Oh. Especially in the wake of the murder of Renee Good and Alex Pretti in broad daylight on camera, where we have all now watched these murders from every fucking angle possible, just over and over again. When I look at this news...
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
I start having a fucking anxiety attack. I swear to God. I literally, I'm looking at this like, oh my God, who is going to get murdered next? Who next? Are we going to have to watch another one right now?
I may just never come back.
See why you creating cows, man? Look what you did, man. You don't care about what happens to the people. You just blow out some car driving by and you just go in front of them.
Let's run, dude.
Wow. You're great.
Shit. Oh, what happened?
Just drive away.
You acting tough, man. We're on the sidewalk. You are in the middle of the road, dude. We're on the sidewalk. You acting tough. Why? Why is he acting tough? Yeah? You acting tough for no reason. There's no reason why you should be threatening people and spreading. We're on the sidewalk. You just caused an accident in front of the road, man.
And then we told them we didn't want them there. And then I witnessed that same ICE agent with the American flag mask get into the damaged car and drive away with the other ICE vehicles.
You don't respect the laws. How do you expect the people respect you?
Look, they're blocking. They're blocking a public fucking bus.
Respect the
They're
laws.
blocking the bus. So they're preventing an entire group of citizens from living their lives, getting to work, getting to school, getting home, whatever else.
Respect the people respect you. He coming acting tough, threatening people to spray them. See, now you're leaving the scene of the accident, man.
Illegal.
They both had guns drawn.
Stealing the car, man! Hey! Leave the car!
Wait for the car.
Now you want to run the red light with no emergency lights on it?
Illegal.
Oh, now she's taking the light. Not taking the car away.
So yeah, so
I've never seen
and that was
them.
the person they were trying to detain's car. So they drove off with
In
the
his
guys
car.
In his car.
In
so,
his car. The one guy with the
This is why I said I don't give a fuck if Bovino is out and Homan is in. That is a zero change situation to me. And that I told you the things on the ground were not going to improve. And what do we see? More lawlessness. This was live streamed yesterday. It's like a compilation now, but like, it's ridiculous. What? No change. Everything's the same. Still fucking chaos in Minnesota. People living under, I would say martial law, but there's no rules to this thing at all.
So they were able to turn the engine on. Maybe they got the keys from the guy then. That's awful.
I think the person that they were trying to take, I literally think his keys were in the ignition. It appeared to be
'cause
running.
he left in there 'cause
I
he
think
ran
he
off. Okay.
left his phone, and I think he just took off.
Okay.
And I've seen ICE leave vehicles in the middle of a street. I've heard stories about them leaving vehicles that are running, like rolling down the street.
Down the street.
But I've never seen an ICE take
an actual car.
From someone they did not successful abduct. I think people, some of the neighbors are trying to figure out who that was because ICE now has his car and his phone.
Curious just if you could speak to what it feels like as a...
So they're just robbing people in broad daylight. I mean, that's what you just witnessed, a daylight robbery. Yeah, is that an improvement rather than murder, daylight robbery? Is that gunpoint, right?
At gunpoint. At gunpoint.
For fuck's sake. It's a daylight robbery. They stole his phone and his car. Under threat of death. That is disturbing. Of course, people are living in detention are also living under threat of death every second of every day that they are inside these places. Here's Democracy Now! From yesterday to talk about the state of those in detention right now.
2 protesters were arrested Wednesday as demonstrators rallied outside ICE's South Texas Family Residential Center, where the Trump administration is detaining children, including Liam Ramos, the 5-year-old from Minnesota, who was detained last week after coming home from preschool. Images of Liam went viral after he was picked up while still wearing a Spider-Man backpack and a blue hat with bunny ears. He's being detained with his father. According to the family's lawyer, Liam's father is a legal asylum seeker who's followed proper protocols and has no criminal record. On Wednesday, Texas Democratic Congressmember Joaquin Castro met with Liam and his father. Castro spoke after their meeting.
Liam Ramos should be released immediately. I would first like to describe to you our meeting. We met with he and his father for about 30 minutes, how that meeting went. We sat in what was the courtroom. You can see from the picture that I posted that he was lying in his father's arms. His father said that Liam...
The Trump administration and their lawless actions are traumatizing America. And we're all going to need to band together and file a class action lawsuit against Donald Trump and his entire family and seize all their ill-gotten gains and redistribute it. Force these people to pay for their fucking crimes. And that's just a fucking beginning. It doesn't even come close. But they're actively traumatizing the entire nation. At least those with a conscience and a set of eyes. They're traumatizing America right now. I'm traumatized. I'll be signing my name.
Minutes, how that meeting went. We sat in what was the courtroom. You can see from the picture that I posted that he was lying in his father's arms. His father said that Liam has been very depressed since he's been at Dilley, that he hasn't been eating well. I was concerned with, you see how he appears in that photo with his energy. He seemed lethargic. His father said that Liam has been sleeping a lot, that he's been asking about his family, his mom, and his classmates, and saying that he wants to go be back in school with his classmates. He's asked about his backpack and his cap that he was wearing when they picked him up in Minnesota. I let him know that his school and his community, his family, and our country love him, and we're praying for him.
Texas Democratic Congressmember Joaquin Castro visited the ICE jail in Dilley just days after hundreds of detained immigrant families held a protest inside demanding the release of Liam and other detained children. Protesters held signs reading "Libertad para los niños," or "Liberty for the kids." The immigration attorney, Eric Lee, was attempting to meet with clients inside Dilley when the protests broke out. He posted this video from just outside.
I'm outside. I'm outside. It doesn't say out here. And I've just been ordered to leave the premises. And she's yelling at me right now, so. I'm outside of the Dilley facility here in South Texas. There's a demonstration of detainees taking place inside right now. We were all asked to leave. There's a drone flying up ahead right now. It's an extremely bizarre situation. You can hear them shouting. Can you hear that? They're shouting, "Let us out! Let us out!"
A video from immigration attorney Eric Lee recorded Saturday outside ICE's South Texas family jail in Dilley. He's joining us now from San Antonio, along with Javier Hidalgo, legal director at ICES, an organization that provides legal support for immigrant families in Texas. Eric, let's begin with you. We just saw you outside this jail, the detention center. Can you explain who's inside and also talk about this visit yesterday? You were there as well yesterday, I understand, outside of Joaquin Castro, who's with Liam's dad, and Liam, who's the dad holding Liam. He says he is very depressed and is just laying there.
Well, I represent a family of 6. It's a mother and her 5 children, 2 5-year-old twins who have been there for over 8 months. That's almost a fifth of their young lives. Their last name is El Gamal. There's also a 9-year-old, a 16-year-old, an 18-year-old. The conditions in this facility are abysmal. But I think there's another point to be made about the overall situation, because yes, the Democrats are holding their press conferences. It's a midterm election year. We all know that they do this every time there's some horrific crime perpetrated against immigrants, whether it's family separation in 2018 and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's teary-eyed photo op, and then they go away and nothing changes. Dilley was opened by the Obama administration in 2014. It's been filled up with hundreds of children and their parents. The Biden administration kept it open for 3.5 years of his term. Obviously, Trump is making everything worse. The conditions are deplorable. They're getting worse and worse. But it's very important, as this protest movement develops across this country, as the calls for more demonstrations grow and grow, as calls for a general strike grow. The Democratic Party is as equally responsible as Trump for creating the infrastructure of mass family and adult detention in this country. And it is necessary that this protest movement stay 100 miles away from the Democratic Party and develop its orientation to the working class. That's the only way that Dilley is going to be shut down, that the families inside, like my clients, are going to be freed. And that has got to be rule number one with these protests as they develop going forward.
We're living in such dire, terrible times. These images of children in detention centers, families broken up once again. Remember when Tom Homan was saying, "Oh, we don't want to separate them, and that's why we're gonna keep them together and we'll deport them together." Now they're not keeping them together. They're not being deported together. Not that would be much more humane than this, but these policies are just inhuman and cruel. And the fact is, they are not picking up criminals. They're picking up anybody. Even U.S. citizens. U.S. citizens are spending time in these places, too.
I'm wondering, Javier Hidalgo, if you can describe the conditions inside as we hear this painful cry of children and parents, "Let us out, let us out."
Yeah. The conditions are, imagine you were in a jail, and imagine it was a jail that was probably conditions worse than any jail that our criminal justice system would put someone in. Now, imagine you're in there with your child, watching your child deteriorate day after day. And it's a jail that no one in there has actually done anything wrong, right? Because no criminals are in immigrant detention. They can't be. They would be in our criminal justice system, right? And every day the guards there are saying, well, if you want this to end, just give up your case, right? And so imagine that condition. Imagine being there with a breastfeeding child under the age of 1, and the water that they give you to mix with formula smells so bad that your child won't take it down, right? That's the type of conditions.
Oh my God.
Lack of medical care is constant. And let me just say, my context for this, right, is, our organization has been working, providing legal services to families in family detention since Obama opened them in 2014.
Anybody who works in these concentration camps also need to be brought up on charges. It's not just the agents running around the streets. It's not just Kristi Noem or Greg Bovino or Tom Homan, or Stephen Miller or Donald Trump. Every single one of these people who are witnessing these conditions and are doing nothing to stop it, nothing to tell the people about what is happening here, are complicit in these crimes. This is unacceptable, not just in the United States of America, but on this fucking planet. I object.
Some form, right? We've been documenting these harms. These harms aren't new. It's almost as it's a tool that just keeps getting recycled and used, but the conditions are just horrific, and it's unimaginable. And you almost have to go and see it. I can describe it in and out, right? Lack of adequate food. We often hear about food with bugs or worms in it, half frozen food being given, guards yelling at parents if their kids are making too much noise or if they're asking for an extra apple. Yesterday when the Congress folks tried to meet, we understood from the clients that we were meeting with that same day, right, that they were pretty much locked in their rooms, except to be escorted to meet with us in legal visitation. And they were locked in their rooms, and the guards just tossed crayons on the floor for the kids to play with to keep them busy. There's no educational resources. What they are given is laughable. And some of the things that are new are a lot of these families, which this hasn't happened all that often, in the recent years that they've used family detention. We're seeing a lot of families that have been here in our communities for a long time, taken into detention centers while they're still trying to process the case. So you're talking about kids who have been going to school, understand the difference between a rigorous academic curriculum and they're giving coloring packets, right? And so that's the level of conditions. And despite all the protections that exist, and let me say, there's very few protections that exist. ICE has taken a position that they don't actually apply because they don't want them to anymore. And they're just ignoring them and flattering them. So you have families in there that are in there up towards 100 days, upwards of 100 days, as high as Eric's client, who has been there an unimaginable amount of time, right? So
everything about what is going on right now is wrong. This infuriates me. This country is repeating dark history. But we're doing it with an American flag. Fuck yeah! All right, let's try and move on from the state of detention centers, which are literally subhuman and unacceptable under any rule of law or any consideration for human beings. It is fundamentally wrong what is being done to people in detention and out of detention, of course, as well, just in different ways. And a fuckload of people have died in detention. One guy died within 24 hours of showing up, a perfectly healthy person with no pre-existing health conditions, with no explanation for his death. And there's been numerous situations like that. It's unacceptable. Nobody should accept that in the United States or anywhere else. We pretend not to accept these sort of things happening in other countries, like Russia or Iran. Meanwhile, We're doing all the same shit over here. People are being traumatized by the actions of the federal government that they're witnessing every day. Let's go to another witness to the murder of Alex Pretti. Spoke with CNN earlier on Friday.
Whoa!
Kayla Schultz is speaking for the first time on camera since the killing she witnessed. I talked to her earlier. First, we want to warn you, some of the conversation has graphic language and images.
What made you decide to start documenting what's happening?
Well, it's because that's all we can really do at this point. What has happened in my city is absolutely devastating to me. I have witnessed and I've seen videos of my neighbors being kidnapped, and I know that all we can really do at this point is make some noise, make our voices heard, and film them so that they don't go missing without a trace, so that we can at least record their names and try to get contact information for their family or friends so that they know what has happened to them.
Saturday morning, how did you come to be there?
I received a notification. I was already out and about, and I went there with my whistle and my phone so that I could do what little I can in order to try to protect my neighbors.
Your video is really important because it...
I know I joke, but I mean, this administration is trying to make whistles and phones illegal. The same people who are crying about social media bans for COVID vaccine misinformation are the same people who are trying to take away people's physical phones and the ability to whistle in public. It's insane.
It's not only a different angle on things we have seen, but you also capture things that we haven't seen in other videos. What did you see before the video?
Before the video even starts, several federal agents crossed the street to come over to my window to tell me that I was obstructing, and they would pull me out of my car and arrest me for that. I told them I wasn't obstructing anything. We exchanged some not so nice words back and forth. The last thing that federal agent who came up to my window said, and he screamed it at the top of his lungs right in my face, was that I'm a fucking
Have you ever had a law enforcement officer say anything like that?
No, absolutely not. No one's ever actually called me that word at all.
Were you scared?
Yeah, that's incredibly rude.
But I absolutely refuse to show them that I'm scared. I think, and we saw this in the video, that they feed off of that. They want us to be afraid and they want us to be intimidated.
They feed off it?
Yes.
That's, in your personal experience, that's what you have seen?
Yes. I think that is one of their goals.
These people have no respect for society, America, the rule of law, or fucking anything. It is insane. Why is this woman having to deal with this? Why is this young woman having to deal with this shit? I ask you. Why are people like this having to be verbally assaulted, abused, and be under threat of literal murder for existing on their own city streets, the city streets which their tax dollars pay for, where they live, where many of these agents are not from? They're just an invading force. They're just an invading force.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
Ridiculous.
They escalate in every single way if they are not able to use that fear in order to intimidate us into backing down.
So if you're not intimidated, they escalate?
And that's exactly what happened to Alex. He did not let them intimidate him.
Which is the...
In fact,
which is the behavior of a weak, fragile person. You didn't succumb to what I wanted? Well, my ego can't handle that, so I'm going to lash out for it. It's a weak, pathetic thing to do.
Weak. You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Up for two women that they were absolutely brutalizing, and that made them mad that they were not able to intimidate him into tucking his tail and leaving.
Your video shows the two women who are talking with some officers in a vehicle. They are.
These people are only capable of feeling power when subjugating others. That's how weak and useless they are. These are the same people who are claiming to be protecting women. You know? Oh, we gotta protect the women and the fetuses. We must protect the women from being able to abort the fetuses. And from trans women from being in sports and bathrooms. We're protecting society.
With some officers in a vehicle. They are right next to you. Those two women.
Everybody feeling safe? Everybody in chat feeling good and safe right now?
Also visible in Stella Carlson's video shot from the sidewalk not far from where Kayla Schultz's car is located.
On your video, there's a man in a gray tan hat, an officer who pushes one of the women.
I don't know exactly whose words were whose at that point, but he, in my opinion, is the one that instigated this.
How so?
He just seemed angry. He seemed like he wanted vengeance for I don't know what. He wanted to be the big, scary guy, and he just had absolutely no control over his emotions. I saw him shoving them very violently. It was not out of self-protection, in my opinion. It was purely out of rage.
You believe that pushing was kind of the genesis of everything else that then followed?
Yep, exactly. He was being so incredibly violent.
You briefly capture Stella Carlson, the lady in the pink jacket. You can actually see her documenting this from another, and when you compare the videos, it really gives a much more kind of rounded view of what is going on. On your video, we see the Border Patrol agent who will end up shooting Alex Pretti. We see him spraying a chemical agent on a woman, or attempting to spray a small bottle of pepper spray or something into a woman's face. And he seems to have some issue with his bottle, and he checks it. He sort of turns away and checks it for a moment. Your video actually captures the gun. Did you know that? Yeah. I hadn't realized that when I first started looking at it. It's very grainy.
One moment, there are people being pushed around, there are people being maced right in front of me. That was upsetting enough. All of a sudden, I see so many federal agents, way more than was necessary in order to take him down to the ground. The next thing I know, it's gunshots. It's so many gunshots. I couldn't believe it. I didn't immediately register that they were gunshots, in fact. My brain, I think, didn't want to believe it. I was hoping, praying that it was anything else but guns. I ended up looking away from my camera at that point.
I don't want reality.
And making out that they were holding real guns and they had just shot him.
After the shots, what do you remember?
After the shots, I saw pretty much all of them back away immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Just absolutely in shock. I really have barely a recollection of the moments immediately after, other than just the feeling of absolute horror and also rage that it escalated like this.
You fucking no!
This is so fucked. The timeline that we're living on right now is completely fucked. Where is Scott Bakula right now in this moment? We need Scott more than ever. Bakula, where are you, sir? Please fix our broken timeline. We're going down a dark, dark path. Terrible, terrible path of destruction. Why? Why? Okay, I just blew through the third break. I got so dialed in to what was going on over here. We're like a half an hour past the third break just now. 4.5 hours in, we still got a buttload of content to get through on this week-ending report. This week from hell, part 53, 4, whatever it is now. Quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, everybody, I hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do not forget that we are completely funded by individuals like you, and your donations are what keep us alive. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Things like YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs. We got Cash App and PayPal. We got Throne. And, of course, the very best way to get most base benefits for your earned dollars, Patreon, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So many great benefits, I'm not even going to mention them. I just recommend you go onto the website and find out what lies in store. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Jesus Christ, I'm moving so slow today. This is terrible. This is real bad. I'm doing a terrible job. I think I'm just exhausted. Just exhausted from all of this. Like, I'm like struggling. Also, like, I'm furious. I think it's a combination of being just beyond angry and also just so tired of this shit. And like, I feel like I'm just getting bogged down. Like, I'm just getting bogged down. I don't even have a long list today. I have less than 100 videos. That's a normal list for me. I have 98 videos. That's like a perfectly normal 8-hour stream like we do around here. And I'm a third of the way through it, 4.5 hours in. I'm sorry, 5 hours in because we just took the third break super late. Jesus Christ, what am I doing with my life? All right, I'm going to skip a couple just for my own sanity. And I'm going to go here, back to CNN, talk about one Donald J. Lemon. I don't know what his middle name is. Donald K. Lemon of the Don Lemon Network on the YouTubes.
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube.
Let's talk about Don. Now, we talked about Don Lemon. Been talking about Don Lemon recently, since he has been on the ground doing much needed journalism in the field in Minnesota at some of the protests that have been going on, documenting what is happening. Honestly, Don's won points in my book. When he first left CNN, I couldn't give any fucks. Like, I gave, like, negative fucks. Like, I was giving, you know, oh, God. But now, honestly, I feel like Don Lemon's managed to win some points in my book. At least a couple. Some of his recent efforts. Actually, I mean, he's out there, he's doing, like, actual independent journalism, whether or not we agree on everything. Another topic of discussion. I believe in his right to do his job. However, the Trump administration does not.
I'm being repressed!
And they arrested Don Lemon earlier on Friday. These people exhaust me. What is wrong with them? Like, there's something fundamentally wrong with the people in the Trump administration. Like, they have a sickness.
These people are perverts.
Former CNN anchor and a former colleague of mine and friend, Don Lemon, has been taken into custody by federal agents, according to his attorney. It comes after Lemon covered the protest earlier this month, dozens of anti-ICE protesters rushing inside of a church in St. Paul, Minnesota. Now, Don has said that he was just there as a journalist, photographing the incident as a journalist, asking questions as a journalist after the protesters went in.
Thanks, Jeff, for the
Clear
question.
he was not part of the protest group. In a statement, Don Lemon's attorney says, quote, "This unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing this administration will not stand.
Illegal.
Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court." Now, I just want to quickly let you know, Don Lemon spoke with Allison Camerata, another former colleague and friend from CNN, who now works for Scripps News, about the church incident. Let's go to what she told us just moments ago.
So he said that he was covering a protest. This is the St. Paul church. The protesters had reason to believe that the pastor there was an ICE agent. And so Don, the way Don described it to me is that he was doing what we do. He was covering a protest. He wasn't conspiring with them. He knew that they were going to be protesting something. He wasn't in on their plans, he says, beforehand, which is one of the things that the DOJ has suggested. And then he stayed outside, he says. The protesters went inside the church. And when he realized that the protest was unfolding inside the church, he then went inside. And so, obviously our legal experts can describe whether that's trespassing on private property. But either way, that's a misdemeanor. And, the idea that Don Lemon, as a journalist, has now been arrested is just in an entirely different category.
Now, I have some more breaking news. We have just learned that another independent journalist.
But seriously, I mean, regardless of what you might think of the fucking protest.
Why can't I shut up about Jesus?
Regardless about what you might think about that fucking protest, Don Lemon was a journalist. He was there after the fact, covering it. People were already in the fucking building, protesting. He was just doing the job of the media, who was not there. You think he deserves to go to jail for that? Fascinating.
Who is very popular here and very well known here in Minneapolis and in Minnesota, Georgia Fort, has also been arrested. We have now seen video.
I would just like to point out, and I've been around in media for a long time now, right? I've been paying attention to media for a very long time. I've been doing this stream for 2 years straight. From what I can tell, if you want to talk about responsibility in media and in journalism, if you're on the right, if you are a conservative, if you are a MAGA boy and or gal, I'd like to point out that the people that you listen to are much less concerned with the truth and media credibility than the left and or even the center. Honestly, even more, CNN is doing a better job than Fox. I'll say it. I hate both of them with a passion, but CNN is doing a better job than Fox, and the Majority Report is doing a better job than Dave Rubin. Who's the? I mean, I would have said Charlie Kirk or something, but he's gone. The point is you got a bunch of people over there who are constantly not sticking to the facts, right? And coming out before there's any facts and making a bunch of accusations. In fact, multiple people have had to face legal penalties and consequences for things like that. Alex Jones, Steven Crowder. Shall I go on? And if you think this is fine, well, once again, as I've said before, there is a flip side to this coin. That one that I don't think you'll like very much.
of her inside of her home, telling us that there are FBI agents outside of her door demanding that she come out. She said that they had a warrant, that they had gone to a grand jury. So this is brand new breaking news. She is describing what is happening, saying that the federal agents say that they had a warrant, that there was a grand jury involved, and that she must come out to be arrested. She said that she spoke to her attorney. Her attorney advised her to go with them. And that is exactly what she did, and that she was taken to the Whipple building. So now there are 2 journalists who have been arrested by the FBI, by federal agents, after the incident that happened at a church. Joining me now are CNN's Kara Scannell and our chief media analyst, Brian Stelter. So
like,
Kara,
I actually completely forgot about this fucking idiot for a second. What is this kid's name again? The leaning center guy. The leering was center boy. You know? This kid was trying to storm into nurseries, and you're fine with that. Meanwhile, you're complaining about this. Do you not see the blatant hypocrisy in that? Like, you're cheering on this one moron who can barely string together a sentence, disturbing daycares around Minnesota. Meanwhile, one church gets bothered, and you're like up in arms over it. You're a fucking hypocrite. You're a fucking literally, examine your life for like 2 seconds. Are you that incapable of introspection? Like, you have to blame absolutely everything on everyone else? Take a moment. Take some fucking accountability. Okay? Have some fucking class, you piece of shit. And actually look at your life objectively. Because you're not doing it currently. If you think that those 2 things, like, you're fine with those 2 things existing. You're an idiot.
what are we learning about the situation with Don Lemon?
Well, Sarah, we do know that Don Lemon was arrested last
Nick Shirley,
night in
thank
Los
you.
Angeles.
That fucking moron. Nick Shirley. Dude can barely spell. And you're listening to him. And you're fine with him going and harassing daycares where there are children. But you're not okay with the church. Oh.
These people are perverts. 11 o'clock hour local time. I'm told that by a source that he was in a hotel lobby on his way to an event related to covering the Grammy Awards, and that is when he was arrested by the agents and taken into custody. It is expected he will appear in court in Los Angeles this morning, and that the charges against him will be unsealed. Now, as we've been discussing, Lemon was part of a larger attempt by the Justice Department to bring charges against a number of people, some from the protesting group, last week, and that the judge had rejected that complaint against some of the individuals, including Don Lemon. He had suggested if DOJ wanted to go forward, they might want to look toward going before a grand jury. So that would follow the process that played out, where the judge did not believe that there was sufficient evidence, but if a grand jury did, then that would be...
Yeah. Initially, a judge threw this case out and said, this is fucking dumb. And so now they're just going to a different court to do the same bullshit. It's ridiculous. Hold on, I'm skipping ahead.
Now that you are learning that there are 2 journalists who have been taken into custody, one of whom we know well, our colleague and friend Don Lemon, the other who is very well known here as an independent journalist, she also saying that she was taken into custody, Georgia Fort. I saw her just the other day. She was covering the Ilhan Omar incident. What does that tell you about what the Trump administration is doing here? I mean, the First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason.
Disturbing escalation against reporting in America. And I would also put it in the framework of protests. You know, this is part of an ongoing pressure campaign against protests, especially the kind of provocative anti-Trump protest action that we have seen makes the administration so uncomfortable. And frankly, makes some voters very uncomfortable. This is an action, this arrest of Don Lemon, this arrest of this independent journalist who is live streaming and reporting in Minnesota. This is something that some MAGA loyalists have been demanding. They've been wanting to see it happen. When Trump...
You know what makes me uncomfortable, Brian? Fascism. Nazis. Nazis make me uncomfortable. I see Nazis and I go, ooh, that's bad. Maybe I should move to a different neighborhood. That's what makes me uncomfortable. Brown shirts. Brown shirts make me concerned. All right, let's keep talking Don Lemon with the one and only Don Lemon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Lemon Live at 5, except it's Lemon Live at 5 Pacific Coast time. Pacific time. Thank you so much for joining this evening on a Friday. Sorry, I'm 3 hours late for the 5 o'clock show, but you know I had some things that I had to do today. But in all seriousness, I am fine. I am doing well, and I appreciate all of your love and your support. I really do, more than anything. As a matter of fact, I want to tell you guys, like, I ran into Lemonheads today. There was a gentleman who's a Lemonhead in the courtroom this evening with a Don Lemon Show hat on. You know, the light blue hat, and he made sure that I saw him and he waved. And so I have a lot of folks to thank, and in no particular order. But the mayor of Los Angeles was there, Karen Bass. I think it was fantastic. By the way, I don't know anything. Like, I have not seen the news. I haven't seen anything. I did not know. I've been getting feedback from everyone about what has happened. I had no idea that all of this turmoil was going on. I just thought, like, you know, it would be, I thought people would report on it, but not to this extent. So thank you guys, and hit the like and hit the thumbs up, because it does affect the algorithm, and more people become aware of our conversation and our show. And today is a really important one, and it's important for our democracy and to the Constitution of the United States, and what the amendment that I believe is the bedrock of our democracy, and that is the First Amendment. Freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom to peaceably assemble, all of those things. This encapsulates all of that. And I'm glad that, at least to the extent that it has, that people are realizing the critical moment that we're in this country, that our rights are under assault. It may have started with people having their due process rights violated on the streets, violently violated on the streets. Illegal. But now they're trying to silence journalists, and I will not be silenced. And I think journalists, obviously, I think journalists should not be silenced. I think this is a very critical time for journalists in this country to stand up to this tyrannical administration.
Immediately,
and,
if not sooner.
Look, journalists are going to be, I believe they can be the folks that save us. I actually believe that artists will be the people that save us as well. And that's why I'm here in Los Angeles, is to cover the artists who are exercising their freedom of expression rights and creating fantastic music. And so I'll explain to you in a moment what happened, because I was actually covering, I had just been on the red carpet at the Black Music Collective, the Grammy Black Music Collective, and we were talking about the power and the importance of representation in music and black music. I had just seen Ketanji Brown Jackson. I just waved hello to her as she walked by. She didn't want to do an interview. I saw, you know, Pharrell and all of the wonderful artists who are contributing to what's good in this country, the very best. But so look, I have been, guys, a journalist for 30 years, if not more. I'm a man of a certain age. You know, I always say old people be knowing. And the only job or profession that is protected in the Constitution, I believe, and in the very First Amendment, is a job that I do, is a job that I have, and so many journalists around the world. So this is a moment for journalists, I believe, around the world. And I am so grateful to everyone who has voiced their support, who has put out statements, who has reached out to me, who has said,
yeah. The thing is, I don't watch Don Lemon, right? Like, I don't really watch him. Like, I think me and him generally have some fundamentally, like, different views about things. unless he's changed a fuck ton since leaving CNN. Like there's plenty of things I do agree with him on. But like I have a lot of sources I go to, but I 100% support his right to do what he does and what he did on that day. He was just doing journalism, and honestly, it's needed. Because the fact is, places like CNN are failing in a department that Don is succeeding in, and that I give him 100% credit for doing. And this is an incredibly frustrating thing for me because I see, I see journalism as being integral to our Constitution, to our democracy, just like Don is saying here. And it's under threat. It's been under threat all the last year. And it's not good. And it's good to see him getting someone to support. You can see all these super chats and new members going by. Clearly people support him.
Whatever you need financially, whatever support that you need, it has been overwhelming. And I do think right now that people understand that, again, this is a very critical time. And I hope that this continues and to support not just me. If I can be the catalyst for or the inspiration for people to say, finally, stand up to the powers that be in our government. And also, quite frankly, having come from corporate media for a long time.
Yagro8 Larson gifted a tier 1 subscription to Skit Kids.
Hey, thank you, Jaeger Larson, for the gifted sub over on Twitch. Incredibly generous. You became a member on Hassan's YouTube channel today during his live stream? Nice. Nice. He's gonna make so much money if he starts dual streaming to YouTube. I swear to God. He's gonna suck up like so much money. Twitch is gonna be pissed. Twitch is going to be pissed because fact is, I'll bet there's a bunch of people who watch Hassan on Twitch who will no longer watch Hassan on Twitch if he starts streaming to YouTube. And it will be them. They will have foiled themselves by their own petard banning Hassan for mentioning the terrible Z word or whatever happened exactly. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a full grasp of what happened, but I generally get the gist. I saw the post. I didn't see the stream or anything else, but I know that much. And it's just, I think they're going to be sad. Also, let's not forget that YouTube stores all of your live streams, which is hugely nice. It's like a great thing. And honestly, I remember when I got banned from YouTube, I lost all the streams. I lost my fucking mind, right? It's such a good place to store like all of your streams and not worry about it, so long as you don't suddenly lose your channel. Hassan, I'm sure, won't have to. Maybe. Honestly, who knows? But like Twitch doesn't store all your live streams. So all of a sudden, people are going to start going to YouTube to watch his streams like after the fact too, instead of Twitch. Terrible business decision. He's the biggest streamer on Twitch and they're like, nah, it's fine.
To stand up to the gatekeepers, the corporations, and say, no, I am not going to bend.
Like, everybody gets what I'm saying, right? Like, on Hassan's VODs, after the fact, after he's done streaming, people go and watch those. Clippers go and watch those. All of his fans go and watch those. All of his haters go and watch those. And they run ads. They run ads on those VODs. People are getting hit with ads when they watch those VODs. And now, maybe, I don't know what portion of people will start watching those VODs on YouTube.
To this administration, I am not going to put on liars and insurrection deniers and election deniers. I'm not going to give my platform to those people.
Yeah, Hassan said they were looking into switching to YouTube. That's why I'm talking about this, because I'm aware enough of the situation to be able to know that is something he already discussed. I'm way too dialed into what's going on out there. Somehow I put together an 8-hour. Honestly, this is probably like a 12-hour show, considering I put together like an 8 to 12-hour show today and also caught up on some of the Hassan drama. So I'm at least aware of the fact that there's a discussion around him multi-streaming potentially in the near future, once he gets the Twitch back. I think Twitch is going to be very sad if that becomes the case. At this point, if I were Twitch, I would just be bribing Hassan. Just like with physical cash. Here, Hassan, here's $5 million. Please don't start streaming to
Going to
YouTube.
put people on television and give them a platform, people who come on just to lie and to offend and to insult people. It's insulting to the American people. This is not folly. It's not funny. This is not a game. If you look at any tyranny or any autocracy, any sort of dictatorship, the first thing they do is they get rid of the media. They try to silence the media. Ask Turkey about that, Erdogan. Ask Iran about that. Ask any country that has lost its way, that has been overtaken by a dictator. They get rid of the press first. And so we need to start standing up.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to say that from what I've heard, I haven't had a chance to see it. I've heard that my former colleagues at CNN all came out pretty unanimously, pretty strongly to support me. I understand. I believe that CNN released a statement. I've heard that CNN released a statement. Thank you very much. I have no animus for CNN. I have no animus for anyone, but I tell the truth as about what I see. And I think it's time for all journalists to stand up for each other. So I appreciate that. And at CNN, I worked with the best journalists in the world. So I wish them nothing but the best. But I believe those journalists as well need to stand up to the corporation. They need to tell Warner Brothers Discovery, stop playing and get your hands out of the newsroom. CBS needs to tell Paramount and David Ellison and whatever, get out of our newsroom. Get out of our journalism. Barry Weiss, take your hands off of it. Let the journalists be the journalists.
Oh, shots fired. Shots fired, dude. Barry Weiss. Barry Weiss. Leave the journalists to the journalism. You hack, says Don Lemon. Thank you for the follow, Quantum Traveler. I think you're in the right place with a name like that.
All of them. That goes for every single corporate entity that owns a journalistic organization. Let the journalists be the journalists, because they are going to save our democracy if you just let them do it. The way to stand up to a bully, to a tyrant, is not to bend the knee. It's not to acquiesce. It is to metaphorically punch them right in the nose. And you need to introduce not only Donald Trump and the folks who work for him and his administration, but the corporate overlords and the gatekeepers. You need to introduce them to the word no.
Introduce them to the word no. Fascinating, Don. I like that. I like that strategy. Let's do that. The word no. A new word no one's ever heard before. No. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Can somebody... I need somebody to explain what the fuck that means. Maybe... I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
Maybe Jesus. I don't... It's a new word no one's ever heard before. All right. That's it on Don Lemon for the night. We still got a hell of a lot more to cover here. Let's keep this moving now. Let's go to the majority report. Bunch of people over on Twitch trying to feed the space corgi some treats. That's very thoughtful of you. You all know how much she likes those treats. She like them a lot. A lot. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying Leica loves her doggy treats. All right, let's talk about the economics of all of this. With things like the general strike happening yesterday. And other sorts of boycotts and things going on.
I'm curious about this. Broadly speaking, I am not a fan of this. What is the name of the Pivot podcast? And it's Scott Galloway. He is a professor, I think, at NYU, and Kara Swisher, who brought us years and years of hagiography of Elon Musk.
It was so good to hear Sam spell this out earlier when I was listening to this clip. I was like, yes, redemption. I've been saying this ever since she popped up. It's like when Elon Musk became part of the government, she showed up, and I was saying, like, this woman has been like a tech overlord, like stenographer and brown noser and glazer for like a decade plus, and now she's gonna show up and tell us that Elon's bad. Oh, good. The woman who brought us Elon actually wants to tell us he's kind of a bad guy. Oh, thanks, Kara. Great.
And apologized, and she realized she made a mistake. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Galloway,
another highly paid person who makes
really
mistakes.
highly paid by Vox for podcasting millions and millions of dollars.
But still, she apologized.
Look, have some grace, Emma.
Exactly.
That's
I'm sorry.
Just because,
she made a mistake.
Just because you say you have crypto in people's retirement.
She built
redemption.
She built a ladder and remains where that ladder took her, but just knows she has disdain for the ladder. So that's the important thing.
That feels
Wipe
nice.
your anyways. Galloway is an interesting figure because not hard to find him talking about stuff that I think many of us would agree with. He is very much a sort of like I don't know if he would identify as a neoliberal, and I don't know that he is, but he's certainly like very much looking for ways to maintain the sort of like structural dynamic that we have. Now, he does believe that there needs to be a like serious, almost confiscatory taxation. I've heard him talk about this as well. So there's interesting stories. And what's interesting here is he is talking about people withholding their role within society as a way of shutting things down. And he certainly understands the sort of the moment that we're in. And it's sort of interesting to me in that his role for labor here, he sort of begrudgingly acknowledges it. But I know this will be a little bit like this is a nuanced argument in terms of response. But I want to say, like, broadly speaking, happy to have any type of call for people's action and an awareness that this is not a time where we're going to be saved by politicians. Politicians are our tools, and they are one of the tools that we need to use. But we are the ones who need to be exercising this, and it has to be broader
if not sooner.
than the couple arrows that politicians represent in our quiver. But here is Galloway.
Something I'm spending a lot of time thinking about and trying to get some politicians on board with and some public figures is the following. If you want to understand real power and the difference between being right and being effective, stop watching protests and start watching gross domestic product, specifically GDP. Trump does not respond to outrage. He responds to markets. And that's not cynicism. It's mechanics. I'm not talking about a labor strike. This isn't unions, picket lines, or collective bargaining. I'm talking about something quieter, far more unsettling to the system, and that is an economic strike. A short-term coordinated withdrawal from spending and maybe work.
Well, they did that. They did that in Minnesota. They had a day. The business is closed for.
It can't be a day. A day is annoyance. It needs to be a week or a month, and it needs to be national. The U.S. economy is $27 trillion. That's $74 billion a day. And here's our power, Kara. Our economy is 70% consumer-driven. Consumers actually have more power, not in signs or in guns or even in their vote right now. They have it in the power of the purse. a very small change in behavior could have an enormous effect. It's not cinematic, it's not romantic, it's not going to be written up in great history novels. But if you could figure out a way to basically kick a small number of companies related to the tech economy that account for 40% of the S&P right now and who are the people he cares about, if you canceled all of your streaming media platforms, if you canceled OpenAI and Anthropic, and you said, I am not upgrading my Apple phone, and there was a real movement that registered, and they had to disclose it in their earnings calls, this shit would come to an end pronto.
So this is interesting, and like I almost like wanted to play this just to look at the look on Matt's face.
Yeah.
I mean, here's part of the problem. Okay, if you found a way, the part of the problem is that as consumers, relying on citizens, residents, people as consumers is problematic in the regard that they are not organized around anything. They have no relationship to each other. You can bump up to your friend and go like, oh, you got an iPhone? I got an iPhone. It's very difficult to have solidarity across shared consumer fates. Also, incidentally, because we also know that 50% of the economy is a function of the top 10% of the population. So you can get everybody to, stop their streaming, their Netflix streaming based upon their just being Netflix subscribers. But I mean, if you can't get that to happen based upon even the use case of Netflix, what? They canceled whatever show? I'm going to quit my my Netflix. It's not going to happen that way. I mean, the idea of shutting everything down is a good one. And the idea of shutting everything down for an extended period of time is also a good one. But you're going to need an existing network, A, and B, it needs to be from power that is not a function contingent upon what product is or is not available.
Yeah, Sam's right. It has to be broader than that. It really does. Sam thinks big. He's a big picture guy, I feel like. Like, he's capable of getting in the weeds on stuff. I feel like Sam, he's like a big picture guy. He's like, give me the thing that actually is going to work.
It has got to be shutting down the availability of the products. And the way you do that is by shutting down, by exercising what you are giving into the system. In one instance, it's money as a consumer. But the other thing is in the actual production of things. There is all of those products that he's talking about will not make it to marketplace if the labor associated with them decide, I'm not doing this.
I believe what Sam is saying is the working class needs to throw themselves upon the gears of the machine that is oppressing them.
A communist.
Sounds like
China.
It's just, I mean, well, it's interesting he disaggregates that from labor, because what I've been hearing, the general strike idea was what Sean Fang was talking about last year, coming up in 2028 on May 1st. So I find it, I mean, what Minnesota doing that with their general strike, I mean, it was very also community focused in the sense that it was what was happening to them. And there's another one coming up. I think it's a step in the right direction. But people already are so disempowered as consumers because like they don't have the spending money. We're hitting records of credit card debt over and over again. People already are having a hard time saying like which subscription should they keep, which subscription should they not. It's not really a time where people have the empowerment to flex.
Yeah, everybody's already living on like the bare bones right now. Like healthcare is getting cut, food stamps are getting cut. Like every single program that like helped people live their lives is getting cut. Like we're running out of things to to cut in our lives right now. It's a real problem. Oh God. The machines just need to do a ukulele song and apologize. Toxic gossip train. You only get $12 a year. $3, 2 pencils, that's it. That's too much. It's too much. You don't need that many pencils. As your
Daddies are
father,
more stronger than mommy.
You don't need $3. $1. $1, 2 pencils, that's it. You don't need $30, $40, okay? It's ridiculous. Okay, now people across the nation did observe and participate in the Ice Out strike, including in Portland, Oregon. Here's KGW News 20 hours ago.
Businesses in the Portland metro and across the country set to shut their doors on Friday as part of a nationwide protest against the tactics of federal immigration agents. Catherine Cook spoke with 2 local businesses taking different approaches. Catherine?
David, both share the same goal. They're sending a message to the federal government demanding that they stop separating families and killing protesters. For some, it's a demonstration that will cost them.
At Ice Queen in Southeast Portland, Rebecca Smith works hard to grow her vegan ice cream shop, especially this time of year.
January is slowest month for like any restaurant.
So why then, on a Friday, one of her busiest days of the week, would she and her employees agree to close up shop? They're joining a national strike, urging people to skip work, shopping, and school in order to protest ICE.
There are bigger things at play here and bigger questions than like my business. It's just about human dignity.
The strike comes after federal agents killed 2 people, Renee Good and Alex Pretti, in Minneapolis, spurring protests nationwide.
I hope people come out in droves. I hope we see record numbers on the streets, not just in Portland, but across the nation and across the world.
Cyrus Ichiza is executive chef at Jade Rabbit. Despite calls to close, his restaurant is one of many that will stay open Friday, unable to bear the financial strain that closing would create. He's grateful for his customer support and for anyone standing up against ICE.
We're going to do what we can to stop this machine, to stop what's going on out into the world in whatever ways that we can. It isn't necessarily about who's wrong or right and what action it is. It's just that every single one of us is taking an action.
Back at Ice Queen, customers who dropped in Thursday meant just a little bit more.
We need to bring a voice to everything that's happening and the injustice that's going on.
One last ice cream before the ice out.
Several businesses staying open tomorrow plan to donate some of their proceeds to organizations that support immigrants.
Yes, indeed. Everybody trying to do their part whatever way they can. Not everybody can, and I understand it. I understand that not everybody can participate in something like this, and that's one of the flaws of this, what Sam is saying, to some degree, right? Is and what Emma was saying before. You know, about people already being stretched thin and not having a lot of places to cut. Struggling with the tariffs and everything else the Trump administration has done this year, last year, and that's why we need to band together more than ever in this moment as communities and find ways to lift each other up. Speaking of lifting each other up, I just want to take this moment to thank some of you. I don't know if everybody heard. I need to post it in the Discord I'm sort of still like in shock. I think it happened the other day. But thanks to the donations of people like you, we've managed to already, in like a month and a half or something like that, maybe 2 months. I can't remember when I put it up. I think it might have been December. But we started crowdfunding an e-bike. We've finished that crowdfunding effort. And I'm so incredibly thankful for all of you who contributed to it. It was over on Throne. It's a place that we've been doing things like that. I've been trying to manage that as best as I can. I really appreciate all of you. That's going to be huge down on Earth when I'm not streaming, helping me get around down on the streets. Truly massively helpful to me. Couldn't have done it with all of you. I've been pinching pennies over here. Apparently it's going to be arriving super fast, like this weekend. Like I'm so excited right now. You can't believe me. Last you look, it was only like 20%. I know, it was really low. Well, not really low, but we had only made it. I thought maybe we'd see it by like the summer, which felt reasonable to me. But now I can have it set up and be prepared before the snow even thaws, I think. It's still going to be like an Arctic wonderland out there. Well, I'm going to be tempted to try and use it in the snow, but we'll see. Honestly, it might be safe in the snow. It's huge tires, 4-inch wide tires. Things are humongous. I'll be cruising down there. All right, let's continue talking about the protests that happened on Friday amidst the general strike. We've got quick one from CBS Minnesota. Boo, CBS. Grow some balls. Although technically WCCO has done a little bit of journalism in the face of all this, I still feel like, honestly, and it's insane to say this, I feel like Fox 9 has done more even-handed coverage than CBS Minnesota. It seems like a weird thing to say.
Begin this morning with breaking news. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi says federal agents have arrested 4 people, among those former CNN anchor Don Lemon and independent journalist Georgia Fort. So this in connection with an anti-ICE protest that was inside City's Church in St. Paul almost 2 weeks ago.
Last week, a federal appellate court declined to order a lower court judge to sign arrest warrants for 5 people, including Lemon, who is now an independent journalist. Today, a source familiar to this case tells CBS News a grand jury was impaneled on this yesterday. Sources say FBI and Homeland Security were involved in this arrest. Don Lemon's attorney tells us he was taken while covering the Grammy Awards last night in Los Angeles. In a statement from his attorney, read in part, this unprecedented attack on the First Amendment and transparent attempt to distract attention from the many crises facing this administration will not stand. Don will fight these charges vigorously and thoroughly in court.
And we've been following this since it happened. We told you that multiple people had already been charged with this protest. This is when demonstrators entered St. Paul City's Church after discovering an ICE official appeared to be one of the pastors at the church. So it's not immediately clear what charges these 4 new arrests would be facing. CBS News has reached out to the Department of Justice for comment. Pam Bondi said this morning on X that more information will be coming, and we'll share that breaking news as soon as we learn it. Also happening today, another day of protest, this time, though, not just in Minnesota.
Organizers are calling for a nationwide protest today. Groups are calling for a day of no school, no work, and no shopping to protest
Yelling
against
abolish
ICE.
the police.
It's inspired by the protests that happened in Minneapolis last Friday. Tens of thousands of demonstrators marched through downtown, and hundreds of businesses closed. Another march is planned for this afternoon as well.
We're also seeing protesters at the Whipple building this morning. That's where our Jonah Kaplan has been throughout the morning. Jonah, what's it look like right now?
What the fuck is going on? Reg, I mean, you see a lot of people here, and there was marching, and they keep marching now. You could see down this way, and look also by the barricades and the fences. So we are very far back from the Whipple building itself. If people have been down here before, or maybe you've been down here, you haven't even noticed it. This is the building over here. It's a federal office building. And now it's been turned in, at least some parts of it, to a detention center. And a lot of people also making their way down this way. We watched them march earlier, and everything has been peaceful. Marching, and there's been some sheriff's deputies, but there's been no confrontations. There's been no threat of any kind of...
Okay, that's enough from CBS Minnesota. Completely peaceful protest here in Minnesota. And now to Status Quo, who's been on the ground this whole time covering these lawless ICE actions and the protests in the wake of those actions. Doing the good work that we truly need in this moment. If you're not subscribed to these guys, you should be, because they are keeping me updated. I know that much. We've been watching a lot of Status Quo news videos lately.
Of us, we are here on this morning because that's what we do. And I know this is exhausting.
That's on YouTube.
And I know this is scary, and I see you, and we see you. And it's stunning. Yes. And it's simple. And it's beautiful. And it is our calling. God bless you, beloved ones, for doing exactly what we are called to do. Amen.
That's in the Bible. That's in the Bible.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Arnold, and I'm the parent of a second grader at a South Minneapolis elementary school. And for the last 8 weeks, me and other parents from my son's school have been organizing to make sure that our immigrant neighbors, whose kids also go to our kids' school, have the food that they need to feed their children. We're organizing to make sure that they have the money they need to pay the rent so our immigrant neighbors can be safe at home. We're organizing to make sure that the children in our community can get safely to school if they want to go to school, and that their parents can get safely to appointments if they need to go to appointments. Because without us, our neighbors would risk being kidnapped by masked federal agents. And so I have stood on street corners with my whistle outside of my son's school, at bus stops. I have organized people to get kids ride to school. I have delivered food to my neighbors. And when I heard that other Minnesotans, that the federal government would like to punish Minnesotans for doing these acts, for loving our neighbors, I am outraged.
And like I've been saying, we gotta make these whistles like a fashion statement. Bedazzle them, put stickers on them, paint them. I don't care. Buy cool sounding ones and cool looking ones. I don't care if you start carrying around a goddamn crystal flute. Okay?
It's evil! And I want to make one thing very clear. You can try to intimidate us. You can try to stop us. That's right. But we will not stop loving our neighbors. That's right. We will not stop caring for each other. And if you want to punish some Minnesotans, punish all of us. That's right. We are all in this together. Woo. Good job.
All right, I'll let this guy talk, and then I'm gonna skip ahead. We can't watch all the incredibly long coverage. I mean, they had over 3 hours worth of live stream coverage today of Status Quo. They really are working hard right now in the freezing cold. I would point out, it's like negative 15 degrees in Minnesota right now.
Alderson, I'm the owner of Modern Times Cafe. Postmodern Times in Minneapolis, and I'm here to represent independent businesses in the city, the state, and across the country. No matter what you believe in right now as business owners, we can all agree that ICE is bad for business. And we, as independent businesses, will not succeed until ICE is out. And it's time we take a stand. Let's shut it down. ICE out of Minnesota. Thank you.
All right, just so everybody knows, I just want to make this apparent now before we get too far into this, because of how long it's taken me to get through stuff today, and because I'm trying to avoid like overdoing it while I'm still sort of recovering and waiting for my second surgery right now. Like I'm just trying to avoid having streams that go too much over 8 hours. So what I think I'm going to do is we're going to watch the rest of the protests. We're going to cover Chuck Schumer and his failure to lead, his failure to do what the people want, and a couple of things relating to like U.S. other U.S. news in terms of economics, and then I'm going to cover the storm that is coming, the second storm, which is looking worse and worse by the day, which we're going to see in like a week from now. Or maybe a little bit less, actually. I just want people to be prepared for that. And then I'm gonna skip we're gonna not do the Earth news today. We're not gonna do the global, like the geopolitics half. We're gonna do that part 2 weekending report tomorrow, Saturday, instead. Just because I'm moving so fucking slow today, it's ridiculous. We're 6 hours into the stream, and I'm halfway through. I'm being generous. I'm less than halfway. I'm less than halfway through my list, and that's bad. That's historically bad. That is a pace I cannot stand today. Not gonna do it.
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
ICE out now! 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 ICE out now!
Abolish the police.
ICE out now! My name is Aisha Gomez. ICE out now! ICE out now! ICE out now!
There we go. Good morning. My name is Aisha Gomez. I serve as the state representative for District 62A, Southside Minneapolis. So it's day 60 of our city being occupied and being invaded by masked troops of an authoritarian regime who are brutalizing our neighbors, who are kidnapping people, who are engaging in regular violations of the universal civil rights on which our country was founded. It's also day 60 of us standing up and saying no. And what we've seen from day one is a concerted effort to get us to go back in our houses, to get us to look at our neighbors with suspicion, instead of looking up at Stephen Miller, at the billionaires who lined up behind President Trump at his inauguration, at the forces that would have us divided from one another. They want us looking at our neighbors with suspicion. But they don't understand Minnesota. They don't understand us. Don't mess with winter people during the winter, because you cannot make us go back inside. -20 didn't do it. Murdering 2 of our neighbors in the streets did not do it. And this effort to pick out 25 of our neighbors, to have Pam Bondi tweet out their pictures and names and put them out as which is just putting them out as targets for their disgusting right-wing fever dream swarms of people on the internet. None of this intimidation is working. Every time they come up with a new tactic, thousands and thousands more people become engaged in this struggle. And it's us standing together that is holding back this entire subversion of our democracy. And the thing that I've been thinking about in the last few days is that when we're asked to dehumanize our neighbors, we're actually asked to check our own humanity and to violate our own ethical and moral and connections to one another and our obligations to one another. And so they're asserting a vision of the world and a vision of humanity which says that we're all just selfish maximizers of our own utility. And we know that is not true. We know that we exist because of each other, that we are interdependent, and that we find our meaning when we stand together.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. See what else was happening at these protests. Looks like a fair bit of marching.
Out now! ICE 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 out now!
There we go. People pretty clear with their message. Ice out now. Not tomorrow. Not next week.
Immediately, if
Immediately.
not sooner.
All right. Now to a stream from 5 hours ago. Another status coup stream. Live at the Stop Trump's ICE Terror General Strike March in Minneapolis. Oh, wait, before we do that, I almost forgot. I chucked this one in here in the middle of the stream. Posted to, I think this is DW News. I think this is DW, yeah. DW on the National General Strike.
Demonstrators across the United States are marching over aggressive federal action taken against immigrants. They've rallied in Minneapolis, where federal agents killed 2 protesters in recent weeks, and many other cities.
It's not clear to DW News, it's not just immigrants. It's everyone in America. It's weird that you would say it's just immigrants. They have been indiscriminate in who they're picking up.
Overtures from the White House that it's rethinking federal enforcement efforts did little to alleviate anger over the violence.
They marched in the South. In San Antonio, Texas, hundreds rallied to demand an end to the aggressive federal campaign against immigrants. Their message: stand up, fight back. They marched in the West. In Los Angeles...
They keep saying it. They keep saying it. It's not just immigrants. Alex Pretti was not an immigrant. Renee Good, not an immigrant. That young boy, that 5-year-old child who's sitting in detention right now, not an immigrant, an American citizen. They've been picking up American citizens time and time again. This is everyone on U.S. soil. Immigrants and
which has been
US
heavily
born.
targeted by ICE, protesters gathered at City Hall. And they marched in the East. Downtown New York was the scene of another demonstration. At a high school in the southeastern state of Georgia, students walked out, chanting against ICE as they did so. Their message was simple.
We really, really hope that this can impact the people that are getting murdered and abused and kidnapped.
I think that it's really important when you're not affected by something to still stand up for what you know is right. And we all came together to decide that we weren't going to sit here and let everything that's happening just happen and pass us by.
Back up north in Minnesota, huge crowds swelled the streets of Minneapolis again, despite the biting cold. And protesters were given a boost by a new song, dedicated to them by a musician who's long styled himself as the champion of the underdog in America. And he says he's not being subtle in his message.
Bruce, nuance is wonderful, but sometimes you have to kick them in the teeth. So this is for people in Minneapolis, people in Minnesota, and the people of our good country, the United States of America.
But with people being killed in broad daylight by federal agents and prominent journalists being arrested for documenting protests, many in Minnesota and across the US are wondering just what is becoming of the country they once knew.
Rebecca Winter is from the grassroots movement 50/50.
Okay, that's enough from DW. Let's go back to status quo here. This is, like I was saying earlier, from 5 hours ago, where they were live in Minneapolis.
Good afternoon, Status Quo and Midas Touch. I am Tina Desiree Berg reporting, and we are downtown Minneapolis at the start of the ICE Out General Strike protest and rally.
Shame! Instead of staying afraid, we are out on the streets, here to shut it down. We know that the most powerful thing we can do is to shut it down, shut down our schools, not go to work, show up on the streets until ICE is out of our streets. We have our first speaker, Zay, who's a part of the Black Student Union at the University of Minnesota. Make some noise.
What's going on, everybody? I first want to thank everyone in attendance for being here. Whether you come from upstate, a state over, or across the nation, you're here to stand up for my city, Minneapolis. Yeah. My family is from here. I was born in Minneapolis. I know and love this city like a family member. However, my being here shouldn't matter. That shouldn't mean those of us who came here escaping war, terror, or in search of a better life should be afraid to leave our homes. We shouldn't be afraid to go to school, and we shouldn't be afraid to be in community. Minneapolis is a city full of strong, kind-hearted people who relentlessly fight for our neighbors, our family. We are a city of immigrants. From Burrito's Burrito to Afro Deli to Carmel Mall to the South Side. Our community of immigrants make Minneapolis great. We are stronger than this administration makes us out to be, and we are stronger than hate. But don't just take my word for it. Look at our track record. In 2020, we came out in the thousands to protest the unjust murder of George Floyd. 1 week ago today, we came out over 50,000 strong to protest the unconscionable killing of Renee Good. All right, give it up for Minneapolis, y'all. Yeah. Today, we are not just out here to fight for Renee Good or Alex Pretti, but every last person who has been murdered or otherwise been made victim to ISIS terror. Liam Ramos, the 5-year-old boy with the blue hat and the Spider-Man backpack, is currently in a detention center in Texas. He is lethargic, depressed.
All right, technically right now is a break. We're 6 hours in. What I'm going to do instead, I'm just going to walk away for a second and let you all keep watching the protest. I feel like that's the thing to do right now. Unless anybody has any objections, I'm just gonna sneak out of here for a minute, and I'll be right back.
Not eating well. He is asking about his classmates. He should be with them. He should be with them right now. In 2026 alone, 8 people have died in dealings with ICE. Their names are Luis Gustavo Nunez Caceres, Gerardo Lunos Campos, Victor Manuel Diaz, Haradi La, Luis Beltran Yanez Cruz, Eber Sanchez Dominguez, Renee Good, and Alex Pretti. This is not normal. This is not business as usual. This is not a news story, and this is not a headline. They want us to tolerate these deaths. They want us to get tired. They want us to get afraid, but we will not. Minneapolis, as well as the rest of the nation, will fight against ICE terror with the general strike. That is our biggest power as the general public. We fight with our wallets. The fight will be long, hard, and likely exhausting, but we must keep hope. We must keep fighting in the belief that there is a better tomorrow. There's no way to know what will happen next, but I do know that we will get through this together as one city, one state, and one nation. Thank you.
No more Minnesota nights. Minneapolis will strike. No more Minnesota nights. Minneapolis will strike. Said no more Minnesota nights. Minneapolis will strike.
People are still crowding into the center here in front of the general strike is the path to justice.
Minneapolis will strike.
Justice for Alex Pretti.
Strike! 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 Strike!
Passionate sense of community here in downtown Minneapolis.
Our next speaker up today is Leslie Redmond from Don't Complain, Activate, and former president of the NAACP in Minnesota. Make some noise.
I am a revolutionary. I am a
We still want to be like Jesus, but be like Alex and be like Renee. Stand up for your neighbor. We have to look these enemies in the eye and tell them that they are not welcome here, that they don't get to terrorize our communities and make people stay in the house and afraid to go to work and afraid to go to school. Somebody say, that ain't right. Say, that ain't right. We gotta stand for something, you all, or we're gonna fall for anything. And what I want to remind you all is that this didn't start with Alex and Renee. And I also want to bring up Nikema Levy-Armstrong, Chantel Allen, and William Kelly. I was trying to think his last name, and then it's cold out here. And William Kelly, who were arrested also for standing up for justice, right? And it didn't start here. It started back in the 1800s with our indigenous brothers and sisters when they hung 38 of them right here in Minnesota. It started with Jamar Clark in 2015 and Philando Castile in 2016 and Justine DeMond in 2017 and George Floyd in 2020, and the list goes on and on. Amir Locke, his anniversary is coming up. And so I want to tell all of you who are woke now, don't ever go back to sleep. They're trying to demonize being awoke because they want you to be asleep. And I'm going to wrap up by telling you this. You can't support Target and tyranny. You can't support Target and say you don't support Trump. Because they abandoned us. They jumped ship as soon as they got an opportunity. And for all of these corporations, y'all saw the 60 corporations that put out a letter that they could have kept. Y'all saw it, right? They couldn't even say ICE out. They couldn't even say the simple words of ICE out. Nobody's coming to save us. We gotta save ourselves. We gotta save ourselves. So I want y'all to do something with me as I wrap this up. Oh, y'all look so good right now. Y'all look so good right now. Y'all don't look Minnesota nice. Y'all look Minnesota strong. Y'all look Minnesota strong. Y'all look Minnesota strong. It looked like Trump chose the wrong place. It looked like he didn't know that we love our neighbors. It looked like he didn't know that we was going to get ICE the hell up out of here. So when I say don't complain, I want for y'all to say activate. Y'all got that? Don't complain. Don't complain. Don't complain. Don't complain. Don't complain. What do we want? What do we want? And when do we want it? And when do we want it? Grace and peace, Leslie E. Redman. I love you all. Let's stay connected. Follow me on socials, Leslie E. Redman. We got to demand justice for Georgia 4, Jamel Lundy and Trayvon Cruz, who are locked up right now just down the street for speaking truth to power. Grace and peace, you all. I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary. I am a revolutionary. And they can lock up a revolutionary, but they can never lock up the revolution.
Leslie, who is the ex-leader of the NAACP here in Minneapolis, also spoke at the Press Freedom press conference earlier this morning.
Justice for Georgia 4!
We will be uploading those files either later today or tomorrow.
Justice for Georgia 4! Justice for Georgia 4!
Georgia Ford is the journalist that was arrested this morning along with Don Lemon for covering the church protest. As far as we know, there are charges haven't been released. We did hear from the attorney this morning during the press conference, and they didn't have an answer to what the charges would be.
Justice for Alex Pretti! ICE out of our city! 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 ICE out.
It also sounds like they're shifting gears on opening a civil rights investigation into the officers that shot Alex Pretti. Not sure if that's just a superficial political theater that they're doing now because of all the pushback, or if they're actually going to open that investigation and look into it.
Of New Justice Project Minnesota. Make some noise!
Keep making that noise for your folks. All power to the people. Hey, yo, I want to start out by sharing my love and appreciation to the brave and courageous folks out here. Y'all give it up for our organizers today. As a former educator, I am inspired. What I need y'all to do is look to the person to your left and tell them, I got your back. Look to the person to your right and you tell them, I got your back. Hey, yo, we are under federal occupation, y'all. A federal occupation that's looking to lock up our immigrant brothers and sisters, ship them away. They want them dead. And they want any of us that stand in their way dead. And we ain't going for that, because who keeps us safe? Who?
Having a little bit of an audio issue here. They're going to work on that. But there are hundreds of people out here in the square already. We are live from downtown Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is the second general strike that we've had this month. Some folks are holding signs that say general strike is the path to justice.
I know that's right. Every single one of y'all are here today to keep us all safe. Because the reality is, our neighbors are afraid to leave their homes. Our neighbors are afraid to go to work, to go to school, to go to the grocery store, go to church or to the mosque, because they're afraid federal agents are going to come and lock them up and they won't be able to get home to their loved ones. That shit ain't right. That ain't right. And at this time, folks cannot even go out to earn the money to pay rent, to pay their bills. Folks are in hiding. I have neighbors hiding neighbors. That shit ain't right. That shit ain't right. Folks can't pay their rent. So each and every one of us need to be calling on Governor Walz to implement an eviction moratorium. When do we need an eviction moratorium? When do we need an eviction moratorium? Hey, yo, as a lifelong learner, I am watching history repeat itself. I'm watching slave patrols on our streets and in our communities. I'm watching slave catchers and military fatigue and military weapons putting fear in our hearts, trying to intimidate us. But right now, look around. Who's scared? We ain't scared. Who's scared? Who's scared? Who is scared? And ICE knows that we ain't scared. The country knows that we ain't scared. And right now, the whole entire world knows that we ain't scared. Say that shit again. We ain't scared. Corporate America has made over $20 billion off of this ICE shit. How?
So as they are working through the audio issue here, I want to point out to my right here, there's a group of high schoolers with a sign that says, high schoolers say ICE out of the Twin Cities.
We ain't scared. Hey, yo, so hear me out. Now is the time to dig deep, y'all. Now is the time to build real multiracial solidarity, y'all. Now is the time to build real working class solidarity, y'all. And now is the time to lean into the international struggle, y'all. And I'm
He's absolutely right about that. We cannot shy away from the international struggle while we fight this fight here at home. Very wise words. Okay, I am back. Sorry for the delay, everybody. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit in the video. See what else was going on at this protest. And boy, oh boy, were there a lot of people. My God, look at this. A sea of people. It's incredible. It's incredible the numbers of people that showed up to this thing.
From a court complaint that is part of the Epstein release. And now it looks like Jake Tapper is reporting that those files have now been removed by the Department of Justice. Maybe that was an oopsie that they released that, but it's already out there, folks. There are so many folks marching right now that there is sort of a bottleneck occurring at the end of the street because you have marchers on both sides. We're going to stay on this vantage point for a moment longer
on both sides
so that you can see the extent of how many people are out here marching in downtown Minneapolis on this second general strike. Hi.
One thing I'm noticing here, and I love seeing it as a galactic individual, this symbol, this is from Andor. We've been watching Andor in the Discord lately. This is becoming a symbol of resistance right here. I am feeling it.
On this second general strike. Hi. This is insanity versus humanity.
By the way, if you haven't seen Andor yet, you really gotta watch it. I don't care how you do it. Just gotta find a way to watch it. Because this is must-see TV. And I don't give these sorts of... I mean, you've listened to these shows. I don't give these sorts of recommendations lightly. This is a show I think everybody needs to watch at this time.
They're not, I don't know. They're insane. The whole thing is, this is red versus blue. This is not red versus blue. This is insanity versus humanity. Because at this point, it's just about caring for people. How do you just not care for a person? That's insane.
Do you have thoughts on them arresting 2 journalists in the middle of the night?
They're literally doing their job. I thought we were supposed to have free speech, but everything works for them until it doesn't. So,
thank you. So, point being that it's insanity versus humanity. It's not red versus blue. It's not rich versus poor. It's not one race versus another race, or any of those divides we often create for ourselves. But we are in a period where it's absolutely democracy on the table, and either you're okay with ending democracy in the United States of America or you're not. That is pretty much the vibe that I'm getting for lots of folks here, not just her. A lot of folks are grabbing these flyers about the next meeting. I don't see this slowing down anytime soon. I can't see what that is. Hundreds and hundreds of people marching through downtown Minneapolis right now for the second general strike. If you are just joining us, this is Tina Desiree Berg reporting for Status Quo News on the Midas Touch Network. "Don't Tread on Minneapolis" signs I'm seeing a few of, which is sort of a take on the Gadsden flag. So if you don't know what a Gadsden flag is, that is the yellow flag that has the snake wrapped up in a coil that's...
Don't tread on me. That's what it says. Where are all the don't tread on me folks anyway? Licking the boot, I suppose.
We saw your sign and thought it was great. So it says "No Kings" and the Trump cult. Due process for all, indeed. So we're... Oh, hi. I want to talk to you specifically about the Trump cult because I do think it's a cult.
I do think it's a cult. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So the first thing I wanted to ask him about...
Who are you guys with?
Status Coup News.
Status?
Status Coup.
Say that again?
Status Coup. You've probably seen some of our coverage of the Minneapolis stuff here. Or maybe not.
Status Coup. C-O-U-P?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm a believer in independent journalism.
Right
I
on,
worked for
okay.
Minnesota Public Radio for years.
Oh, then you are one of us.
Well, I'm a kindred spirit.
All right.
And so
I want to ask you about this and the Trump cult because I think it indeed is a cult. You can give these guys facts and they think they're entitled to their own facts or their own whatever. Nothing seems to, they're impervious. So where did you come to this conclusion from?
well, I have friends who are in the Trump cult, and so I understand. These people want a strong leader. They are anxious to follow a leader, and it's an unfortunate part of the human psyche that people want to follow a strong leader. Democracy is an aberration as far as the kinds of governments that people have had over eons. It's been kings and pharaohs and Genghis Khan and conquerors. So democracy is a fragile thing. Like Ben Franklin said, a republic if you can keep it. And so I'm running out of sound bites.
I'm running. Only another journalist would say I'm running out of sound bites.
Honestly, though, he's killing it. This little guy's killing it. He's making a lot of sense over here. All right, let's keep going through the protests. We got 2 hours of coverage in this video. There was an hour in the last one. I'm going to try and get as much of it as I can here. Hit some of the good moments here. Hopefully. There are so many people, though, in the streets. It's wild. I had no idea how many people lived in Minneapolis. It seems like every single person in Minneapolis is out here right now.
Solidarity March that's happening in Chicago, I believe. He's in Chicago, right? What are they singing?
Carl Schmidt with the sweet super chat over on YouTube. My dad made his own sarcastic Gadsden flag in response to right-wing bullshit. It's the poop emoji with the text, "Don't bullshit me."
And some folks are singing back here. I'm not clear on what. So this is one of those indoor pathways that I mentioned earlier in the live stream. You can see people lined up along the inside across the street, holding up signs in solidarity with the marchers out here in the cold. another sign that says ice out, elbows up. Okay.
That elbows up thing, they stole it from Canada. That's what Canada's been saying in the wake of the Trump threats. Canada's been saying elbows up. Minnesota, I mean, you guys are pretty close to Canada, so I get that. I get that. Looks like they found another person to interview over here.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So tell us a little bit about why you're out here at this general strike today.
I've been out here, I was out here last weekend, and I came back here, and I was thinking about the music that we started, because I wrote a song last week, like, where are the artists? Where are all the musicians? Where are all the troubadours, the poets that should be out here right now? And they came out. They all came out. The boss came out, and now you've got songs on just coming out. So I'm here to sing and yell and scream and get ice out now.
So what, do you play guitar as well?
Yes. Yeah,
so what, is your song about ice in Minneapolis too?
Yeah. It's a song about what do we do now? Follow the sound. That's what I say. Follow the sound. Follow the sound.
I got to say, there's an amazing sense of community here in Minneapolis that I've not seen in any other city. Like, people are very much high energy connection. Last night, I want to ask you, last night they arrested a couple of journalists, including Don Lemon, but also a local reporter, Georgia Fort. This is another escalation in constitutional right violations. What are your thoughts on that?
I just heard about Lemon just a while ago. He was arrested in a church. And ICE came into a church and arrested this man who was reporting on an ICE agent who was a priest. Not a priest, but he was...
Yeah, so he was the head of the church, but actually, so he was arrested initially, then let go, but Don Lemon was just picked up again in Los Angeles last night, so he's actually in detention in Los Angeles now.
Oh, my gosh. It goes on and on and on. But we're not going to let... Minnesotans don't let this stuff keep happening. You know, we're out there for the duration. And if ICE thinks we're...
You can tell this man is a great patriot. You can hear the emotion in his voice. He's very upset about the threat, the fascist threat on American soil that we're all facing right now. Oh, it's a disturbing time to be alive, folks. That's why we need each other now in this moment more than ever.
In a week, and this will all go away. It's not going away. We're here. We're here now, and we're going to stay, and we're going to do this every week if we have to, every day if we have to get the Republican administration to start thinking about what they're doing. I'm not going to mention his name and give him any credit for any of this. It's the Republican administration that's keeping this going. And we're going to keep going until they finally get out and make a difference with their community.
Do you think there's as many people out today as there was last week?
It's hard to say. It's starting to look good now, but I mean, I know there was about 50,000 I heard last time, or more, and you know, it just keeps coming. It keeps building. You know, there wasn't that many to begin with, but it just started building and building, and more coming all the time. So I would imagine in another hour there's going to be at least a half more here. So.
And when is Bruce Springsteen actually performing tonight?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Okay, I'm gonna keep going through this footage here. See what else Status Quo's been getting up to on the ground. Doing the good work. Talking to the people. Making sure that America can know what's going on in our streets. Something in this time we need more... Truly, we need more of and more than ever. Sound like a broken record.
What's the Midas Touch Network?
Media
Sure.
Hello, what is your name?
My name is Trinity Ray.
I'm feeling very tall right now, Trinity Ray.
Really? Would you like me to, should I come up? Should I come down? I'll stand over here.
I wanted to ask you, you've got the black flag that says resist. What does that symbolize for you?
Well, I think I bought this 10 years ago when Trump was elected. So, you know, it represents a lot of things. In fact, it came up in my social media feed the other day. It was 9 years ago, and the picture was I was in D.C. at the Women's March. This is I'm 50 now, I got kids, and I'm out here for them because I want them to have a better future, and someday they're going to ask what I did when we started to tumble into fascism, and I want to tell them I was here. We're all going to have to answer for where we are and what we're doing these days. It can't go on any longer. The country's in peril, the only way we can do this is through this kind of collective action right here. This is what punk rock trained us for.
So I'm a big fan of the Dead Kennedys.
Fuck yeah! Yeah.
Uber Alice?
Several of them. I know. I somewhere in this crowd, I'd like to believe that maybe Henry Rollins is here, leading the march, and everybody's like, I'm too fucking old for this shit, you know? Except for these kids, which is good, but it's like
I'm staying
no
in
more.
the race.
We need. There's a middle ground. There's a reasonable middle ground. You can be conservative, you can be liberal. We're all Americans, and today we're all, I think maybe Minnesotans.
This is rock and roll.
So, for example, I saw a sign earlier that basically said, no more insanity, and I talked to her about what that meant, and she was saying that this isn't really about right versus left, poor, whatever. She said this is like whether you believe in democracy or not.
Conservative family members and friends, and I'm a socialist. And they're Americans. We're all Americans. The best part of America, they talk about making America great again. The greatest thing about America is the Emma Lazarus poem. Send me your huddled masses yearning to be free. Go anywhere in the world. Come back. And you might not think we're doing things excellent all the time, but we're fucking trying. And we're trying. And we're the only country that tries. Don't take that away from us. That's what I think we're admired for worldwide, is that come in, bring your skills, bring your gifts. Sure. There are illegal immigrants, and that should be dealt with in a court of law. It doesn't affect every immigrant. It shouldn't be applied like a blanket to everybody. Everybody, unless you're a Native American, everybody here came from somewhere else, and it's the best thing about America. It's the most beautiful thing. And again, right or left, there's a middle ground. We all need to start talking again and listening to each other, or we're gonna lose it. We're gonna lose it all.
Let me ask you this. You have conservative friends, family. Have they reached a point where they see a problem as far as violating constitutional rights?
We stopped talking a couple years ago about politics, and it's gotten better. But I'm hoping, I hope they're looking at what's happening and saying it's too far. It's too far. I know, in the past they've said, oh, well, I don't like Trump, but I like what he's doing. No, I don't think they can say that anymore. What's he doing? He's not a good person, and he's not a good leader.
This man is exactly right.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
And it's too much. Hey, you can't tell me that you like anything this man has done in the last year. If you do, there's something wrong with you. I have been paying attention to this with extreme levels of focus over the last year. And there's no way that you can sit there and tell me a single thing Trump has actually done well and made America great again. Everything is shit, and it's about to get worse if you don't stand up and do something right now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
This great patriot is right. Listen to him. All right, we're going to keep going through this protest, see what else we got here. Jesus Christ.
Okay, we got stuck in the tree. Hang on. Trees in our way. Trust your eyes, not the lies.
Trust your eyes, not the lies. 100%. All right, we're going to go to some exclusive galactic footage that I have for you here. This is from our community in the Discord. We have been in contact with some people in behind the scenes, people who are on the ground as well at these protests.
Damn. This makes me proud of my city. Very proud.
It's a beautiful thing to witness here. This footage is being brought to you by galactic viewers like you. Also, the Discord's a great place to be, by the way. I would point out. Good place to be. Well, there we go. Exclusive galactic footage brought to you by space fams like you. Thank you. You know who you are. Continue to keep your identity anonymous. I appreciate you. All of you out there doing what you can. You're all beautiful in my book, space fams. Oh, God. Have we finally gotten to this place? Great. Great. Let's talk about the leadership. Let's talk about the leadership in Congress. Oh.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
Let's talk about Chuck Schumer and the Democrats. The supposed opposition in our government, our pretended democracy. Let's talk about their efforts to thwart these illegal actions being taken by the Trump regime. We will not rest.
Here's Tom Homan.
No resting.
He is now the moderate of MAGA, the left wing of MAGA on immigration. The guy who took $50,000 in a bribe in a kava bag is the moderating force on the Gestapo in our communities.
Yes. He's the reasonable one. That guy. That's the guy who's going to make ICE less corrupt. Yes, that makes sense.
Numbers are so bad on this for Trump. You're seeing polling, it's just beginning to trickle out. He'd already lost ground on his best issue polling wise. Like he was plus 10 around this time last year on the issue, and he's minus 17, minus 19 net on the issue of immigration, and we still don't have the numbers after the Pretti murder that are going to impact that. They're shuffling the deck chairs here to try to save the public relations of their violent thuggery.
The phrase they're using is "we're not wavering," but the truth is that
They
they've
are.
removed Bovino and put those guys on leave. That's a waiver, and also changed their story after saying he was there to massacre people. They are wavering now. Whether it means anything, well, no, they're continuing their ethnic cleansing campaign.
Exactly, and the point is that when your opponent's wavering, Brian, you're a fan of boxing. You're supposed to go in for the
kill. You gotta finish.
the KO. You got to
Yeah, yeah.
finish. Again, we're about to get to the Democrats.
They're not there.
That's not what they're doing.
They're collaborating.
Anybody can see that they're on their back foot. But and this is what they want. Listen to Tom Homan saying here as he announces that he's basically taking over these operations in Minneapolis, and that Bovino's out. He's the new guy in town, and he's gonna make sure that these ICE operations are on the up and up. Here's Tom Homan.
I do not want to hear that everything's been done here has been perfect. Nothing's ever perfect. Anything can be improved on. And what we've been working on.
Give me a joke.
Is making this operation safer, more efficient, by the book. The mission is going to improve because of the changes we're making internally.
We're making
No
changes.
agency or organization is perfect.
Making changes.
President Trump.
Now, nobody was perfect. Nobody's perfect, but we can do it. We can do it. And we're gonna make a lot of improvement, okay? If you believe me. I'm the only guy who can barely put together a word.
I, along with others in the administration, have recognized that certain improvements could and should be made. That's exactly what I'm doing here. As such, in meetings I've had with federal law enforcement managers, including ICE and CBP and other federal partners, as well as state and local officials, I have conveyed the President's expectations with regard to federal immigration enforcement efforts. We will conduct targeted enforcement operations. Targeted.
Will schools be targeted still?
I would like to point out, this was from Thursday. In the last 2 days, we've seen ICE operating in the middle of the street again, doing all sorts of lawless thuggery still. So nothing has improved since old Homan took office, took charge, took the reins of whatever you want to call this. I mean, he's been in office all the time, but... It's like anybody who actually expected like a dramatic shift was deluding themselves this whole time. Been saying it since the beginning. This would mean effectively nothing.
Can we
It's literally like it's a vibes based situation. Like there's no quantifiable improvement between Bovino
we shouldn't
and
trust you
Homan.
on that. The Democrats need to get that in these negotiations.
No, he has a new somber tone, though.
I know.
Whispering Tom, the mumblecore
Yes. Sounds like Cookie Monster giving a eulogy.
I mean, I almost fell asleep in the middle of that, but then I was awoken to the reality of who was speaking, Mr. Marble Mouth,
He's way
Tom
more.
Homan.
He's way easier to understand when he's talking like this.
He also was lecturing people about turning down the rhetoric, as if that's the problem. The people that are protesting the immigration operations are the ones ramping up the rhetoric. Maybe not like the frothing at the mouth.
Yes, right. It's people protesting and saying mean and nasty things. Like calling the Gestapo the Gestapo. You know, that's not fair. How dare you call the Nazis Nazis? That's incredibly rude of you. It's just, you know, how dare you? How dare you call Nazis Nazis, even though they actually wanted to reclaim Nazis? Remember that? Remember Greg Gutfeld? Remember that? Let's play that again. Anybody miss this one? Anybody miss this?
This is why the criticism doesn't matter to us when you call us Nazis, Nazi this, Nazi that. You know, I'm beginning to think they don't like us. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks. The way they were able to remove the power from the N-word by using it. So from now on, it's what up, my Nazi? Hey, what up, my Nazi? Oh my God. Hey, what's hanging, my Nazi?
Nazi, please.
I'm Nazis.
Thank God you did a hard eye there. This is why the criticism doesn't matter.
Oh, so funny. We're going to reclaim the word Nazis. Yeah, well, sit in that. Enjoy it. We're going to keep calling you Nazis because that's what you are. A bunch of fucking Nazis. And Democrats are collaborating with the Nazis. Announcing a deal with the White House over DHS funding.
Minneapolis today, where he promised federal agents will conduct operations that are, quote, safer and more efficient. It all comes following the shooting deaths of Renee Good and Alex Pretti. Meantime, Senate Democrats struck a deal today to avoid another government shutdown. A sticking point for this deal, the bill fight over funding for DHS and ICE operations. NBC4's Conan Nolan in the newsroom right now with the latest for us. Conan?
That's right, Colleen. It looks like we have dodged a government shutdown, but even if the Senate approves the deal, the House is not in session. They'll have to approve whatever comes out of the Senate. So.
And not a single fucking Democratic House member should vote for this thing. But the fact that these senators fucking voted for this garbage, this gives DHS funding. They did not block DHS funding. They gave DHS more money. That's what they did. Chuck Schumer and Democrats just gave DHS more money. I'm trying. I gotta find the fucking list of people. Is it these assholes? Someone find me a list of this. I can't find it right now. These people need to be voted out. Not a single cent. That's what everybody on the ground was saying. Every protester was saying. Every single person with a conscience was saying. Not another cent. And what did they do? They gave them millions more dollars. Millions. I think billions more, actually. I'm trying to think how many, 2 weeks? I think maybe billions of dollars. How much is their funding on this year? Either way, they just gave them a fuck ton of money. Unacceptable. Get voted out. Every single one of these motherfuckers deserves to be voted out. Garbage humans. Every single one of them.
They won't be back until early next week, so we may have a small government shutdown over the weekend. Now, the Democrats have not dropped their insistence that ICE agents change tactics, particularly with the administration now on the defensive.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about tactics. We are dismantling ICE. We're done. We're done playing that game. I don't give a fuck about body cams or restraint or training. These pieces of shit need to go. Every single one of them needs to go on trial. We need investigations into this lawless agency that needs to be shut down. Not another cent. We were not joking. I was not joking. I know that much. I wasn't joking. When I said it, I know I wasn't joking. That is a red line. It was just crossed by Democrats.
In Washington, D.C., Senate
over.
leaders have reached a deal to temporarily fund the Department of Homeland Security and avoid a prolonged government shutdown. The measure funds DHS for 2 weeks while lawmakers debate over ICE reforms. Democrats want to see changes in ICE tactics, including tightening the use of warrants, making agents remove masks and wear body cameras, and enforcing a code of conduct that's comparable to other law enforcement policies.
Members are working on moving forward on a deal to fund the government and working on legislation desperately needed to rein in ICE's abuses. If Republicans are serious about the very reasonable demands Democrats have put forward on ICE, then there is no good reason we can't come together very quickly to produce legislation.
If you're in New York, maybe you call Chuck Schumer and tell him he's fired. He better start packing his bags because you're done. I'm done. I know I'm done. And anybody else who voted for this, and if you're in that state, you need to call your senators. And also call your Congress people immediately and tell them, do not vote for this fucking bill. Do not give DHS another penny. Fuck this lawless organization that's running roughshod on our goddamn constitutional rights. You will not have it. You will not stand for it. And it's un-American for them to vote for it. If they do, you will do everything you can to support their primary challenger in this year's race. Which is only, I mean, mostly just, that's the House that you got to talk about, because most of these senators who are voting for the shit are not up this year. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to wait until 28 for a lot of them. But we're making a fucking list. And we're gonna laminate it, and we're going to nail it to our walls every time you walk out the door. I want you to be thinking every name on that list: Angus King, Chuck Schumer, Jeanne Shaheen. I want you to be thinking every single one of these pieces of shit. Dick Durbin, every single one of them needs to feel the wrath of the voter for their collaboration with this fascist regime. It's on us to hold them accountable as the voters. We cannot let Democrats continue to fail their way into power over and over again.
Today, I want and need to talk about ICE. This morning, ICE beat a man and executed him at point-blank range on the streets of Minnesota. We all know that this isn't the first time they've done this, and in this current climate, it won't be the last. And maybe I am the strange for thinking this, but I don't know how any Democrat can talk to any voters today and mention anything else but this. We can all speak the lines, we can go through all of the motions, but it is not enough anymore. Saying abolish ICE isn't enough. Voting against ICE spending isn't enough. Having stern words for Kristi Noem or Greg Bovino or Tom Homan, it's not enough. Every single person running for an elected position or in elected office needs to use their power, platform, and privilege to protect the communities they want to represent. And we need a promise from them to prosecute and try every single one of these criminals, everyone, and make sure it happens. This administration has been indicting people they see as effective opponents and effective critics. I am one of them. That is why I am reading this off of my phone, so that way my lawyer won't be mad at me. But I want to note that I was indicted for my continued activism and protest against ICE. I was indicted for what I see as the bare minimum for anyone trying to run for office right now. This administration cracks down against any critics they see as effective, and frankly, it is a shame they don't see more Democrats in that light. I decided to run for office in the first place because my background is fighting the right as a journalist and researcher. The exact same people, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, Dan Bongino, that run our country right now. I have a track record of success against the right. My work contributed to Tucker Carlson getting fired from Fox News, triggered Elon Musk into deposing me, and I successfully worked with fellow activists to get the illegal wall that ICE erected at Broadview to keep us from our neighbors torn down. I don't have power. I am not an elected official right now, but I do know how to make change and hold fascists accountable, even with the odds against me. I thought I could make change in March of last year, which is why I launched my campaign without asking for permission. This is not a promotion for me. This is not a stepping stone in my career. I want this seat because I want to do what I'm good at, help others, fight Nazis, and go back home to hang out with my cat. If you're angry, stay angry. I'm angry too, and we're in this together.
Let Cat go back to hanging out with her goddamn cat. Help us fight fascism.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, we're going to move over to the storm. We're going to cover the storm, and then I think that's going to conclude our stream for tonight. I'm exhausted. Last couple weeks have really taken out of me, Space Fams. I don't know if you're feeling similarly right now, but goddamn, it's been a shitty couple of weeks, month, years. All right. Now we've all been, well, not all, but nearly all of us have been under very serious winter weather. Freezing cold temps, snow, ice. Some people without power. Some people without shelter. Unfortunately, there is another storm coming, and it is looking equally as powerful and cold as this one. Let's go here. Start this off with Ryan Hall, y'all. Wait, what happened to my soundboard? I lost it. Okay. Fine.
It's Thursday, January 29th, 2026, and it's official. We've got a bomb cyclone on the way, potentially impacting millions of you with heavy snow and strong winds, so let's talk about it. All right, so the signal we've been watching all week is now official. I think that we can very clearly say that a major coastal storm is going to form off the southeast coast this Saturday, and the headline here is going to be bombogenesis. I know we talked yesterday about how that kind of sounds a little hypey, but it's real. Bombogenesis is a real thing. It's whenever a low pressure center rapidly drops at least 24 millibars in 24 hours. It's just a sign that the storm is going to get excessively strong in a short period of time. And what usually happens here is somebody gets absolutely plumb smacked with snow and wind. What's going to be different about this one versus the last storm is the wind. We're going to see a real blizzard somewhere, potentially in the Outer Banks of the Carolinas, which is pretty crazy, but also the potential is there for the Cape Cod area. We're going to see this low forming off the Georgia and South Carolina coast early Saturday, intensifying rapidly Saturday night, and then passing just southeast of Cape Cod by Sunday morning. So it's going to move pretty quick once it intensifies. And that's why on Saturday into Sunday, we have an enhanced risk of at least moderate winter storm impacts from Columbia, South Carolina, up to Asheville, over to Greenville. And yes, Richmond and Virginia Beach, you are included in this, and Charlotte, Raleigh. There's actually quite a few people in this purple zone here. And if you are one of those people, get ready for the snow. This is not going to be an ice problem. This is not going to be a freezing rain or sleet problem. This is Snowtown, baby. And then as the storm travels up the coast between Sunday and Monday, our risk area gets a little bit farther off the coast, but there are still some places that'll see some snow and some impacts from this. We're talking about potential flurries and coastal flooding from Washington, D.C. all the way over through the entire state of Delaware, and then New Jersey, New York City will get in on some of that as well. The real snow might be possible over here in extreme southeastern Rhode Island. Of course, Cape Cod. It's possible that Boston sees some snow, but the worst of it is definitely going to be from Cape Cod up to down East Maine and then up into Canada. Here's a thin band of snow around 10 a.m. on Friday morning forming over my area. This is going to be the first step of what will eventually become our multi-phased big-time storm system. Watch how that turns into moderate snow over the northwest side of the Appalachian Mountains.
Ain't in Kentucky. Interesting. All right, we got updates on this storm, so I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Let's just look at how people are handling the storm currently. The conditions on the ground right now.
Tonight, the race to restore power
the last
in the
couple
south,
days.
from the air with repair crews using helicopters, and on the ground as nearly 400,000 people remain in the dark. At least 68 deaths are now being blamed on the dangerous winter weather nationwide as snow, ice, and freezing temperatures take their toll.
You would think some number of these deaths were preventable if FEMA had mobilized on time, prepared themselves for this storm rather than completely shirking their responsibility and their duty to the American people, doing fuck all until the night of. I don't even know if they did anything. FEMA's getting billions of dollars from your taxpayers, and they are doing nothing. You thought it was bad under Biden?
I'm staying in the race. On the dangerous winter weather nationwide as snow, ice, and freezing temperatures take their toll. Watch as the roof of this rodeo arena in Arkansas collapses from heavy snow, and as more drivers take to the roads, accidents piling up. In Mississippi, dramatic new video shows multiple cars already in a ditch on the side of the road. Then watch as this SUV loses control, slams into a truck, and adds to the pile.
Jesus
in Indiana,
Christ.
icy roads causing this big rig to turn over on its side. In Tennessee, Nashville Electric Service today reporting more than 300 power poles broken and 900 crew members working on repairs. Few need it more than the Martin family. We first shared their story last night, huddled together on the floor under blankets for warmth.
Oh no, somebody's space heater just died in chat. That is terrible. Mine died earlier this, last year, actually. It was last year. Going into the holidays. And somebody bought me a heater on Throne, thankfully. Oh, my God. Can't imagine right now with how cold things are. No space heater.
Today, a
Fuck
new
that.
crisis. A burst pipe flooding their home. Water leaking everywhere.
All the water came out on the floor here.
Oh, man, this is where you guys were huddled up here.
Yeah.
Temperatures in Nashville have fallen below freezing for 6 straight days. Life-threatening conditions for those without power, like restaurant worker Madison Bright, now forced to stay with family. She showed us this text message she received saying the power was back on, even when it wasn't.
We checked twice, and the power still has not been back on.
Also in Nashville, the McCann family now sleeping in their car after burst pipes flooded their home and their floors froze over.
I've been praying to God of, can we get any help?
Also in Nashville, police responding to reports of an unresponsive man in his home.
We believe that he succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning.
Carbon monoxide poisoning, a growing concern.
We have actually, in the Poison Center, had at least 46 cases of poisoning in children, and then across the board, both children and adult, 101 cases since Thursday night.
George joins us again live from Nashville, where the race is on to restore power. And George, we can see those power crews still working there behind you in this big freeze.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. This crew actively working to restore power in one of these neighborhoods that was hardest hit here in Nashville.
Yeah, everybody doing everything they can to try and recover from this storm. And yet there's more coming right now. Right behind this one. It's going to start literally tonight, Saturday. Prepare yourselves, people, if you haven't. If you think this thing's over, it's not. Slightly smaller area that it's going to be hitting. But I just want people to be safe. Speaking of cleaning up and trying to get things back to normal, one man took it upon himself to clean up. Where was this? Kentucky? Can't remember where this was. Missouri? KSDK News yesterday. One man with a plan.
Help
doesn't always come with applause. Sometimes it comes with effort and a desire to help others. Tonight, Dogtown neighbors are singing the praises of a man with a skid steer. That's the small construction loader you sometimes see on job sites. He plowed their narrow streets for free.
And when 5 on Your Side saw the videos of him online yesterday, Tracy Henson tracked him down. Tracy?
Kelly and Mike, yeah, I had to find out a little bit more. His name is Kenneth Harrell, and he actually is not from Dogtown. He fell in love with Dogtown because of this place right here, Seamus McDaniels. He worked there as a teenager, and he said when he went away to college, he always had a job when he came back to Dogtown, and that's why he loved it so much, and that's why he's paying it forward with a little snow plowing.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Kenneth Harrell appreciates all of Dogtown, which is why he spent the last few days doing this.
This one specifically was $500.
He rented the Bobcat-style skid steer loader with no intention of ever being paid back.
Originally, we were putting out a crew to hand shovel and we were charging for the sidewalks.
The crew being him, his sister, and his nephew, who in warmer weather work for the family business A&K Concrete.
And it just didn't make sense to me that people could get out the house but not off the street. So we took the money that we made from the hand shoveling crew and we rented a machine, and I just went clearing streets.
And that's when pictures and videos of him plowing the narrow Dogtown streets started making the rounds online. Even our interview Wednesday mentioned him.
I know there's someone running around in Dogtown with like a Bobcat style thing.
Kenneth did make it down Chandler's narrow street.
People were asking what we were charging. I didn't really know what to say, so I just kind of, a donation or deal, I guess, just whatever you could afford. Let's just get everybody out and moving around.
Karen Wiley Vales needed the parking spots cleared in front of her restaurant, so she messaged Kenneth.
He inboxed me today and said, I'll be there shortly. I'm like, yeah. So no, but this is what community looks like.
But is Kenneth's vigilante-style street plowing allowed? I asked the City of St. Louis Street Commissioner Kent Flake.
I mean, if they're helping, I'm not going to tell them no.
There you go. There you go, Space Fams. A true American patriot. Keeping the St. Louis economy running on his own. Taking to the streets. Renting a Bobcat with his own money. And clearing snow from one street to the next. It's a sort of dedication I can appreciate. Okay. Okay, let's go to Chicago. They too are under a wintry blanket of frozen water.
Winter is coming.
Is that Lake Michigan? It's almost frozen over.
This is ridiculous!
Dude's cross-country skiing. Yeah, he was absolutely cross-country skiing. 100%. I mean, it's that weather, isn't it?
Winter is coming.
Winter is here. No, it's here, I said. Present tense. Now, perhaps the cold and the weather, the snow, it's getting you down. You find yourself struggling to stay positive and optimistic in this difficult time. Well, ABC 7 New York has some
Many of us, this cold
suggestions
is
for you.
Exhausting, and as Lee mentioned, the freezing temps, they're not leaving anytime soon.
Yeah, and if you're feeling cold fatigue, you are obviously not alone. Experts say the frigid weather impacts not only our physical health, but also our mental health.
Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Williams is a psychologist about the weather's impact on our health. She's live in the Flatiron District. Kimberly.
Well, David and Liz, if you're feeling sluggish, even though you're getting enough sleep, a bit irritable, and a sense of dread, you are not alone. Experts say being in frigid temperatures like this for a prolonged period of time affects about 40% of people who say their mood definitely declines. Next to those in the Midwest, people living here in the Northeast feel it the most. You may be sleeping more and even lost interest in hobbies you typically enjoy. A leading clinical psychologist at Northwell Lenox Hill Hospital says, do not ignore how you're feeling. Dr. Naomi Torres-Mackey shared some pretty simple things you can do to lift your spirits as we all navigate these brutal temperatures. She suggests getting outside as much as possible during daylight hours. She points out sunlight tends to boost serotonin levels and can positively affect your mood. Another critical thing she says you can do, she says, practice acceptance.
Unfortunately, we can't change the weather. So rather than resist it, try to embrace it. And I think you'll find that mental shift, however hard it can be, can go a really long way in your feelings about the cold and therefore the way the cold impacts you.
I'm staying inside and crocheting and using my space heater to warm me up a little more, using my oven. Yesterday I went to the Botanic Garden to go to the indoor tropical room just to get some warmth.
The indoor tropical room. Cut the spa. Oh my God. It's true though. It's a tough time. We need whatever we can find. Mind over matter, says that one lady. Just embrace the cold.
You have a mental health problem.
Just embrace it, she says. But yeah, I mean, it's freezing cold out
I
there.
look at this news.
You
I
look at
start
the
having an
news.
anxiety attack.
Start having an anxiety attack. And you just need some R&R, perhaps.
Somewhere else you can go look at this. Right now it's peak sauna season, and many regulars and first-timers are heading to Bathhouse. We stopped by the Flatiron location, which was buzzing with people. Folks were relaxing in saunas. Some heat up to 185 degrees. There's 6 pools ranging from about 50 degrees. That's the cold plunge, to 104 degrees. They all
104 degrees. That's hot.
Day passes for this really hidden gem that is good for your mind and body. If all else fails, Dr. Torres-Mackey says keep this in mind. She said make it your new mantra. Winter always ends.
All right, everybody, that's the mantra. Winter always ends. I guess technically, Dr. she's right to some degree. Unless it doesn't, and an ice age comes. A new ice age as a result of climate change. The shutting down of the AMOC. It's possible winter will never end.
It's Friday, January 30th, and this is the evening update right before our May.
I almost forgot. I had one more update from Ryan Hall. Oh, this is from 9 hours ago out of old Ryan here. Huge problem, says the thumbnail. Millions about to get stuck. What does that mean, Ryan? Millions of what? And
Friday, January 30th, and this is the evening update right before our major storm in the Carolinas. Okay, this one's going to be a big one. We've got blizzard conditions coming up. We've got shelter-in-place warnings coming out, and we finally got some confidence on how much snow everybody's going to get. So let's get right into it. Let's start off by looking at our winter storms outlook for tomorrow. We have a large, moderate risk of major winter storm impacts over a huge area. We've got millions of people about to get stuck out here if you try to drive on Interstate 26, 95, or 74 between Augusta, Columbia, Charlotte, Asheboro, Fayetteville, Wilmington, Jacksonville, Greenville, Kill Devil Hills, Raleigh, you name it, even up there towards Virginia Beach. We are going to be having a tough time getting around in all this snow. It's not just the depth of the snow. We are going to have snow rates that are exceeding 2 to 3 inches per hour. So if you get under one of these bands where it's snowing really hard, it's going to be blinding snow. And then add on top of that the wind gusts. Even well away from the low pressure center, we could have wind gusts around 30 to 40 miles per hour. And this is going to be a light, fluffy snow because it's going to be so cold. So that's going to lead to blowing snow and drifting snow. And if you're closer to the coast, we could be talking about winds up to 60 miles per hour, which is a legit daggone blizzard. So get ready for that, especially up there around Kill Devil Hills, which is where storm chaser Brad Arnold is currently driving to right now to experience this major storm for himself. Okay, so let's take a look at what the radar could look like as we go into the future by taking a look at the high resolution rapid refresh model. This is what things are going to look like around midnight tonight. And it's honestly pretty similar to what we got right now. This band of snow sticking around on the northwestern side of the Appalachian Mountains. It's dropped a good inch of snow here at the Weather House. There's a couple places that'll pick up a couple inches from Knoxville up to portions of southwest Virginia up to Beckley, West Virginia. These are places I think that could get a decent thumping of snow from this, but this is not the main event. Let's actually pull this forward and show you what I'm talking about. As we go into the early morning hours tomorrow, you can see that we get some more robust convection down here, maybe around Atlanta, down towards Augusta, up towards Asheville. This is where our moderate to heavy snow is going to start falling, and this is the meso-low to the west of the main low pressure center that's getting going off the coast of South Carolina. What this might do, first of all, is pull some strong snow squalls down into Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, maybe even as far south as into Dothan, Andalusia, and the panhandle of Florida. So get ready for literal snow in Florida tomorrow, potentially in the panhandle. But it also might create a dry slot. I want to go ahead and prepare you for this. We talked about this days ago, so this is why I say it's important not to get emotionally attached to your snowfall totals because things can change. This hasn't changed at all. This is something that we warned you about days ago. It is very possible that we end up seeing enough dry air get in the middle here to where we dramatically reduce the amount of snow that we expect in places like Sumter, South Carolina, Fayetteville, Asheboro, Sanford, Raleigh, Greensboro, up there towards Virginia Beach. This could even impact totals in Charlotte if the dry slot is significant. And the latest HRRR is showing a significant dry slot if I've ever seen one. So we've got two areas of low pressure. One of them is likely being modeled wrong. Okay, the HRRR is not very good at resolving the strength and placement of low pressure centers over water. And that could be messing things up here. So it's not set in stone that we're going to have a dry slot over Raleigh tomorrow, but it is one of many possibilities that could come out of this very dynamic and complex setup. One place that definitely ain't getting dry slotted is Jacksonville up to Beaufort, New Bern, Kill Devil Hills, and Elizabeth City. This area is going to be getting hit by what will technically be a blizzard by 11 a.m. tomorrow. Storm chaser Brad Arnold, Brandon Kopic, and several others will be right in the middle of it, trying to give us some real-time views of what's going on out there during one of the strongest storms that this area has seen in a very long time. At the same time, we're going to have snow moving back into Atlanta, down towards Columbus and Macon. The I-16 corridor, 75 and 20, is going to be quite treacherous.
This thing's going to do like a boomerang action. It's going to start more north, like Tennessee, Kentucky. It's going to go all the way down to Florida, come back up through Georgia, and then just start knocking out states up the coast.
Tomorrow around this time, especially 85 between Atlanta, Greenville, and Charlotte. I think we're definitely going to have some delays on that interstate. Interstate 26 is also going to be tough between Asheville and Columbia. This is also when we can start to see some of that heavier snow in Columbia. Charleston, South Carolina, it's not out of the question that we see some snow tomorrow around 2 p.m. down there. Myrtle Beach could be seeing snow around this time. Notice how we still have the dry slot in the middle, but also notice how strong this low pressure center gets. That looks like a daggone hurricane, does it not? I mean, this is just going to be wild to watch unfold on the radar and the satellite. Like, I cannot wait to see what this actually looks like. But you can see that as the storm gets stronger, so does the expansion of the precipitation shield. So dry slot or not, once this thing really gets cranking, we're going to have a big precipitation shield from Savannah, Georgia, all the way up covering the entire state of South Carolina and North Carolina. Okay, so we're definitely going to have some snow in Raleigh by 9 p.m. tomorrow. If it's not snowing earlier earlier in the day. It will be snowing later in the day, and that gap's going to fill all the way up there towards Virginia Beach as well. This is when some of the strongest winds and the heaviest snow will be falling between Kill Devil Hills, Jacksonville, and Wilmington, though.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit on this video here from Ryan.
Picking up in eastern North Carolina, potentially around 5 p.m. tomorrow. This is when we're going to have gusts getting between 35 and 55 miles per hour from Myrtle Beach all the way up towards Kill Devil Hills. And we're going to have strong winds up there around Virginia Beach as well. Notice that wind field expanding as we go into 9 p.m. tomorrow. This is where things get pretty crazy. Even up here in the mountains of the Appalachian Mountains, we're talking about some places getting up to 50, 60 mile per hour winds. The whole state of Georgia will be experiencing 40 to maybe 45 mile per hour wind gusts.
60 mile per hour winds? Damn. That's like a hurricane. It's like a low-level hurricane. 60 miles an hour? It's like a cat. It's like
the entire
a cat
state
one,
of Florida will be getting hit by some strong wind gusts. The area that we're most focused on right now, once again, is out there on the Outer Banks. It's going to be snowing heavily, and the wind is going to be gusting potentially over 60 miles per hour by 11 p.m. The strongest winds will hit the Outer Banks more than likely.
Oh my God. I did not think, oh my God. You're right. Accept the dry slot. I do. He did say that, didn't he? He did say that. He said those words. Accept the dry slot. I do. I accept it, so should you.
What you talking about?
Doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound right.
Around 3 a.m. Sunday morning, 65 to 75 mile per hour wind gusts, hurricane winds, and snow at the same time in North Carolina. And these are onshore winds. So not only are we going to have snow coming down like crazy, we're going to have hurricane force winds and coastal flooding. So we're going to have huge waves crashing up against the coast. All that sea spray is getting frozen. Honestly, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy what we see from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. And this is why we have shelter-in-place warnings in place for a lot of the eastern side of North Carolina. The closer you are to the coast, the worse off it's going to be. And once again, this isn't going to directly affect the rest of the coast up the northeast side of the United States, but all this wind is going to drive potential coastal flooding problems all the way up to Cape Cod. How many snowflakes are we going to get? Well, in Charlotte, on the high end, I think we could see 8 or 9 inches of snow. I think that up here in the higher elevations of the Smokies, we could potentially see up to 16 inches of snow. I think.
Jesus, 1.5 feet. Woof. Massive snow potential here. You can pretty clearly see with the legend. The purple, 7 inches. The pink to the magenta is like 13 to 20. You can see a bunch of pink areas going on through here along the border. All right, I think we're good on this. the southeast is going to be getting hit the most, it sounds like. Although the coast, New Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Maine, still could see definitely some snow from this. It all depends on how it plays out over the next 24 hours. But go subscribe to that guy, Ryan Hall, y'all. He does good weather coverage. That is on the YouTube.
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube.
All right. It looks like that's going to be it on part 1 of the week ending report here this Friday. We'll have part 2 tomorrow, Saturday, and a Sunday fun day. An actual Sunday fun day this week. I think we're going to do it unless something else terrible happens tomorrow morning. Oh, God. All right. What a shitty week. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforge Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Willen, Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, and Glitchmaster. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few bucks a month on Patreon. All right, see everybody in the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. Beginning in 3, 2, 1.